In this video, we'll be going through the second half of A Clash of Kings. We will use footage from the TV show, Game of Thrones artwork, history and lore footage, as well as comic book panels so you can see the adaptation from the graphic novel. We will show you what really happened compared to the book, the TV series, and the graphic novel, and include interesting theories and foreshadowing of key events whenever we can. Anyway, let's get started. Brother. In chapter 32, Sandor Clegane is telling Sansa that if she keeps Joffrey waiting, it will only be worse. As Sansa is making herself pretty for Joffrey, she wonders if Joffrey has heard about her meetings with Ser Dontos. As they are walking, Sansa asks the Hound what she has done, and it is told that it is what her kingly brother, Robb Stark, has done. Sansa tells the Hound that Robb is the traitor and she had no part. She can only think that if Robb harmed Jaime Lannister, she will have to face Sir Ilyn Payne. The Hound tells her again that they trained her well, calling her a little bird. She is led to the lower bailey where a crowd is gathered. She can hear Lord Giles Roseby coughing as they part to let her pass. Sir Horace Redwyn and Rober Redwyn avoid her gaze as she passes. There is a cat shot by a boat mewling on the ground. Ser Dontos, riding a broomstick as commanded by the king, whispered to her to be brave. In the center stands Joffrey, with Sir Boros Blount and Sir Meryn Trant beside him. She kneels before him, but Joffrey snaps that kneeling will not save her and she must answer for her brother's treasons. She is slow to get up, and the Hound, not ungently, pulls her up when commanded. Sir Lancel Lannister now speaks to her, claiming that Robb fell upon Sir Stafford Lannister with an army of wargs near Lannisport, using some sorcery. Thousands of men were butchered as they slept. According to Lancel, the Northmen feasted on their flesh after the slaughter. Joffrey asks if she has anything to say. Ser Dontos tells him that she is shocked witless. Joffrey then brings up that her direwolf savaged him, and Sansa retorts that it was Arya's wolf, Nymeria, and that he killed Lady even though she never hurt him. Joffrey replies that it was Eddard Stark that killed Lady, and he killed him. Joffrey then recounts how he shot a man in the throat at the gates that was bigger than her father. He would shoot her also, but Cersei says they will kill Jaime. He then commands the Hound to hit Sansa, but Ser Dontos intervenes by whacking her over the head with his morning star, a melon on the end of a stick. People are laughing, but despite Sansa's prayers, Joffrey does not. Instead, he calls to his Kingsguard, telling them to save her face. Sir Meryn Trant flings Dontos down while Sir Boros first slams a fist into Sansa's belly, and then starts to lay the flat of his blade across her thighs. The Hound rasps enough, but the king orders Boros to make her naked, and he tears the silk of her bodice away, exposing her breasts. She can hear sniggers as Joffrey orders her beat bloody. At that point, a voice demands, "What is the meaning of this?" Sansa looks to see the arrival of a furious Tyrion Lannister, flanked by his sellsword and one of his tribesmen who demands Blount tell him what sort of knight beats helpless maids. Sir Boros replies, "One that serves his king," drawing his sword, with Sir Meryn stepping beside him. Bronn warns them to be careful, as they don't want to get blood all over their white cloaks. Tyrion asks for someone to give Sansa something to cover herself with, and Sandor tosses her his cloak. Tyrion then asks Joffrey whether he has no regard for her honor, considering that she is to be his queen one day. Joffrey replies that he is punishing her for having the blood of the wolf, and Tyrion replies that Joffrey has the wits of a goose. Joffrey insists that the king can do as he likes, and Tyrion asks if he knows what happened to Aerys II Targaryen, who also did what he liked. Sir Boros warns Tyrion that no one is to threaten the king, but Tyrion responds he is only educating him, and then tells Bronn and Timett to kill Sir Boros if he opens his mouth again. When Sir Boros, turning red, states that the queen will hear of this, Tyrion asks if they should send for Cersei. When Joffrey has nothing to say, Tyrion tells him to learn to use his ears more and his mouth less, lest his reign be shorter than Tyrion himself. He points out that brutality will not win his people's love, nor his queen's. Joffrey replies that Cersei taught him to value fear over love, and Sansa fears him. Tyrion only notes that it is a pity Stannis and Renly are not 12-year-old girls as well. Tyrion then continues by ordering Bronn and Timett to bring Sansa. They take her to the Tower of the Hand. She is shaking and moving as if she were in a dream. Serving girls clean her up and Maester Franken treats her wounds. Sansa thinks how the Hound hated knights, and now she hates them also. And she does not believe they are true knights. She sleeps. She wakes that night and her legs pain when she gets up. Outside her door, she finds a woman whom she tells she wants to go to the Godswood. She wants to find Sir Dontos and beg him to take her home before it is too late. The woman tells her that Tyrion said she was not to leave. When food comes in the morning, she tells the servant to take it away. Later, Tyrion arrives and tells her that she is a guest, not a prisoner. Tyrion then tells the story of Robb's victory. Sir Stafford's host was encamped outside Oxcross. He explains that there was no army of wargs or sorcery involved, as Sir Lancel claimed, as Lancel wouldn't know a warg from a wart, according to Tyrion. Sorcery is the sauce men spoon over failure to hide the flavor of their own incompetence. Robb's soldiers crept into the camp and cut the horse lines, and then Robb sent his direwolf among them, causing a stampede. The panicked horses trampled the camp, killing many. Most of the rest fled in horror, casting aside their weapons. Among the dead are Sir Stafford, killed by Lord Rickard Karstark, Sir Rupert Brax, Sir Limond Vickery, Lord Crackhole, and Lord Antario Jast. 50 had been taken prisoner, including Jast's sons and Martin Lannister. The incompetent Sir Stafford had not even bothered to post sentries, thinking himself safe and secure in the Westerlands, and most of his army were raw recruits, the sweepings of Lannisport. The only mystery is how Robb reached Oxcross, since Lannister forces hold the Golden Tooth and the men stationed there swear Robb didn't pass them. Tyrion ultimately declares it unimportant. Robb Stark is his father's problem, while Joffrey is his. Tyrion then asks Sansa how she feels about his nephew, and she responds that she loves him with all her heart more than ever. Tyrion is amused and tells her someone taught her to lie well, which she may be grateful for one day. He then asks if she has flowered, to which she answers no. He says that is good and that he does not intend for her to marry Joffrey, since there will never be a reconciliation between the Lannisters and Starks with the way Joffrey has acted, calling it a pity as the marriage was one of Robert I Baratheon's better notions. Sansa is concerned that this is a trick and states that she only wants to be loyal. Tyrion adds, and far from any Lannisters, but admits that he cannot blame her, as when he was her age, he wanted the same thing. He then notes that she visits the Godswood every day and asks what she prays for. Sansa prays for Robb's victory and Joffrey's death, but claims she prays for an end to the fighting. Tyrion tells her there will be another battle between Robb and Tywin Lannister, and that will settle the issue, warning her not to think that Oxcross was significant, and to pray that her brother bends his knee, and he will return her to Winterfell once there is peace. He offers to have some of his clansguard guide her, maybe Chella if she prefers a woman. Sansa, thinking about Sir Dontos rescuing her, tells him that the wildlings frighten her. He responds that they also frighten Joffrey and the Lickspittles and sycophants who make up his Kingsguard, so no one would harm her. When she tells him she would prefer sleeping in her own bed and the tower is where her father's men were slain and their ghosts give her bad dreams, he agrees to have her escorted back to her bedchamber. So Tyrion gives a really good analysis of the war to Sansa in this chapter. They tell me you visit the Godswood every day. What do you pray for, Sansa? I pray for Robb's victory and Joffrey's death, and for home, for Winterfell. I pray for an end to the fighting. We'll have that soon enough. There'll be another battle between your brother Robb and my lord father, and that will settle the issue. Robb will beat him, Sansa thought. He will beat your uncle and your brother Jaime. He'll beat your father too. It was as if her face were an open book. So easily did the dwarf read her hopes. Do not take Oxcross too much to heart, my lady, he told her, not unkindly. A battle is not a war, and my lord father is assuredly not my uncle Stafford. Tyrion is right. The war will be undecided until Tywin or Robb is defeated. It is also noticeable that the Hound is the only member of Joffrey's Kingsguard who doesn't strike her in the books. We also see Dontos trying to protect Sansa, and the Redwyne twins ashamed to be there when Sansa is brought in. Chapter 33. As night descends upon the settlement, Sir Robar Royce, Sir Wendell Manderley, and Catelyn arrive. The sept, with its weathered and uneven structure, adorned with 7 walls symbolizing various gods, becomes the focal point. Catelyn, sensing the gravity of the moment, enters alone, recalling the teachings of Septon Osmond about the distinct facets of each god. Once a source of comfort, the sept now stands as a poignant reminder of a bygone era. The crude chalk drawings in this unfamiliar settlement sharply contrast with the elaborate masks painted by Septon Chade in Winterfell, reflecting the severity of the surroundings and the resilience of people everywhere to find solace amid hardship. Within the sept's walls, Catelyn feels a profound weight of darkness and spirituality. Primitive drawings on the walls unveil a direct relationship between peasants and their gods. Wrestling with her inner struggles, Catelyn implores the Mother for guidance. Amid the flickering weak light, she finds solace in recalling Eddard Stark's faith. The father's visage triggers flashback of friends and family, but the ethereal moment is disrupted by the intrusion of smoke. Wiping her eyes, Catelyn contemplates the contrast of life and death. Hunger interrupts her dream, and she is reminded of the void left by Ned's death. Contemplating the potential fallout of revealing Cersei's children's true parentage, Catelyn envisions the disastrous effects it could have had on both Cersei and her son if King Robert had found out about Joffrey's true father. Catelyn thinks about the shared social disapproval of incestuous offspring by followers of the Seven and the Old Gods. A sudden realization strikes. Jon Arryn and Eddard Stark likely knew the truth, contributing to their tragic deaths at Cersei's hands. The dance between power and deceit becomes apparent to Catelyn, and amid these discoveries, she prays to the many gods seeking protection for her children. The pristine innocence of her prayers shatters as Sir Robar urgently warns her to leave before daybreak. The army marches in a serious and disciplined manner, appearing as a sea of grey troops on grey horses, with subdued flags symbolizing unity before combat. The atmosphere shifts dramatically at Renly's pavilion, where the solid members of the Rainbow Guard, Sirs Emmon Q and Parman Crane, stand out in their colourful gear. Inside, a tense mood prevails as Brienne of Tarth armours the king amid the clinking of armour and strategic muttering. Renly's War Council are having tactical discussions about the upcoming battle. Lord Randall Tarly and Mathis Rowan have conversations over troop disposition and potential battlefield strategies. Realizing how serious things are, Catelyn asks Renly for a meeting. She is told to wait while the discussion builds towards a potential confrontation. "Your Grace," Mathis Rowan said with a sideways glance at Catelyn. "As I was saying, our battles are well drawn up. Why wait for daybreak? Sound the advance. And have it said that I won by treachery with an unchivalrous attack? Dawn was the chosen hour. Chosen by Stannis," Randall Tarly pointed out. "He'd have us charge into the teeth of the rising sun. We'll be half blind." "Only until first shock," Renly said confidently. "Sir Loras will break them, and after that, it will be chaos." Renly then states, "When my brother falls, see that no insult is done to his corpse. He is my own blood. I will not have his head paraded about on a spear." "And if he yields?" Lord Tarly asked. "Yields?" Lord Rowan laughed. "When Mace Tyrell laid siege to Storm's End, Stannis ate rats rather than open his gates." "Well, I remember," which is in reference to the fact that Renly nearly starved because of Mace Tyrell and the men in the tent with him right now. When Lord Tarly asks what to do if Stannis yields, both Renly and Lord Rowan are amused, and Renly recounts how Sir Gawain Wilde tried to escape to surrender to Mace Tyrell during the siege of Storm's End, and Stannis was going to hurl him out using a catapult. He was only dissuaded by Maester Cresson telling him they might have to eat their dead. Mercifully, the Onion Knight saved them from having to eat the flesh of corpses, though Renly notes this was little comfort for Sir Gawain, who died in his cell. "Your Grace," Catelyn had waited patiently, but time grew short. "You promised me a word." Renly nodded. "See to your battles, my lords. Oh, and if Barristan Selmy is at my brother's side, I want him spared." "There's been no word of Barristan since Joffrey cast him out," Lord Rowan objected. "I know that old man. He needs a king to guard. Or who is he? Yet he never came to me, and Lady Catelyn says he is not with Robb Stark at Riverrun. Where else but with Stannis? As you say, your grace, no harm will come to him. The lords bowed deeply and departed. Say your say, Lady Stark, Renly said. Brienne swept his cloak over his broad shoulders. The Lannisters tried to kill my son Bran. 1,000 times I have asked myself why. Your brother gave me my answer. There was a hunt the day he fell. Robert and Ned and most of the other men rode out after boar, but Jaime Lannister remained at Winterfell, as did the Queen. Renly was not slow to take the implication. So you believe the boy caught them at their incest? I beg you, my lord, grant me leave to go to your brother Stannis and tell him what I suspect. To what end? Robb will set aside his crown if you and your brother will do the same, she said, hoping it was true. She would make it true if she must. Robb would listen to her, even if his lords would not. Let the three of you call for a great council, such as the realm has not seen for 100 years. We will send to Winterfell, so Bran may tell his tale and all men may know the Lannisters for the true usurpers. Let the assembled lords of the Seven Kingdoms choose who shall rule them. Renly laughed. Tell me, my lady, do direwolves vote on who should lead the pack? Brienne brought the king's gauntlets and great helm. The time for talk is done. Now we see who is stronger. Renly pulls on his heavy green gold armor. I beg you, in the name of the mother, Catelyn began when a sudden gust of wind flung open the door of the tent. She thought she glimpsed movement, but when she turned her head, it was only the king's shadow, shifting against the silken walls. She heard Renly begin a jest, his shadow moving, lifting its sword, black on green, candles guttering, shivering. Something was queer, wrong. Then she saw Renly's sword still in its scabbard, sheathed still, but the shadow sword. Then Catelyn sees a shadow lifting a sword that takes Renly in the throat. Brienne catches Renly as he stumbles into her, his blood flowing over her armor. So Robar and Sir Aemon come rushing in, and seeing Brienne covered in Renly's blood, immediately assume she killed him. Sir Aemon instantly attacks with a battle axe as Catelyn screams, "No!" Brienne is soon in battle with Sir Aemon and the two men-at-arms with them. Catelyn starts to tell Sir Robar, who hangs back uncertainly, that it was Stannis, only being able to explain it as some sort of sorcery, a shadow, swearing on her husband's grave and her honor. So Robar promises to hold them off and leaves the tent. Brienne has taken out the men-at-arms, but now the armored Sir Aemon is in her wool. Catelyn bashes an iron brazier over Sir Aemon's helm, sending him to his knees, and Brienne, seeing the chance, slashes through the tent side. Catelyn tells her to follow her slowly so they do not raise suspicion. As they escape, Brienne says she saw nothing, and Catelyn tells her it was a shadow, and she could feel Stannis. Brienne swears she will kill Stannis with Renly's sword. They arrive at Catelyn's camp, and Lady Stark explains that Renly is dead, and there will be no battle. Brienne follows Catelyn's urgent instructions to select one of the many extra horses, stressing the importance of making a quick getaway before they are noticed. Catelyn gives them the order to ride fearlessly, and, if needed, to kill anybody who tries to obstruct their departure. Catelyn's thoughts stray into what will happen now as they gallop out of the camp. She muses over how, following Renly's untimely death, Stannis is set to gain all of Renly's political power, amassed in a single evil blow. The lords in attendance, who were previously ardent followers of Renly, must now make the difficult decision to side with the remaining members of the Baratheon. This decision seems unavoidable in the wake of Renly's untimely demise. The terrifying recollection of Stannis branding Robb Stark a traitor and someone who needed to be punished reappears. When Catelyn thinks back to Stannis' menacing warning that Robb's moment for reckoning is inevitable, a cold feeling runs through her. A shadow of approaching danger hovers over her thoughts as she rides. This chapter properly introduces some really important Tyrell Bannermen who we will see in the later books and have real importance in the Winds of Winter. For example, Mathis Rowan is the one Jon Connington and Fagon will have to face when they take Storm's End. Randall Tarley is the one who was holding Marjorie Tyrell before her trial, and is the one who Kevin Lannister thinks is the most dangerous of Mace Tyrell's bannermen. Now, what was the shadow baby that killed Renly Baratheon? Well, we believe similar to what Preston Jacobs does, that it was Teak or the creature was being controlled by Stannis in some way. Our evidence for this is what happens in one of George R.R. Martin's favourite films, Forbidden Planet, where there is a space creature that can't be destroyed and it kills several crew members, but only after Dr. Morbius wakes up from a deep sleep does the creature disappear, which is eerily similar to how Stannis describes what happened the night Renly died. For a long time, the king did not speak. Then, very softly, he said, "I dream of it sometimes, of Renly's dying, a green tent, candles, a woman screaming, and blood." Stannis looked down at his hands. "I was still abed when he died. Your Devon will tell you. He tried to wake me. Dawn was nigh, and my lords were waiting, fretting. I should have been a horse, armoured. I knew Renly would attack at break of day. Devon says I thrashed and cried out, but what does it matter? It was a dream. I was in my tent when Renly died, and when I woke, my hands were clean." When Lord Commander Mormont's men arrive at the Fist of First Men, Jon Snow can't help but agree that it actually looks like a fist plunging up from the ground because of the way the trees and the stones emerge from the surface. He is amazed at the beauty of the landscape, but he is annoyed at Ghost, who keeps running away from the group. The third time he whistles to call him back, Lord Mormont orders him to quit and focus on the task. He can go looking for him later once they are done. Once they reach the top of the hill, the Lord Commander states that it is good ground and orders to set a camp. Thorin Smallwood agrees that it is indeed a good place to settle and calls the place an old and strong one, which causes Lord Mormont's raven to cry out, "Old, old, old!" much to the annoyance of the Lord Commander. Jon did notice that the long walk has taken a toll on the old bear's stamina, and on his mood too. When Jon argues that it will take a while to climb down to get water at the river, Lord Mormont isn't pleased with his observation, so Jon wisely chooses to shut up rather than comment further. Jon knows that although the travelling is really wearing on the Lord Commander, he's trying not to show it. They resolve that they will stock abundant supplies of water. The group sets up the camp in the stone ring that dates back to the Dawn Age, built by the First Men. Once he sets the tent for the Lord Commander, and seeing to the horses, Jon goes down to the hill to find Ghost, that suddenly appears near him, as if to tell him something. Jon tries to bring him back to the camp, but once they get to the edge of it, Ghost hesitates again. He must have smelled something that he really doesn't like, Jon thinks, and feeling a sense of uneasiness, takes his time to observe the position of the camp and the environment around them. The milk water runs close, golden under the last rays of the sun. The horizon is completely covered by white mountains, inhospitable and cold. Woods circle them southward and eastward, like a green carpet of roots, leaves, and logs dotted by the blood red of the weirwoods. Billions of leaves whisper in the wind, whispers hundreds, if not thousands, years older than Jon himself. That realization sends chills down Jon's spine, who thinks that literally everything could be hiding in those woods, and the group has no way of knowing what exactly is in there. Ghost is not the only predator in that forest. Once it gets dark, the arrival of Samwell Tarly interrupts Jon's thoughts, happy to see him. When asked how his day has been, Sam replies that it was overall fine, so Jon decides not to cause worry in his friend's heart and does not share his concerns with him. Jon suggests that Sam prepares the ravens to leave, as Lord Commander Mormont will want to send messages to the Wall while waiting for Qhorin Halfhand. Sam wishes to free them all, since they hate to be caged. He would hate that too if he had wings, Jon says, to which Sam replies that if he were really a raven, he'd be at Castle Black eating pork pie. Once they come back at the camp, they see that the ravens are nervous. They keep squawking, "Snow! Snow!" which makes Jon grow warier and warier. Jon gets inside Lord Commander's tent, where he is talking to some of his officers regarding what to do next. Mormont orders for some spiced wine, and while Jon obliges, carefully mixing the wine to the Lord Commander's taste, he overhears the conversation between him and the officers. According to Jarman Buckwell, following the Milkwater is the easiest way to the Frostfangs. although Mance Rayder will know of their approach immediately. Other options are proposed by Sir Malador Locke, Giant Stair or Skirling Pass. So Otten Withers is against the Frostfangs because of the season, and Lord Mormont states that he does not want to risk Frostfangs unless he has to. His plan is to remain where they are at the Fist, so that they can exploit the better position if the wildlings come for battle. This way, they can use their strategic advantage even if the wildlings outnumber them. He doesn't believe that Craster, although awful, lie to them about the wildlings' whereabouts, so the Rangers will limit their ranging on their side of the river. The officers leave and Jon Snow offers supper to Mormont. Lord Commander Mormont then asks Jon whether Ghost has found any game or not, since he would really fancy some fresh meat to eat. Unfortunately, he hasn't. Then he proceeds to ask Jon what he thinks about keeping the Rangers close. After an initial hesitation, Jon then replies that he doesn't understand how they're going to find his uncle if they stay close. Mormont pushes him a bit and Jon understands his intentions. 300 men leave very visible trails, and the fires from the Fist are visible for miles and miles around. After all, it is easier for a man to find 300 than for 300 to find one, especially in such a vast area where 300 or 3,000 searches wouldn't make any difference at all. Jon mentions that his uncle may be dead, to which Mormont replies that he might still come back as a White. The commander decides to forsake supper and orders Jon to wake him at the first lights. Jon, on the other hand, is very hungry and joins Gren, Dolores Ed, Hake, and Tywin for supper. Tywin states there's a smell he doesn't like, a smell of cold. This makes Jon even more wary, as he remembers that the night the dead came, the air smelled cold. Suddenly, Ghost appears again, seemingly preoccupied. He was the same that night, so when he starts to go, Jon follows into the scary forest. Once he catches up with the direwolf, he's digging something from the ground. Jon fears it might be a body. Jon brushes the loose soil away to reveal a rounded bundle, perhaps 2 feet across. When he pulled it free, whatever was inside shifted and clinked. Treasure, he thought. But the shapes were wrong to be coins, and the sound was wrong for metal. A length of frayed rope bound the bundle together. Jon unsheathed his dagger and cut it. The bundle turned and its contents spilled out onto the ground, glittering dark and bright. He saw a dozen knives, leaf-shaped spearheads, numerous arrowheads. Jon picked up a dagger blade, feather-light and shiny, black, hiltless, dragonglass. What the maesters call obsidian. Had Ghost uncovered some ancient cache of the Children of the Forest, buried here for thousands of years? The Fist of the First Men was an old place, only beneath the dragonglass was an old warhound made from an oryx horn and banded in bronze. Jon shook the dirt from inside it, and a stream of arrowheads fell out. He pulled up a corner of the cloth the weapons had been wrapped in, rubbing it between his fingers. Good wool, thick, a double weave, damp but not rotted. It could not have been long in the ground. And it was dark. He seized a handful and pulled it close to the torch. Not dark, black. Even before Jon stood and shook it out, he knew what he had. The black cloak of a sworn brother of the Night's Watch. So, in this chapter, even before digging out the dragonglass, Jon remarks to himself, whatever was here had been put here recently. So, this seems to confirm that the dragonglass was put there quite recently for the Watch to find. But how would the person who left it buried there know that the Night's Watch would travel so far north and in such great number that they might even have a chance to dig it up? Well, it could be Bloodraven, who would have sent Cold Hands to leave the dragonglass to be found, since they would know about the great ranging ahead of time, and might have actually caused it by having Ghost find the corpses that were brought into Castle Black. However, it might also have been Benjen Stark, who recently disappeared, and the dragonglass was also recently buried in good fresh wool, unlike Cold Hands' wool, which is more shabby than Benjen's clothing. The last candidate is a future Bran or the Three-Eyed Crow, who is not Bloodraven despite the TV show conflating the two, and a future Bran might have used Bloodraven or Cold Hands as his instruments to leave the dragonglass daggers to be found. However, we'll need more information in the Winds of Winter to speculate further. Bran is in the forge working the bellows for Mikken when Maester Luwin sends Albelly for him. The servant announces that Robb sent a raven with news. Albelly carries him to Maester Luwin, where there are Rickon and the two Freys, Big Walder and Little Walder too. The message from Robb informs of victory at Oxcross and Ashvermont. He conquered the stronghold of House Marbrand and that Sir Stafford Lannister was slain in battle. The news does not meet the expectations of the Stark children, as they wished for Robb to come back home. Rickon tugged at the Maester's robe. Is Robb coming home? Not just yet, I fear. There are battles yet to fight. Was it Lord Tywin he defeated? Asked Bran. No, said the Maester. Sir Stafford Lannister commanded the enemy host. He was slain in the battle. Bran had never even heard of Sir Stafford Lannister. He found himself agreeing with Big Walder when he said, Lord Tywin is the only one who matters. Tell Robb I want him to come home, said Rickon. He can bring his wolf home too, and mother and father. Though he knew Lord Eddard was dead, sometimes Rickon forgot. Willfully, Bran suspected. His little brother was stubborn as only a boy of 4 can be. Bran was glad for Robb's victory, but disquieted as well. He remembered what Osha had said the day that his brother had led his army out of Winterfell. He's marching the wrong way, the wildly woman had insisted. Bran doesn't know why, but Osha's fear unsettles him as well. Unlike the Starks, who feel a deep love and affection for each other, the Freys do not care for their kin, as the only thing that seems to matter to them is the succession line, much to Maester Luwin and Bran's disgust. Sadly, no victory is without cost. Maester Luwin turned to the Walders. My lords, your uncle's Lord Steffron Frey was among those who lost their lives at Oxcross. He took a wound in the battle, Robb writes. It was not thought to be serious, but 3 days later, he died in his tent, asleep. Big Walder shrugged. He was very old. 65, I think. Too old for battles. He was always saying he was tired. Little Walder hooted. Tired of waiting for our grandfather to die, you mean? Does this mean Sir Aemon's the heir now? Don't be stupid, his cousin said. The sons of the first son come before the second son. So Ryman is next in line, and then Edwin, and Black Walder, and Peter Pimple, and then Aegon and all his sons. Ryman is too old, said Little Walder. Past 40, I bet, and he has a bad belly. Do you think he'll be Lord? I'll be Lord. I don't care if he is. Maester Luwin cut in sharply. You ought to be ashamed of such talk, my lords. Where is your grief? Your uncle is dead. Yes, said Little Walder. We're very sad. They weren't, though. Bran got a sick feeling in his belly. They like the taste of this dish better than I do. He asked Maester Luwin to be excused. It is Osha who comes to get him to his chambers. Still wondering about her words, he asks her if she really knows the way north that well. She replies that the way is easy. All you have to do is look for the ice dragon and chase the blue star in the rider's eye. This leads Bran to wonder about the existence of giants, children of the forest, and White Walkers. Osha states to have seen the giants, to have heard the stories of the children, and does not give a real answer about the White Walkers. When Bran asks, have you ever seen a three-eyed crow? She laughingly replies that she hasn't, nor wishes to. She leaves him in his rooms right next to the window, where he can see the yard below. A few moments later, Jojen and Mira Reed join him. Bran challenges the boy, stating that his dream didn't really come true, to which Jojen replies that green dreams take strange shapes, and their truth is hard to grasp. Bran wants to hear his bad dream, and Jojen reveals it only after Bran states he'll trust his words no matter how queer they may sound. It is the sea that comes. The sea? I dreamed that the sea was lapping all around Winterfell. I saw black waves crashing against the gates and towers, and then the salt water came flowing over the walls and filled the castle. Drowned men were floating in the yard. When I first dreamed the dream, back at Greywater, I didn't know their faces, but now I do. That Albelly is one, the guard who called our names at the feast. Your Septon's another, your Smith as well. Mikken. Bran was as confused as he was dismayed. But the sea is hundreds and hundreds of leagues away, and Winterfell's walls are so high, the water couldn't get in even if it did come. In the dark of night, the salt sea will flow over these walls, said Jojen. I saw the dead, bloated, and drowned. We have to tell them, Bran said. Albelly and Mikken, and Septon Chael. Tell them not to drown. "It will not save them," replied the boy in green. Mira came to the window seat and put a hand on his shoulder. "They will not believe Bran, no more than you did." Jojen sat on Bran's bed. "Tell me what you dream." Though all Bran feels is fear, he can fight with them, as he has sworn to trust them, and as Stark of Winterfell always honors his sworn word. He explains that he has different kinds of dreams. The wolf dreams in which he hunts, runs, and kills squirrels aren't that bad, because in those dreams he's not a cripple anymore. In other dreams, a crow tells him to fly, and what really scares him is a weird tree calling his name. But the worst kind of dreams are the ones where he falls. He never used to fall before. He could go everywhere just by climbing, and he could always trust his feet. But then he fell, and now he keeps falling all the time in his dreams. Then Jojen calls him Warg. Bran looks at him, his eyes wide. "What?" "Warg, shapeshifter, beastling. That is what they will call you, if they should ever hear of your wolf dreams." The names made him afraid again. "Who will call me?" "Your own folk, in fear. Some will hate you if they know what you are. Some will even try to kill you." Old Nan told stories of beastlings and shape changes sometimes. In the stories, they were always evil. "I'm not like that," Bran said. "I'm not. It's only dreams." "The wolf dreams are no true dreams. You have your eye closed tight whenever you're awake. But as you drift off, it flutters open and your soul seeks out its other half. The power is strong in you." "I don't want it. I want to be a knight." "A knight is what you want. A warg is what you are. You can't change that, Bran. You can't deny it or push it away. You are the winged wolf, but you will never fly." Jojen got up and walked to the window. "Unless you open your eye." To the question on how to open it if it is not there, Jojen replies that he must seek with his heart, for once he'll open it, he'll see past, future, and truth. In the following days, Bran tries to open his third eye and to warn the people at the castle, both without succeeding. Mikken says that he always wanted to see the sea, and that the gods are good to bring it to him, a humble smith. Septon Chael states that the gods will take him when they see fit, though it doesn't seem likely that he'll drown, since growing up on the White Knife made him a strong swimmer. The only one who pays attention to warning is Alebelly, who avoids wells and baths so much that the guards threw him in a tub of scalding water to get rid of the stink. Days after, Sir Roderick returns to Winterfell with a prisoner, Lord Bolton's bastard's personal servant, who stinks as much, if not more, than Alebelly before the bath. It is said that he helped the bastard to murder Lady Hornwood. Maester Luwin and Sir Roderick discuss about longships pillaging and raiding the shores. Leopold Tolhart has sent his nephew Benfrey to deal with them. Sir Roderick comments that the Reapers would never dare if their main strength weren't miles south. He assures Bran that he will not bring Alebelly with him to deal with him, so Bran hopefully thinks that he will not drown if they stay away from the sea. Mira thinks the same, but Jojen disagrees. This makes the siblings fight. Why would the gods send a warning if things can't be changed? To which Jojen replies that the things he sees always come true. Mira says that both Alebelly and Bran should fight their fate, which scares Bran. He wonders if Jojen has seen him drowned as well, to which he replies he saw him and Rickon laying dead at his feet, their face skinned with a red blade. Mira argues that she could kill him, and Jojen replies that the guards wouldn't let her, and even if she'll tell them, they won't believe her. Bran reminds them that he has personal guards too, but Jojen shakes his head, his eyes full of pity. In his green dreams, he saw Bran and Rickon down in the crypts, and his dreams never lie. Whoever sent Jojen the vision of the Walders preferring their meal over Bran's isn't seeing the future, but relaying information faster than what would normally be possible. The same with Bran knowing about their father's death before the Ravens could deliver the news. So Bran has 3 different kinds of dreams, and this is extremely important. The wolf dreams are when Bran shares Summer's skin, and there is nothing too insidious about this. Just Bran exercising his warging abilities while he sleeps, since we know darkness enhances warging powers. Next are the tree dreams, which we suspect are what Bloodraven in the cave sends Bran to communicate with him. These dreams are designed to lure Bran north, and as Bloodraven describes, "I could not come to you, except in dreams. I have watched you for a long time. watched you with 1,000 eyes and won, and now you are come to me at last, Brandon Stark, though the hour is late. However, what is most scary is Bran's three-eyed crow dreams, which Bran thinks was sent to him by Bloodraven, and that he is the three-eyed crow, who told him to fly or die. In A Dance with Dragons, this exchange happens. "Are you the three-eyed crow?" Bran heard himself say. A three-eyed crow should have 3 eyes. A crow? If you read carefully, Bloodraven has no idea what Bran is talking about, and clearly he wasn't the one visiting Bran in those kind of dreams. Moreover, the three-eyed crow has an attitude or personality that isn't similar to Bloodraven at all. When Bran has his first three-eyed crow dream, listen to the crow's dialogue as Bran is falling to his death. A crow was spiraling down with him, just out of reach, following him as he fell. "Help me," he said. "I'm trying," the crow replied. "Say, got any corn?" Then later, Bran begs for help, and the crow says, "That won't do any good. I told you, the answer is flying, not crying. How hard can it be? I'm doing it." We can't really imagine the stoic, wizened, solemn Bloodraven saying this stuff to Bran when you compare it to the stuff Bloodraven says to Bran in the cave. "I saw your birth, and that of your Lord Father before you. I saw your first step, heard your first word, was part of your first dream. I was watching when you fell." They sound like two different people, which is what we think they are. Bloodraven can control ravens, while the three-eyed crow can control crows. And what does Old Nan say about crows? Crows are all liars. Chapter 36. At the small council, Varys reports the mysterious murder of Renly Baratheon. The people present are more interested in the details of his death, but Varys' information changed dramatically depending on who provided the testimony. For some, Renly was murdered by knights of his own Rainbow Guard, or by Stannis Baratheon and his magic sword. For others, it was a woman, maybe a scorned lover, or a servant, or Lady Catelyn Stark at his presence to negotiate a peace between Renly and Robb. The only thing all his little birds agree on is that Renly is dead, and that Loras Tyrell, member of his Rainbow Guard, not only fled with a fifth of Renly's knights, but, in his blind fury, murdered Emmon Key and Robar Royce of Renly's Kingsguard. Tyrion is annoyed at the fact that Loras only took out 2. Cersei is not pleased with the report, as the rumors are too vague and too much information is like no information at all, and they want the truth. Varys replies that the crown pays him well for his service, to which the Queen threatens that the small council may become smaller still. Peter Baelish is delighted at the idea of Varys being kicked out, but the back and forth between the two annoy Tyrion, who comments on Joffrey's disappointment about Renly's death. He was keeping a nice spike just for his head. He then states that it doesn't matter how it happened. Renly is dead indeed, and it must be Stannis' doing, because he's the one who has the most to gain from his brother's death, namely his endless army and bannermen. Many switch side, but not all. The Tyrells, the Tarleys, the Roans haven't. Sir Courtney Penrose refuses to yield Storm's End unless he sees Renly's body. Furthermore, not only Sir Loras has left with a fifth of the knights, he's now headed to Bitterbridge, where his sister and the rest of House Tyrell forces await. Tyrion senses an opportunity in this chaotic situation. There is a chance here, it seems to me. Win Loras Tyrell to our cause, and Lord Mace Tyrell and his bannermen might join us as well. They may have sworn their swords to Stannis for the moment, yet they cannot love the man, or they would have been his from the start. Is their love for us any greater? Asked Cersei. Scarcely, said Tyrion. They loved Renly, clearly. But Renly is slain. Perhaps we can give them good and sufficient reasons to prefer Joffrey to Stannis, if we move quickly. What sort of reasons do you mean to give them? Gold reasons? Littlefinger suggested at once. Varys notes that you can't bribe all of them, and Tyrion adds that they might buy some lesser house, but never Highgarden, the wealthiest house in the whole 7 kingdoms, second only to the Lannisters. So he proposes to take inspiration from the late Renly Baratheon and forge the alliance through a marriage, despite his betrothal to Sansa Stark. Varys understood the quickest. You think to wed King Joffrey to Margaery Tyrell? I do. Renly's young queen was no more than 15, 16, he seemed to recall. older than Joffrey, but a few years were nothing. It was so neat and sweet he could taste it. Joffrey is betrothed to Sansa Stark, Cersei objected. Marriage contracts can be broken. What advantage is there in wedding the king to the daughter of a dead traitor? Littlefinger spoke up. You might point out to his grace that Tyrells are much wealthier than the Starks, and that Marjorie is said to be lovely and bettable besides. Yes, said Tyrion. Jeff ought to like that well enough. Cersei objects that the king is too young to think about these kinds of things, to which Tyrion replies that he was the same age when he married. Cersei dismisses the episode as a shame for the family and claims Joffrey to be made of finer stuff. So fine that he had Sir Boris rip off Sansa's gown. He was angry with the girl. He was angry with the cook's boy who spilled the soup last night as well, but he didn't strip him naked. This was not a matter of some spilled soup. No, it was a matter of some pretty teats. After that business in the yard, Tyrion had spoken with Varys about how they might arrange for Joffrey to visit Chateyrs. A taste of honey might sweeten the boy, he hoped. He might even be grateful, gods forbid, and Tyrion could do with a shade more gratitude from his sovereign. It would need to be done secretly, of course. The show had this take place, whereas in the books, Tyrion never gets around to it, we don't think. The show does like hating Joffrey by having him, not Cersei, kill Robert's bastards. The debate about the new marriage proposal is heated. Cersei is hesitant to break the betrothal with Sansa, while Tyrion and Littlefinger push for Marjorie Tyrell. Doubtless you know your son better than I do, he made himself tell Cersei. But regardless, there's still much to be said for a Tyrell marriage. It may be the only way that Joffrey lives long enough to reach his wedding night. Littlefinger agreed. The Stark girl brings Joffrey nothing but her body, sweet as that may be. Marjorie Tyrell brings 50,000 swords and all the strength of Highgarden. Indeed. Varys laid a soft hand on the Queen's sleeve. You have a mother's heart, and I know his grace loves his little sweetling. Yet, kings must learn to put the needs of the realm before their own desires. I say this offer must be made. The Queen pulled free of the eunuch's touch. You would not speak so if you were a woman. Say what you will, my lords, but Joffrey is too proud to settle for Renly's leavings. He will never consent. Tyrion shrugged. When the king comes of age in 3 years, he may give or withhold his consent as he pleases. Until then, you are his regent, and I am his hand, and we will marry whomever we tell him to marry, leavings or no. Cersei's quiver was empty. Make your offer then. But God save you all if Joff does not like this girl. I'm so pleased we can agree, Tyrion said. Now, which of us shall go to Brittlebridge? We must reach Sir Loras with our offer before his blood can cool. They can't simply send someone who might just blindly repeat the council words without treating and mindlessly agreeing to a potential unbeneficial agreement. The envoy needs to be someone the crown can trust, and a person skilled in diplomacy. Cersei then candidates Tyrion, since, as Hand of the King, he speaks with his voice, and he's not lacking in wits. Then the imp rebukes with Cersei, who's the Queen Mother, and certainly knows her son better than anyone. This quarrel between siblings is interrupted by Littlefinger, who proposes himself as an ambassador on very reasonable grounds. Your Grace, my Lord Hand, said Littlefinger, the king needs both of you here. Let me go in your stead. You? What gain does he see in this? Tyrion wondered. I am the king's counsel, yet not the king's blood, so I would make a poor hostage. I knew Sir Loras passing well when he was here at court, and gave him no cause to mislike me. Mace Tyrell bears me no enmity that I know of, and I flatter myself that I am not unskilled in negotiation. He has us. Tyrion did not trust Peter Baelish, nor did he want the man out of his sight. Yet what other choice was left of him? It must be Littlefinger or Tyrion himself, and he knew full well that if he left King's Landing for any length of time, all that he had managed to accomplish would be undone. Then they agree on 300 golden cloaks, 20 knights, and 20 squires as Littlefinger's escort, plus golden and fine horses to buy some of the lesser lords they've mentioned earlier. One of the Redwyne twins, Sir Hobar, will join the party to be returned to his father as a sign of goodwill, while the other, Sir Horace, will stay in King's Landing as a warning. Littlefinger demands a commission signed by all the small council member with their personal sigils that guarantees his right to speak for the crown, on which Tyrion agrees, and finally demands for a fair compensation after the deed is done. When the Queen annoyingly asks what it is that he wants, he smiles and simply replies that he still needs to think about it. Once the session is over, Cersei assumes a strangely welcoming attitude towards Tyrion, kissing him on the brow for the first time since they were children, and admitting that he was more than helpful and not the useless burden she actually thought he would be. With a little laughter, she also asks for Tyrion's forgiveness for her behaviour, to which a surprised Tyrion replies there's nothing to be forgiven, but he does not buy it. Too astonished for words, Tyrion can only watch her stride off down the hall, Sir Preston at her side. "Have I lost my wits, or did my sister just kiss me?" he asked Bronn when she was gone. "Was it so sweet?" It was unanticipated. Cersei had been behaving queerly of late. Tyrion found it very unsettling. "I am trying to recall the last time she kissed me. I could not have been more than 6 or 7. Jaime had dared her to do it. The woman's finally taken note of your charms." "No," Tyrion said. "No, the woman is hatching something. Best find out what, Bronn. You know I hate surprises." So, this chapter showcases how the real people that Littlefinger wanted to ally with were always the Tyrells and Renly. Since, like him, they are ambitious, upstarts with no claim to the Iron Throne, or even really Highgarden for that matter, but have the drive and determination to seize what they want. Renly probably was Littlefinger's ideal partner along with the Tyrells, which is why he was so keen to be the envoy and bring them in to the Lannister regime. In Chapter 37, Benfred Talhart, sent to deal with the Ironborn pillaging the coasts of the north, has found out that they're following the lead of Theon Greyjoy. He calls him a traitor for that, spitting on his cheek when questioned by Theon himself. The act of spitting is seen as an insult by Aeron Dampier, who declares that spitting on one Ironborn is to spit on all of them. Therefore, Benfred Talhart must die, and die the old way. Even if in his thoughts, Theon finds the practice of sacrificing enemies to the drowned god appalling, he cannot afford to go against his uncle, who not only is the interpreter of the drowned god's voice, but is also his father's eyes, sent to spy on him and check on his doing. When his men take away Benfred, Theon tries to convince himself that to be drowned is a kindness, since Stig is not really an expert headsman and Benfred's neck is thick with muscles and fat. Theon distantly remembers making fun of him for that, when, a few years prior, he spent a fortnight in his company with Robb and Eddard Stark, which makes him feel even worse. His men are celebrating, but this victory leaves a sour taste in Theon's mouth, since what just happened resembles more of a slaughter than a real battle. Talhart hadn't even sent out a scout. The Ironborn are knelt on the men they slayed, seeking out their bodies to take their jewelry and pay the iron price. Theon lingers on the thought of doing the same, but then his mind goes to Eddard Stark, to what he might have thought of that, which makes him even angrier. Stark is dead and rotting, and naught to me. One of his men, Todrick, is even drunk, contrasting his direct orders, which brings him to act. Old Botley, who was called Fish Whiskers, sat scowling by his pile of plunder, while his 3 sons added to it. One of them was in a shoving match with a fat man named Todrick, who was reeling among the slain with a horn of ale in one hand and an axe in the other, clad in a cloak of white fox fur only slightly stained by the blood of its previous owner. Drunk, Theon decided, watching him bellow. It was said that the Iron Men of old had oft been blood drunk in battle, so berserk that they felt no pain and feared no foe, but this was a common ale drunk. "Wex, my bow and quiver." The boy ran and fetched them. Theon bent the bow and slipped the string into its notches as Todrick knocked down the Botley boy and flung ale into his eyes. Fish Whiskers leapt up, cursing, but Theon was quicker. He drew on the hand that clutched the drinking horn, figuring to give them a shot to talk about, but Todrick spoiled it by lurching to one side just as he loosed. The arrow took him through the belly. The looters stopped to gape. Theon lowered his bow. "No drunkards," I said, "and no squabbles over plunder." On his knees, Todrick was dying noisily. Botley, silence him. Fish Whiskers and his sons were quick to obey. They slit Todrick's throat as he kicked feebly, and were stripping him of cloak and rings and weapons before he was even dead. Now they know I mean what I say. Lord Balon might have given him the command, but Theon knew that some of his men saw only a soft boy from the Greenlands when they looked at him. "Anyone else have a thirst?" No one replied. Good. He kicked at Benfrin's fallen banner, clutched in the dead hand of the squire who'd borne it. A rabbit skin had been tied below the flag. Why rabbit skins? He had meant to ask. But being spat on had made him forget his questions. He tossed his bow back to Wex and strode off, remembering how elated he'd felt after the Whispering Wood and wondering why this did not taste as sweet. Talhart, you bloody overproud fool. You never even sent out a scout. He then thinks about how they ended up here, how prepared he was to meet his opponent, and then how unprepared he was at the fact that his enemy would be Benfred Talhart, a man he knew and shared meals with. Talhart's limp and swollen body is being lifted on the Sea Bitch, his ship docked on a now empty village. All the men but a handful have been executed. The ones allowed to leave would spread the word of their coming in Torrhen Square, and the women have been claimed for salt wives, save for the old and the ugly ones. The ones with any kind of skill and seemed unlikely to cause trouble are taken for thralls. None of it is of his liking, probably because of his Greenland's upbringing, the same upbringing that the Ironborn frown upon, and the reason why they don't really recognize Theon as their commander. That is why his Lord Father had commanded Asha to take a castle with her own ship. He is really resentful to be second to his sister, especially if bards are going to sing of her and forget about him, but only if he allows it. He then approaches Dagmere Cleftjaw, who had raised him as a child and taught him how to use a sword before Eddard Stark took him as a hostage. Theon calls him uncle, even if they're not really related. Dagmere Cleftjaw stood by the high-carved prow of his longship, Foam Drinker. Theon had assigned him the task of guarding the ships. Otherwise men would have called it Dagmere's victory, not his. A more prickly man might have taken that for a slight, but the Cleftjaw had only laughed. "The day is won," Dagmere called down, "and yet you do not smile, boy. The living should smile, for the dead cannot." He smiled himself to show how it was done. It made for a hideous sight. Under a snowy white mane of a hair, Dagmere Cleftjaw had the most gut-churning scar Theon had ever seen, the legacy of the long axe that had near killed him as a boy. The blow had splintered his jaw, shattered his front teeth, and left him 4 lips where other men had but 2. A shaggy beard covered his cheeks and neck, but the hair would not grow over the scar, so a shiny seam of pukered, twisted flesh divided his face like a crevice through a snowfield. "We could hear them singing," the old warrior said. "It was a good song, and they sang it bravely. They sang better than they fought. Harps would have done them as much good as their lances did. How many men are lost?" "Of ours?" Theon shrugged. "Todrick. I killed him for getting drunk and fighting over loot." "Some men are born to be killed." A lesser man might have been afraid to show a smile as frightening as his, yet Dagmere grinned more often and more broadly than Lord Balon ever had. Theon knows he needs him for his plan to succeed, so he follows him on his ship. Every captain is a king on his ship. Therefore, the formalities of rank are forgotten here, and men speak more truthfully. Theon cannot proceed with his plan without Dagmere's support, especially since he cannot win his uncle, and he needs at least one of them on his side to bring his scheme to life. "Your Lord Father commanded us to harry the coast, no more." Eyes pale as sea foam watched Theon from under those shaggy white eyebrows. Was it disapproval he saw there, or a spark of interest? The latter, he thought. Hoped. "You are my father's man, his best man, and always have been." Pride, Theon thought. He is proud. I must use that. His pride will be the key. There is no man in the Iron Islands half so skilled with a spear or sword. "You have been away too long, boy. When you left, it was as you say. But I am grown old in Lord Greyjoy's service. The singers call Andric best now. Andric the Unsmiling, they name him. A giant of a man. He serves Lord Drum of Old Wick, and Black Lauren and Carl the Maid are near as dread. This Andric may be a great fighter, but men do not fear him as they fear you." "Aye, that's so," Dagmere said. The fingers curled around the drinking horn were heavy with rings, gold and silver and bronze, set with chunks of sapphire and garnet and dragonglass. He had paid the iron price for every one, Theon knew. "If I had a man like you in my service, I should not waste him on this child's business of harrying and burning. There is no work for Lord Balon's best man. Dagmer's grin twisted his lips apart and showed the brown splinters of his teeth. "Nor for his true-born son?" he hooted. "I know you too well, Theon. I saw you take your first step, helped you bend your first bow. It's not me who feels wasted." Theon admits his bitterness over his father's clear favoritism towards Asha, to which Dagmer replies not to worry too much about it. It is only so because all of Balon's sons had been taken away from him that his only daughter became his solace, which makes Theon even more adamant in his purpose. He explains that he means to win a great deed to prove himself the true heir of Balon Greyjoy and hand a new kingdom to his father. "What would my part be in this scheme of yours, boy?" Dagmer Cleftjaw asked after a long silence, and Theon knew he had won. "To strike terror into the heart of the foe, as only one of your name could do. You'll take the great part of our force and march on Torrens Square. Helman Talhart took his best men south, and Benfred died here with their sons. His uncle Leopold will remain, with some small garrison. If I had to be able to question Benfred, I would know just how small. Make no secret of your approach. Sing all the brave songs you like. I want them to close their gates. Is this Torrens Square or a strong keep? Strong enough. The walls are stone, 30 feet high, with square towers at each corner and a square keep within. Stone walls cannot be fired. How are we to take them? We do not have the numbers to storm even a small castle. You will make camp outside their walls and set to building catapults and siege engines. That is not the old way. Have you forgotten? Iron men fight with swords and axes, not by flinging rocks. There is no glory in starving out a foeman. Leopold will not know that. When he sees you raising siege towers, his old woman's blood will run cold, and he will bleat for help. Stay your archers, uncle, and let the raven fly. The castellan at Winterfell is a brave man, but age has stiffened his wits as well as his limbs. When he learns that one of his king's bannermen is under attack by the fearsome Dagmer Cleftjaw, he will summon his strength and ride to Talhart's aid. It is his duty. Sir Roderick is nothing if not dutiful. Any force he summons will be larger than mine, Dagmer said, and these old knights are more cunning than you think, or they would never have lived to see their first grey hair. You set us a battle we cannot hope to win, Theon. This Torrens Square will never fall. Theon smiled. It's not Torrens Square I mean to take. What a great song would bards make of that. So for this analysis, I would like to talk about Jon IV and Theon III as example of characters in A Song of Ice and Fire being manipulated by potentially Bloodraven or a future Bran. So we know Bloodraven wants Bran to come north, but Bran is a cripple and safe in Winterfell. So why would Bran take such a perilous journey? Well, first you send Jojen and Mira to guide him under the false pretense that if he goes, Bran will one day be able to walk. Jojen seems to have all the answers Bran wants, and Bran is also smitten with Mira. Next, send Theon dreams that inspire him to take Winterfell, an absolutely stupid decision since he can't possibly hold it. But this is what forces Bran to leave Winterfell. But how to get past the wall? Well, that's where Jorah Mormont's plan to station the Night's Watch at the Fist of the First Men is so critical. By positioning himself here, the wildlings or White Walkers have no choice but to attack them, and this would allow Bran to get through the wall, since Samwell will be separated with Gilly's baby and brought to the Black Gate by Cold Hands. Now, if you think this is far too convoluted and unrealistic, please watch Preston Jacobs' Night Watch, The War of the Raven, Part 4, and it shows that Mormont's Raven was influencing the Old Bear, which is probably being controlled by Bloodraven, and this same Raven is the one that gets Jon elected Lord Commander in A Storm of Swords. Chapter 38. Harrenhal Castle is in turmoil for Tywin Lannister's imminent departure. Men stood on the beds of wagons loading casks of wine, sacks of flour, and bundles of new-fletched arrows. Smiths straightened swords, knocked dents from breastplates, and shoed destriers and pack mules alike. Mail shirts were tossed in barrels of sand and rolled across the lumpy surface of the flowstone yard to scour them clean. Weeze's women had 20 cloaks to mend, 100 more to wash. The high and humble crowded into the sept together to pray. Outside the walls, tents and pavilions were coming down. Squires tossed pails of water over cookfires, while soldiers took out their oil stones to give their blades one last good lick. The The noise was a swelling tide, horses blowing and whickering, lords shouting commands, men-at-arms trading curses, camp followers squabbling. The first one to march, and to make a great show of it, is Sir Adam Marbrand, an courtier of the same copper colour of his hair. The servants of the castle whisper that he is Lord Tywin's best swordsman and most valiant knight, all of which makes Arya ferociously wish for the death of the knight and of all of his men, who are set to fight against Robb. At Harrenhal, they don't really know what happened in the west. Some say that Robb conquered Castle Rock, some that he burnt Lannisport to the ground, others that he was besieging the Golden Tooth. But one thing is for sure, a great victory has been won by the North. Arya's duties in the castle include sending messages that bring her even beyond the wall of the fortress, giving her possibilities to escape. Unfortunately, she's too scared of Wheeze to do so, because his threats do not include beating or sexual violence. They aim to do something so much worse. Whoever is going to be caught trying to escape will be left to the hands of Vhagar Hoat, who was renewed as the Crippler. Fearing to have her extremities cut off, Arya wishes for Wheeze's death, so that she might try to escape. But she only does so when he's not around, because he claims to be able to smell what you're thinking, a terrible perspective for the Stark girl in incognito. The good thing about delivering messages is that Wheeze doesn't even imagine that she can read, so he doesn't even bother to seal the letters that he gives to Arya, known in Harrenhal as Weasel. So Arya gets to peek at them. Even if they're for the most part boring and unimportant, like now, he has sent her to a squire who owes Wheeze a gambling debt, as written in the message. The squire doesn't know how to read, so Arya tells him what the message is about, enraging the squire. She manages to get away thanks to her agility, and even steal a silver cup that she later brings to Wheeze as payment. This earns her a promise from the man. They'd share supper that night. What really occupies Arya's mind, though, is to find again Jaqen H'ghar to whisper another name to take before all those she hates will end up beyond their reach. The Hound, Raff, Dunsen, and Polliver. And Tywin Lannister, of course. The afternoon she is set to find Jaqen to whisper a new name. Wheeze commands her to go to the armory to tell Lucan that Sir Lionel needs a new sword. When she enters, half of the forgers are at work, and among the busy smith, she finds Gendry. His bare chest is slick with sweat, but his blue eyes have the same stubborn look that she remembered, and Arya is surprised in realizing that after all that happened, she still wishes to talk to him. So she gets close, and with the excuse of finding Lucan, she speaks to him. "Which one is Lucan?" She thrusts out the paper. "I'm to get a new sword for Sir Lionel." Never mind about Sir Lionel. He drew her aside by the arm. "Last night, Hot Pie asked me if I heard you yell Winterfell back at the Holdfast when we were all fighting on the wall." "I never did." "Yes, you did. I heard you too." "Everyone was yelling stuff," Arya said defensively. "Hot Pie yelled Hot Pie. He must have yelled it 100 times. "It's what you yelled that matters. I told Hot Pie he should clean the wax out of his ears, that all you yelled was go to hell. If he asks you, you better say the same." "I will," she said, even though she thought go to hell was a stupid thing to yell. She didn't dare tell Hot Pie who she really was. Maybe I should say Hot Pie's name to Jaqen. "I'll get Lucan," Gendry said. Lucan grunted at the writing, though Arya did not think he could read it, and pulled down a heavy longsword. "This is too good for that oaf, and you tell him I said so," he said as he gave her the blade. "I will," she lied. If she did any such thing, Wheeze would beat her bloody. Lucan could deliver his own insults. Holding the longswords bring back memories of Needle, even if this sword is much heavier than hers. She could use it even if she's not a water dancer yet, because she's not a mouse either. She suddenly realizes that the gates are open, the stable boys can't read, and she can pretend to be in need of a horse for Sir Lionel and simply run away. Her thoughts linger on a plan to escape, but if they catch her, Wheeze will give her to Vargo Hoat, and he'll cut her feet. Luckily, a group of archers passes by, and she overhears their conversation. "Giants, I tell you. He's got giants 20 foot tall come down from beyond the wall. Follow him like dogs. Not natural, coming on them so fast, in the night and all. He's more wolf than man, all them Starks are." "Get on your wolves and giants. The boy'd piss his pants if he knew he was coming. He wasn't man enough to march on Harrenhal, was he? Ran the other way, didn't he? He'd run now if he knew what was best for him." "So you say, but But might be the boy knows something we don't. Maybe it's us ought to be run. Yes, Arya thought. Yes, it's you who ought to run. You and Lord Tywin, and the Mountain, and Sir Adam, and Sir Armory, and stupid Sir Lionel, whoever he is. All of you better run, or my brother will kill you. He's a Stark. He's more wolf than man, and so am I. Her Stark identity is strong inside of her. Whis catches her and slaps her with the back of his hand because she's been too slow. Humiliation made her realize that thinking about Robb has made a wolf of her again, if only for 1 second. But that slap has taken it away from her, leaving only fear and rage. He sends her with another message, and she better run if she wants to have dinner that night. He also threatens to slap her again if he catches her looking at him with that insolent look in her eyes again. This seals his destiny. He will not hit her. He will never hit anyone again. Arya has made up her mind about the second name to deliver to Jaqen. The girl finds him after an unfortunate encounter with Rorge, who threatens to her and makes fun of her for not being that brave now that he's not in chains anymore. The man is scared of Jaqen, so he reveals her his whereabouts and leaves. Jaqen is in the bathhouse and hears her approaching, even though Arya tried to be quiet as possible. She crept up quiet as a shadow, but he opened his eyes all the same. She steals in on little mice feet, but a man hears, he said. How could he hear me, she wondered, and it seemed as if he heard that as well. The scuff of leather on stone sings loud as war horns to a man with open ears. Clever girls go barefoot. I have a message. Arya eyed the serving girl uncertainly. When she did not seem likely to go away, she leaned in until her mouth was almost touching his ear. Whis, she whispered. She then leaves and delivers Wys's original message about Lord Tywin's wine barrels to Tuffleberry. The man cannot have his lads deliver the barrels, so in the end, Wys has to use 6 of his men to complete the task instead of using Tuffleberry's sons as he intended to. At supper time, Wys calls for Arya, leading her to mistakenly think that he remembers about the promise to share dinner with her, which makes her feel bad for calling for his death. I saw you looking at me. Wys wiped his finger on the front of her shift. Then he grabbed her throat with one hand and slapped her with the other. What did I tell you? He slapped her again. Backhand. Keep those eyes to yourself, or next time I'll spoon one out and feed it to my... A shove sent her stumbling to the floor. Her hem caught on a loose nail in the splintered wooden bench and ripped as she fell. You'll mend that before you sleep, Wys announced as he pulled the last bit of meat off the capon. When he was finished, he sucked his fingers noisily and threw the bones to his ugly spotted dog. Wys is the first name in the list that night. She wondered for how long he'll be included on the list and falls asleep dreaming of the morning after, hoping he'll be dead by then. His boots wake her, though, as always. He assures her that now that Lord Tywin is going to go, her duties aren't going to be any lighter. If anything, there are just going to be less people to fence for the enormous castle, so she better put herself at work. That day, Lord Tywin Lannister and all his remaining forces leave Harrenhal to fight off Robb, and Arya realizes that she should have whispered to Jaqen his name, or the name of someone who really mattered, not Wys and Chiswick. She has whispered names of no one. A shiver crept up Arya's spine as she watched them pass under the great iron portcullis of Harrenhal. Suddenly, she knew that she had made a terrible mistake. I'm so stupid, she thought. Wys did not matter, no more than Chiswick had. These were the men who mattered, the ones she ought to have killed. Last night, she could have whispered any of them dead, if only she hadn't been so mad at Wys for hitting her and lying about the capon. Lord Tywin, why didn't I say Lord Tywin? Perhaps it was not too late to change her mind. Wys was not killed yet. If she could just find Jaqen, tell him. Hurriedly, Arya ran down the twisting steps, her chores forgotten. She heard the rattle of chains as the portcullis was slowly lowered, its spike sinking deeper into the ground. And then another sound, a shriek of pain and fear. Wys's body lays under his dogs, who's chewing off entire pieces of his face. Someone shoos at the dogs. Arya lifted her gaze from the dead man and his dead dog. Jaqen H'ghar was leaning up against the side of the Wailing Tower. When he saw her looking, he lifted a hand to his face and laid 2 fingers casually against his cheek. Only one name left. So, Arya is 100% right. She should have named Tywin Lannister, and this is probably what would have prevented a Tyrell-Lannister alliance, since the chaos wouldn't have allowed them to reach King's Landing in time to stop Stannis. Although, maybe Kevin could have stepped up and taken his brother's command, and as we know, he is very capable and could have led House Lannister's forces and won the Battle of the Blackwater. So maybe it would have changed nothing. It is also a mystery why Rorge and Biter obey and seemingly follow Jaqen. Also, why were they able to go from prisoners to soldiers in Tywin's army so quickly? We also see Adam Marbrand in this chapter, who is honestly the coolest and nicest guy in the Lannister regime. Chapter 40. Seated in a palanquin in the company of Xaros on Daxus, the Mother of Dragons can barely control the disappointment she feels. The Pureborn had refused her ships and soldiers, and only accepted to hear her pleads to see the wonder of the world, her dragons. The Carthene merchant hints at the reason of her sadness, calling it the loss of a dream. But Daenerys firmly replies that the dream is not dead, only delayed. Yet her heart does not feel as sure as her voice. Dressing in the fashion of Qarth did not help her, nor did the amethyst necklace that Xaro gifted her, a collar capable of protecting her from any kind of poison. The Pureborn are said to slip poison in wine cups, but the only thing they offered her was water. Descendants of the ancient kings and queens of Qarth, the Pureborn commanded the civic guard and the fleet of ornate galleys that ruled the straits between the seas. Daenerys Targaryen had wanted that fleet, or part of it, and some of their soldiers as well. She made the traditional sacrifice in the Temple of Memory, offered the traditional bribe to the keeper of the long list, sent the traditional permission to the opener of the door, and finally received the traditional blue silk slippers summoning her to the Hall of 1,000 Thrones. The Pureborn heard her pleas from the great wooden seats of their ancestors, rising in curved tiers from a marble floor to a high domed ceiling painted with scenes of Qarth's 305 vanished glory. The chairs were immense, fantastically carved, bright with goldwork and studded with amber, onyx, lapis, and jade, each one different from all the others, and each striving to be the most fabulous. Yet the men who sat in them seemed so listless and world-weary that they might have been asleep. They listened, but they did not hear, or care, she thought. They are milkmen indeed. They never meant to help me. They came because they were curious. They came because they were bored, and the dragon on my shoulder interested them more than I did. Tell me the words of the Pureborn, prompted Xaros on Daxos. Tell me what they said to sadden the queen of my heart. They said no. The wine tasted of pomegranates and hot summer days. They said it with great courtesy, to be sure, but under all the lovely words, it was still no. Did you flatter them? Shamelessly. Did you weep? The blood of the dragon does not weep, she said testily. Xaro sighed. You ought to have wept. The Carthene wept often and easily. It was considered a mark of the civilized man. The men we bought, what did they say? Mathos said nothing. Wendelo praised the way I spoke. The exquisite refused me with the rest, but he wept afterward. Alas, that Carthene should be so faithless. Xaro was not himself of the Pureborn, but he had told her whom to bribe and how much to offer. Weep. Weep for the treachery of men. Daenerys realizes that she might have a crown, but she is a beggar all the same, just like her brother Viserys had been. To have an audience with the Pureborn was a terribly costly affair. The only way she could afford to bribe some of them and perform all of the expensive rituals was thanks to Xaro's generosity and quick wits. When the word that living dragons inhabited this world once more spread, he made sure that the wealthy and the humble offer a token to the Mother of Dragons, and gifts and wealth flooded Daenerys. Of all the gifts received, lace from Mia, spices from Yitai, amber, dragonglass from Ashai, and more, Dany only kept the crown from the Tourmaline Brotherhood, a three-headed crown fashioned in gold and silver, the heads in jade, ivory, and onyx. The reason why she kept this token is to avoid the fate that doomed her brother Viserys to madness. Once he sold their mother's crown to feed them, all joy and hope was lost in him, replaced by bitterness and sorrow. Dany knows that if she allows it, the same will happen to her. But she also knows that the greatest difference between her and her brother is that she has dragons, and therefore giving up is not an option. She tries to convince the merchant once more, but he stubbornly refuses her, asking once again her hand in marriage. I have no warships. War is bad for trade. Many times I have told you, Xaros on Daxus is a man of peace. Xaros on Daxus is a man of gold, she thought, and gold will buy me all the ships and swords I need. I have not asked you to take up a sword, only to lend me your ships, He smiled modestly. Of trading ships I have a few, that is so. Who can say how many? One may be sinking even now, in some stormy corner of the summer sea. On the morrow, another will fall afoul of corsairs. The next day, one of my captains may look at the wealth in his hold and think, all this should belong to me. Such are the perils of trade. Why, the longer we talk, the fewer ships I am likely to have. I grow poorer by the instant. Give me the ships, and I will make you rich again. Marry me, bright light, and sail the ship of my heart. I cannot sleep at night for thinking of your beauty. Dany smiled. Xaro's flowery protestations of passion amused her, but his manner was at odds with his words. While Ser Jorah had scarcely been able to keep his eyes from her bare chest when he'd helped her into the palanquin, Xaro hardly deigned to notice it, even in these closed confines, and she had seen the beautiful boys who surrounded the merchant prince, flitting through his palace halls in wisps of silk. You speak sweetly, Xaro, but under your words I hear another no. This vain exchange is interrupted by a sudden halt of the palanquin. A fire mage is performing in front of a crowd, and Dany too wants to see. The fire mage had conjured a ladder in the air, a crackling orange ladder of swirling flame that rose unsupported from the floor of the brazier. When the fiery ladder stood 40 feet high, the mage leapt forward and began to climb it, scrambling up hand over hand as quick as a monkey. When he reached the top, the ladder was gone, and so was he. A fine trick, announced Jogo with admiration. No trick, a woman said in the common tongue. It's Quaithe, his face still mysteriously hidden under the red lacquer mask. Daenerys inquires her about what she just said, to which the Shadowbender explains to her that what the mage just did was magic indeed, but not thanks to his skills, rather to the hatching of the dragon eggs. Half a year gone, that man could scarcely wake fire from dragonglass. He had some small skill with powders and wildfire, sufficient to entrance a crowd while his cut purses did their work. He could walk across hot coals and make burning roses bloom in the air, but he could no more aspire to climb the fiery ladder than a common fisherman could hope to catch a kraken in his nets. Dany looked up uneasily at where the ladder had stood. Even the smoke was gone now, and the crowd was breaking up, each man going about his business. In a moment, more than a few would find their purses flat and empty. And now his power grow, Khaleesi, and you are the cause of it. Me? She laughed. How could that be? The woman stepped closer and laid 2 fingers on Dany's wrist. You are the mother of dragons, are you not? She then warns Daenerys to flee the city as soon as possible, for she fears she might never be permitted to leave it all if she won't go. Where would you have me go? She asked. To go north, you must journey south. To reach the west, you must go east. To go forward, you must go back. And to touch the light, you must pass beneath the shadow. Asshai, Dany thought. She would have me go to Asshai. Will the Asshai give me an army? She demanded. Will there be gold for me in Asshai? Will there be ships? What is there in Asshai that I will not find in Qarth? Truth, said the woman in the mask, and bowing, she faded back into the crowd. Both Ricaro and Aggo suggest her to forget Quaithe's words, because it is known that the word of priests who do not show their face to the sun is not to be trusted. Xaro agrees with them and regards them as wiser than they seem. Once in the peace of her chambers, Dany calls for Jorah, whose counsel she now needs more than ever. Her dragons are growing, but it will take time for them to be ready for war, and they'll need training too, otherwise they'd lay the Seven Kingdom to waste. Jorah reveals to Daenerys why Xaro keeps on proposing a marriage to her. On their wedding day, bride and groom ask each other a token of love. Whatever they desire that the other owns, they must give to their spouse. Xaro would clearly rule over Qarth with 1 dragon, but 1 ship would not do much for Daenerys' cause. They discuss where to go. Jorah is completely against Asshai, and even more to go back to Pentos, to Magister Illyroy, who, he reminds her, sold her as a child bride to Khal Drogo. Although reluctantly, Daenerys must admit that Jorah is right. She asks whether she should just invade the Seven Kingdoms with a sellsword army, to which Jorah replies that nothing binds a kingdom together more than a foreign army on its soil. I am their rightful queen, Dany protested. You are a stranger who means to land on their shores with an army of outlanders who cannot even speak the common tongue. The lords of Westeros do not know you, and have every reason to fear and mistrust you. You must win them over before you sail, a few at least. And how am I to do that, if I go east as you counsel? He ate an olive and spit out the pit into his palm. "I do not know, your grace," he admitted, "but I do know that the longer you remain in one place, the easier it will be for your enemies to find you. The name Targaryen still frightens them, so much so that they sent a man to murder you when they heard you were with child. What will they do when they learn of your dragons?" Daenerys refuses to think about the harm that will come to her children if she does not act. When she once again asks Jorah what can she do, the knight simply says, "Go to Pyat Pri." So, we are of the opinion that it is not the return of dragons that is sparking the return of magic, but the Red Comet, which we believe was a Vulcan, if you are not at all familiar with George R.R. Martin's other work. This is what is allowing magic to return to the world of Westeros, not Daenerys. Now, with the prophecy Quaithe gives Daenerys, it can be interpreted a lot of ways. For example, it might mean that Daenerys has to return to Vaes Dothrak, go to Asshai, or even Dany will circumnavigate the globe to attack Westeros from the west at like Castle Rock, with Tyrion telling her how to take the castle. However, with a lot of these ideas, there just isn't time for George to do them, which is a shame and would have been awesome to see. Chapter 41. It is the day of Marcella's departure for Dorne. Tyrion and the entire royal family are gathered to say goodbye to the princess, who is to marry Prince Trystane Martell to secure an alliance with Dorne. Tyrion notes that the princess faces the situation with bravery and dignity, saying all the proper words and even consoling her own little brother, Prince Tommen, who cries for her departure. Tyrion thinks that it's because she is a Lannister, in spite of her Baratheon's name, and Jaime's child as much as Cersei's. The plan to lead the princess safely to Dorne makes the imp uncomfortable for a number of reasons. It hardly follows the faster route, which Tyrion hopes to be the safest at least, stretching all the way to Braavos in order to avoid Dragonstone, and if the plan fails, the Dornish alliance will be lost. Moreover, to properly escort the princess, Tyrion had to part a great number of ships from their already inadequate fleet, leaving the city even more exposed than it already is to Stannis Baratheon, who is in possession of the vast majority of the ships that formed the royal fleet, now in Dragonstone. He cleared his throat. "You know your orders, Captain?" "I do, my lord. We are to follow the coast, staying away in sight of land, until we reach Cracklaw Point. From there, we are to strike out across the narrow sea for Braavos. On no account are we to sail within sight of Dragonstone. And if our foes should chance upon you nonetheless, if a single ship, we are to run them off or destroy them. If there are more, the bold wind will cleave to the Sea Swift to protect her, while the rest of the fleet does battle." Tyrion nodded. If the worst happened, the little Sea Swift ought to be able to outrun pursuit. A small ship with big sails, she was faster than any warship afloat. Or so her captain had claimed. Once Marcella reached Braavos, she ought to be safe. He was sending Sir Aerys Oakheart as her sworn shield, and had engaged the Braavosi to bring her the rest of the way to Sunspear. Even Lord Stannis would hesitate to wake the anger of the greatest and most powerful of the free cities. Travelling from King's Landing to Dorne by way of Braavos was scarcely the most direct of routes, but it was the safest. Or so he hoped. If Lord Stannis knew of this sailing, he could not choose a better time to send his fleet against us. Even now, men are working on his winch tower, completed for 3/4. With them working at that fast-paced tempo, Tyrion thinks he needs only another fortnight to be ready to face Stannis. The High Septon is taking a large amount of time to bless the princess for a voyage, bothering Tyrion, who reflects on the contrast between the fatness of the old man and the level of hunger that the city is suffering. He can feel the unkind eyes of the crowd on them, resentful because the nobility is well fed and they are starving instead. Cersei seems completely unaware or uncaring of the mood of the crowd, preferring to show a bright smile and a laugh at some of Lancel Lannister's jokes. Tyrion knows of their relationship and knows everything about Cersei's plots, since Lancel is now Tyrion's man and reports everything to him. This includes Cersei's intentions of taking to service a hedge knight named Sir Osmond Kettleback and his brothers Sir Osfred and Sir Osney to buy her own force of sellswords. He is not bothered by that, because she doesn't know that they too are his men, for he matches anything she paid them, coin for coin, through Bronn. When the ships finally leave the harbour and Princess Marcella's journey begins, Tyrion witnesses once again Joffrey threatening to harm Sansa and wonders whether Cersei really is that blind to her son's cruel behavior. The imp is worried about many things: his nephew's attitude, his niece's journey, Stannis' fleet, Littlefinger's silence. Tyrion had chosen the ships with care, avoiding any whose captains might be of doubtful loyalty, according to Varys. But as Varys himself was of doubtful loyalty, a certain amount of apprehension remained. I rely too much on Varys, he reflected. I need my own informers. Not that I trust them either. Trust would get you killed. He wondered again about Littlefinger. There had been no word from Peter Baelish since he had ridden off for Bitterbridge. That might mean nothing, or everything. Even Varys could not say. The eunuch had suggested that perhaps Littlefinger had met some misfortune on the roads. He might even be slain. Tyrion had snorted in derision. If Littlefinger is dead, then I'm a giant. More likely, the Tyrells were balking at the proposed marriage. Tyrion could scarcely blame them. If I were Mace Tyrell, I would sooner have Joffrey's head on a pike than his in my daughter. The party heads back to the Red Keep, under the hostile look of the starving crowd. Tyrion knows that Bronn has sellswords scattered through the crowd to keep the situation under control, but he doesn't know if there is a way to do it once the fire is lit. Some people scream Joffrey's name at their passage, but for every man that cheers, 100 stay silent. The situation escalates when a woman runs out in the street right in front of the king's way. She has a terrifying empty look in her face and holds the corpse of her baby up above her head. It was blue and swollen, grotesque, but the real horror was the mother's eyes. Joffrey looked for a moment as if he meant to write her down, but Sansa Stark leaned over and said something to him. The king fumbled in his purse and flung the woman a silver stag. The coin bounced off the child and rolled away under the legs of the gold cloaks and into the crowd, where a dozen men began to fight for it. The mother never once blinked. Her skinny arms were trembling from the dead weight of her son. "Leave her, your grace," Cersei called out to the king. "She's beyond our help, poor thing." The mother heard her. Somehow the queen's voice cut through the woman's ravaged wits. Her slack face twisted in loathing. "Whore!" she shrieked. "Kingslayer's whore! Brother effer!" Her dead child dropped from her arms like a sack of flour as she pointed at Cersei. "Brother effer! Brother effer! Brother effer!" Then someone threw dung at Joffrey, letting the inevitable riot begin. Tyrion never saw who threw the dung. He only heard Sansa's gasp and Joffrey's bellowed curse. And when he turned his head, the king was wiping brown filth from his cheek. There was more caked in his golden hair and spattered over Sansa's legs. "Who threw that?" Joffrey screamed. He pushed his fingers into his hair, made a furious face, and flung away another handful of dung. "I want the man who threw that," he shouted. 100 golden dragons to the man who gives him up." "He was up here," someone shouted from the crowd. The king wheeled his horse in a circle to survey the rooftops and open balconies above them. In the crowd, people were pointing, shoving, cursing one another and the king. "Please, your grace, let him go," Sansa pleaded. The king paid her no heed. "Bring me the man who flung that filth," Joffrey commanded. "He'll lick it off me or I'll have his head. Dog, you bring him here." Obedient, Sandor Clegane swung down from his saddle, but there was no way through that wall of flesh, let alone to the roof. Those closest to him began to squirm and shove to get away, while others pushed forward to see. Tyrion smelled disaster. "Clegane, leave off. The man is long fled." "I want him," Joffrey pointed at the roof. "He was up there. Dog, cut through them and bring..." A turmoil of sound drowned his last words. A rolling thunder of rage and fear and hatred that engulfed them from all sides. "Bastard!" someone screamed at Joffrey. "Bastard! Monster!" Others flung calls of whore and brother effer at the queen, while Tyrion had pelted with shouts of freak and half-man. Mixed in with the abuse, he heard a few cries of justice and Robb, King Robb, the young wolf, of Stannis and even Renly. From both sides of the street, the crowd surged against the spear shafts while the gold cloak struggled to hold the line. Stones and dung and fouler things whistled overhead. "Feed us!" a woman shrieked. "Bread!" boomed a man behind her. "We want bread, bastard!" In a heartbeat, 1,000 voices took up the chant. King Joffrey and King Robb and King Stannis were forgotten, and King Bread ruled alone. "Bread!" they clamoured. "Bread! Bread!" Tyrion spurred to his sister's side, yelling, "Back to the castle, now!" They try to escape, but the starving crowd is mad with hunger and rage and desperation and seriously threatens everyone's life. The king was wheeling his palfrey around in anxious circles while hands reached past the line of gold cloaks grasping for him. One managed to get hold of his leg, but only for an instant. So Mandon's sword slashed down, parting hand from wrist. "Ride!" Tyrion shouted at his nephew, giving the horse a sharp smack on the rump. The animal reared, trumpeting, and plunged ahead. The press shattered before him. Tyrion drove into the gap hard on the king's hooves. Bronn kept pace, sword in hand. A jagged rock flew past his head as he rode, and a rotten cabbage exploded against Sir Mandon's shield. To their left, 3 gold cloaks went down under the surge, and then the crowd was rushing forward, trampling the fallen men. The hound had vanished behind, though his riderless horse galloped beside them. Tyrion saw Aron Santagar pulled from the saddle, the gold and black Baratheon stag torn from his grasp. Sir Balon Swan dropped the Lannister lion to draw his longsword. He slashed right and left as the fallen banner was ripped apart, the 1,000 ragged pieces swirling away like crimson leaves in a storm wind. In an instant, they were gone. Someone staggered in front of Joffrey's horse and shrieked as the king rode him down. Whether it had been man, woman, or child, Tyrion could not have said. Joffrey was galloping at his side, way-faced, with Sir Mandon Moore a white shadow on his left. And suddenly, the madness was behind, and they were clattering across the cobbled square that fronted on the castle barbican. A line of spearmen held the gates, so Jacelyn was wheeling his lances around for another charge. The spears parted to let the king's party pass under the portcullis. Pale red walls loomed up about them, reassuringly high and abswarm with crossbowmen. Tyrion did not recall dismounting. He is in total shock and disbelief at Joffrey's behavior. The king is still screaming and calling the crowd traitors, threatening to have all of their heads. Completely unaware of the consequences of his actions, countless will die because of his temper and what it caused. Completely furious, Tyrion kicks and slaps Joffrey. So Sir Mandon Moore pulls him off. Lady Tanda Stokeworth is crying because her daughter Lollies is still outside, and so is Preston Greenfield, Aron Santagar, and Sansa Stark. Tyrion's blood goes cold at the thought of any kind of harm coming to the Stark girl, because if she's hurt in any way, Jaime might as well be dead. He orders the Kingsguard to go outside to get the Stark girl back, to which the knight reply that the mob will slay them if they see their white cloaks. Neither Tyrion nor Cersei care about their objections and order them once again to find Sansa. The Hound emerges through the gates holding a shocked but overall unharmed Sansa Stark. Tyrion's relief lasts very shortly though, since smoke is rising in the sky and it threatens to reach the Guildhall of the Alchemist, where the dangerous wildfire is. Tyrion was unspeakably wary, but there was no time for despair. Bronn, take as many men as you need and see that the water wagons are not molested. Gods be good, the wildfire. If any blaze should reach that, we can lose all of Flea Bottom if we must, but on no account must the fire reach the Guildhall of the Alchemist. Is that understood? Clegane, you'll go with him. For half a heartbeat, Tyrion thought he glimpsed fear in the Hound's dark eyes. Fire, he realized. The others take me, of course he hates fire. He tasted it too well. The look was gone in an instant, replaced by Clegane's familiar scowl. I'll go, he said, though not by your command. I need to find that horse. Tyrion turned to the 3 remaining knights of the Kingsguard. Each of you will ride escort to a herald. Command the people to return to their homes. Any man found on the streets after the last peal of the evenfall bell will be killed. Our place is beside the king, Sir Meryn said, complacent. Cersei reared up like a viper. Your place is where my brother says it is, she spat. The hand speaks with the king's own voice, and disobedience is treason. Boris and Meryn exchanged a look. Should we wear our cloaks, your grace? Sir Boris asked. Go naked for all I care. It might remind the mob that you're men. They are like to have forgotten after seeing the way you behaved out there in the street. Tyrion let his sister rage. His head was throbbing. He thought he could smell smoke, though perhaps it was just the scent of his nerves fraying. He then orders his clanmen to bring him Timett, son of Timett, and at their refusal, being them from rival clans, he asks for Shagga, to whom he orders to keep Shae safe at the Iron Gate and tell her that he might come in the night or the day after. The list of the slain and the injured is way too long for Tyrion's liking, starting from the High Septon, hated for his obesity while the rest of the city is starving. Sir Preston's corpse had been overlooked at first. The Goldcloaks had been searching for a knight in white armor, and he had been stabbed and hacked so cruelly that he was red-brown from head to heel. Sir Aaron Santikar had been found in a gutter, his head a red pulp inside a crushed helm. Lady Tanda's daughter had surrendered her maidenhead to 100 shouting men behind a tanner's shop. The Goldcloaks found her wandering naked on Sow Belly Row. Tyrek was still missing, as was the High Septon's crystal crown. 9 Goldcloaks had been slain, 2 score wounded. No one had troubled to count how many of the mob had died. "I want Tyrek found, alive or dead," Tyrion said curtly when Bywater was done. "He's no more than a boy son to my late uncle Tyget. His father was always kind to me. We'll find him. The Septon's crown as well. The others can bugger each other with the Septon's crown for all I care." Jacelyn Bywater, the captain of the City Watch, then informs Tyrion of the doubtful loyalty of his men. If the city falls at Stannis' hand, they will not be able to count on the City Watch. They all hate the Lannisters, and Tyrion above all. "They hate my family, is that what you are telling me?" "Aye, and will turn on them if the chance comes." "Me as well?" "Ask your eunuch." "I'm asking you." Bywater's deep-set eyes met the dwarf's mismatched ones and did not blink. "You most of all, my lord." Most of all? The injustice was like to choke him. It was Joffrey who told them to eat their dead. Joffrey who set his dog on them. How can they blame me? His Grace is but a boy. In the streets, it is said that he has evil counsellors. The Queen has never been known as a friend to the commons, nor is Lord Varys called the Spider out of love. But it is you they blame most. Your sister and the eunuch were here when times were better under King Robert, but you were not. They say that you filled the city with swaggling sellswords and unwashed savages, brutes who take what they want and follow no laws but their own. They say you exiled Janos Slynt because you found him too bluff and honest for your liking. They say you threw the wise and gentle Pycelle into the dungeons when he dared raise his voice against you. Some even claim that you mean to seize the Iron Throne for your own. Yes, and I'm a monster besides, hideous and mishappen, never forget that. His hand coiled into a fist. I've heard enough. We both have work to attend to. Leave me. He calls for Bronn and Varys. When they both arrive, his mood could not be lower. Bronn lightly comments on the fact that it would be so much easier to reign if Tommen were born first. But Tyrion understands perfectly the subtext of the sellsword's words. The thought of killing Joffrey sends chills down his spine. He tells Bronn that he could have his head for what he just said, but Bronn simply laughs at his empty threat. "Friends," said Varys, "quarreling will not serve us. I beg you both, take heart." "Whose?" asked Tyrion sourly. He could think of several tempting choices. The Kettleblack brothers Cersei is buying, and Tyrion is also paying off, belong to Littlefinger. However, Tyrion is paying them through Bronn, and Bronn is likely a creature of Varys. So when Littlefinger says this about the Kettleblacks, the Leds are far too treacherous to be part of any scheme, and Osmond has become especially unreliable since he joined the Kingsguard. It was probably Varys, through Bronn, who turned the Kettleblack brothers away from Littlefinger, as we found out in A Storm of Swords. However, the Kettleblack dad still works for Littlefinger. A cool idea from this chapter is that maybe Varys or Littlefinger stole Tyrion Lannister as Jaime suspects in A Feast for Crows, and maybe they were also trying to steal away Sansa as well. But the Hound stopped this from happening. The evidence for this is both of them weren't there at the riot, and the woman with the dead baby could have been staged to incite the mob against Joffrey. Anyway, that's it for this video. If you enjoyed watching, please like and subscribe. We'll be covering Lord of the Rings next hopefully, and then after that, we'll do House of the Dragon or A Clash of Kings Part 4. Once again, thank you to Surfshark VPN for sponsoring this video. Chapter 39, Catelyn. On their way back to Riverrun, Catelyn and her men are spied by a scout of House Frey, who informs them on the ongoing war. The Blackfish is with Robb in the west, and Martin Rivers, a bastard son of Lord Walder Frey, commands the Outriders on Robb's behalf. She asks the scout where is Rivers' camp and commands to be taken to him. The scout asks for news from Bitterbridge, but she replies that she has none. She only mentions Renly's death, to which the scout says that they had hoped it to be just a Lannister's lie. The scout informs her that her brother, Lord Edmure Tully, commands in Riverrun and Robb has won a great victory at Oxcross, and Sir Stafford Lannister has been slain. This news pleases Sir Wendell Manderly, but Catelyn is neutral about it. When she finally meets Martin Rivers, he informs her that Lord Edmure has charged them to keep an eye on her party and escort her immediately to Riverrun's Hole in haste. Catelyn fears it might be for her father, but the base-born man assures her that Lord Holster's condition has not changed. They feared she might stumble upon Lannister scouts, since Lord Tywin has left Harrenhal with all of his power and is expected to be in Riverrun in 3 or 4 days. The thought discomforts her, since Stannis might be doing exactly the same. Her men wanted to hear more of Robb's victory at Oxcross, and River obliged. There's a singer come to Riverrun, calls himself Rymond the Rhymer. He's made a song of the fight. Doubtless you'll hear it sung tonight, my lady. Wolf in the night, this Rymond calls it. He went on to tell how the remnants of Sir Stafford's host had fallen back on Lannisport. Without siege engines, there was no way to storm Castle Rock, so the young wolf was paying the Lannisters back in kind for the devastation they'd inflicted on the Riverlands. Lords Karstark and Clover were raiding along the coast. Lady Mormont had captured thousands of cattle and was driving them back toward Riverrun, while the Great John had seized the gold mines at Castamere, Nuns Deep, and the Pendrick Hills. Sir Wendell laughed. Nothing's more like to bring a Lannister running than a threat to his gold. How did the king ever take the tooth? Sir Perwyn Frey asked his bastard brother. That's a hard, strong keep, and it commands the hill road. He never took it. He slipped around it in the night. It said the direwolf showed him the way. That grey wind of his. The beast sniffed out a goat track that wound down a defile and up along beneath a ridge. A crooked and stony way, yet wide enough for men riding single file. The Lannisters in their watchtowers got not so much a glimpse of them. Rivers lowered his voice. There's some say that after the battle, the king cut out Stafford Lannister's heart and fed it to the wolf. I would not believe such tales, Catelyn said sharply. My son is no savage. However, Robb Stark is already becoming a legend, the young wolf. Catelyn thinks about the day the Stark children found the pups in the late summer snows. 5 were the true-born children of House Stark, and a 6th, different from all the rest, with white fur and red eyes, for Lord Stark's base-born son, Jon Snow. No common wolves, indeed. At that point, Brienne asked Catelyn's permission to leave, since Lady Stark is safely back with her people now. Catelyn should not have been surprised. The homely young woman had kept to herself all through their journey, spending most of her time with the horses, brushing out their coats and pulling stones from their shoes. She had helped Shad cook and clean game as well, and soon proved that she could hunt as well as any. Any task Catelyn asked her to turn her hand to, Brienne had performed deftly and without complaint. And when she was spoken to, she answered politely, but she never chatted, nor wept, nor laughed. She had ridden with them every day and slept among them every night without ever truly becoming one of them. It was the same when she was with Renly, Catelyn thought. At the feast in the Melee, even in Renly's pavilion with her brothers of the Rainbow Guard, there are walls around this one higher than Winterfell's. If you left us, where would you go? Catelyn asked her. Back, Brienne said, to Storm's End. Alone. It was not a question. The broad face was a pool of still water, giving no hint of what might live in the depths below. Yes, you mean to kill Stannis? Brienne closed her thick calloused fingers around the hilt of her sword, the sword that had been his. I swore a vow. 3 times I swore. You heard me. Catelyn has to admit that she agrees vows should be kept, but she also notices that Stannis has many guards and a great host around to keep him safe. Brienne replies that she should have never left in the first place, to which Catelyn states that Renly's death was not her fault, and it serves no one for her to die in the attempt to avenge him. I know how hard it is, Brienne shook off her hand. No one knows. You're wrong, Catelyn said sharply. Every morning when I wake, I remember that Ned is gone. I have no skill with swords, but that does not mean I do not dream of riding to King's Landing and wrapping my hands around Cersei Lannister's white throat and squeezing until her face turns black. This makes Brienne wonder why she is holding her back. Catelyn thinks it could be because of what Stannis said at the parley, but is hesitant. She was taught that good men must fight evil, and what happened to Renly was evil beyond all doubt. Brienne states that Renly was the best of them all. He is gone, Brienne, Catelyn said, as gently as she could. Stannis and Joffrey remain, and so does my son. He wouldn't. You never make a peace with Stannis, would you? Bend the knee? You wouldn't. I will tell you true, Brienne. I do not know. My son may be a king, but I am no queen. Only a mother who would keep her children safe, however she could. I am not made to be a mother. I need to fight. Then fight. But for the living, not the dead. Renly's enemies are Robb's enemies as well. Brienne stared at the ground and shuffled her feet. I do not know your son, my lady. She looked up. I could serve you, if you would have me. Catelyn was startled. Why me? The question seemed to trouble Brienne. You helped me, in the pavilion, when they thought that you were innocent. Even so, you did not have to do that. You could have let them kill me. I was nothing to you. Perhaps I did not want to be the only one who knew the dark truth of what had happened there, Catelyn thought. Brienne, I have taken many well-born ladies into my service over the years, but never one like you. I am no battle commander. No, but you have courage. Not battle courage perhaps, but, I don't know, a kind of woman's courage. And I think, when the time comes, you will not try and hold me back. Promise me that you will not hold me back from Stannis. Catelyn promises that she will not hold Brienne back, remembering that Stannis threatened Robb's life too. The tall girl knelt awkwardly, unsheathed Renly's longsword and laid it at her feet. Then I am yours, my lady. I swear it by the old gods and the new. And I vow that you shall always have a place by my hearth and pledge to ask no service of you that might bring you into dishonor. Arise. As she clasped the other woman's hand between her own, Catelyn could not help but smile. How many times did I watch Ned accept a man's oath of service? She wondered what he would think if he could see her now. The next day they reach Riverrun, and Catelyn realizes that Edmure intends to fight there. Small folk cheer them on as they get into the castle. A camp of bannermen is set on the north bank of the Tumblestone. Piper, Dari, pages, and others. If Edmure called them back, it really means that he intends to battle Lord Tywin there. On the walls of the castle, there are dead men hung, and even though the crows are eating their corpses, the red cloaks show clearly their Lannister allegiance. This makes Catelyn fear that they might have killed Jaime Lannister as well, and if so, her daughters would be dead as well. Her brother Edmure rides out of the castle to meet her accompanied by the steward Wayne, the captain of the guards Sir Robin Ryger, and the master-at-arms Sir Desmond Grell. Catelyn immediately asks about their father's health, to which Edmure replies that he asked for her. I will go to him soon, she vowed. Has there been word from Storm's End since Renly died, or from Bitterbridge? No ravens came to men on the road, and Catelyn was anxious to know what happened behind her. Nothing from Bitterbridge. From Storm's End, 3 birds from the Castellan, Sir Courtney Penrose, all carrying the same plea. Stannis has him surrounded by land and sea. He offers his allegiance to whatever king will break the siege. He fears for the boy, he says. What boy would that be, do you know? Edric Storm, Brienne told them, Robert's bastard son. Edmure looked at her curiously. Stannis has sworn that the garrison might go free, unharmed, provided they yield the castle within the fortnight and deliver the boy into his hands. But Sir Courtney will not consent. He risks all for a base-born boy whose blood is not even his own, Catelyn thought. Did you send him an answer? Edmure shook his head. Why? When we have neither help nor hope to offer, and Stannis is no enemy of ours. Sir Robin Ryger spoke. My lady, can you tell us the manner of Lord Renly's death? The tales we've heard have been queer. Cat, her brother said. Some say you killed Renly. Others claim it was some southern woman. His glance lingered on Brienne. My king was murdered, the girl said quietly, and not by Lady Catelyn. I swear it on my sword. Catelyn then introduces Lady Brienne to the others and states that neither of them had a part in Renly's death, but no more. She does not dare to speak of the shadow there and in front of those men. She asks about the hanged men, and they tell her that those are false envoys who took advantage of Edmure's hospitality to free the Kingslayer. They almost succeeded, as the Kingslayer managed to slay 2 men and wound another one badly before being put in chains again. Now he's guarded in the dungeon, and so is his cousin Cleos Frey, who came as an envoy himself. They don't know whether he was aware of the plot, as he pledges to be innocent, so Edmure put him in Jaime's old tower cell. To Wayne's question whether to expect aid from Stannis against Lord Tywin, Catelyn simply thinks that Stannis has made common cause with a greater and darker power. She then notices that inside the castle walls there are hundreds of common people who would be nothing more than useless mouths in case of siege. When questioned about it, Edmure replies that they are his people and that they were afraid. Catelyn loves her brother for his soft heart, so she questions him about his battle plans. "You do not have the strength to meet the Lannisters in the field," she said bluntly. "When all my strength is marshalled, I should have 8,000 foot and 3,000 horse," Edmure said, "which means Lord Tywin will have near twice your numbers." "Robb's won battles against worse odds," Edmure replied, "and I have a plan. You've forgotten Roose Bolton. Lord Tywin defeated him on the Green Fork, but failed to pursue. When Lord Tywin went to Harrenhal, Bolton took the Ruby Ford and the Crossroads. He has 10,000 men. I've sent word to Helman Tallet to join him with the garrison Robb left at the Twins. Edmure, Robb left those men to hold the Twins and make certain Lord Walter keeps faith with us." "He has," Edmure said stubbornly. "The Freys fought bravely in the Whispering Wood, and old Sir Steffron died at Oxcross, we hear. Sir Ryman and Black Walder and the rest are with Robb in the West. Martin has been of great service scouting, and Sir Perwyn helped see you safe to Renly. Gods be good, how much more can we ask of them? Robb's betrothed to one of Lord Walder's daughters, and Roose Bolton wed another, I hear. And haven't you taken 2 of his grandsons to be fostered at Winterfell?" A ward can easily become a hostage if need be. She had not known that Sir Steffron was dead, nor of Bolton's marriage. "If we're 2 hostages to the good, all the more reason Lord Walder dare not play us false. Bolton needs Frey's men, and Sir Helsman's as well. I've commanded him to retake Harrenhal." "That's like to be a bloody business." "Yes, but once the castle falls, Lord Tywin will have no safe retreat. My own levies will defend the fords of Red Fork against his crossing. If he attacks across the river, he'll end as Rhaegar did when he tried to cross the Trident. If he holds back, he'll be caught between Riverrun and Harrenhal, and when Robb returns from the west, we can finish him for good and all." Catelyn states that she really hopes for the plan to succeed and leaves Edmure to be at their father's side. Lord Hoster's health is as bad as when she left him. He does not think clearly. He thinks Catelyn is her younger sister, Lysa, and that they are not married yet. He is asking for her forgiveness. "It was best," her father whispered. "Jon's a good man. Good. Strong. Kind. Take care of you. He will. And well-born. Listen to me. You must. I am your father. Your father. You'll wed when Cat does. Yes, you will." He thinks I'm Lysa, Catelyn realized. Gods be good. He talks as if we were not married yet. Her father's hands clutched at hers, fluttering like 2 frightened white birds. "That stripling, wretched boy, not speak that name to me. Your duty, your mother." "She would." Lord Hoster cried as a spasm of pain washed over him. "Oh gods, forgive me, forgive me, forgive me. My medicine." Maester Wyman gives him milk of the puppy and Lord Hoster falls asleep. His word makes little to no sense to Cat, who agrees to send a rider to Blackfish since Lord Hoster's end is close. The Maester suggests to send a word to Lysa too, but Catelyn knows that she won't come. She will send a raven anyway, just to please the Maester. The lady goes to her chambers, but she finds Euthyrus and the Silent Sisters in front of the door, waiting for her. She immediately orders to be brought to her husband, who was covered with a banner, white with the grey direwolf sigil. She orders to show him to her, even though only the bones remain. Bones, Catelyn thought. This is not Ned. This is not the man I loved, the father of my children. His hands were clasped together over his chest. Skeletal fingers curled around the hilt of some longsword. Catelyn turned away. That is not his sword. "Ice was not returned to us, my lady," Euthyrdeus said. only Lord Eddard's bones. I suppose I must thank the Queen for even that much. Thank the imp, my lady, it was all his doing. One day I will thank them all. Catelyn gives them another task, to bring the remaining of Lord Eddard Stark to Winterfell, where a statue built in his likeness will sit forever in the crypts, a direwolf at his feet and a sword on his knees to keep his soul inside. She then asked to be left alone with her husband for the night, envying the Silent Sisters for the supposed ability to talk with the dead. So this chapter demonstrates the moment Robb Stark lost the war, because had Edmure Tully just allowed Tywin to cross back into the Westerlands unopposed, he would have been too far away for the Tyrell Outriders to reach him in order to secure an alliance with the Reach, and thereby arriving in time to destroy Stannis Baratheon at the Blackwater. However, at the same time, Edmure's plan was a solid one, with Bruce taking Harrenhal after Tywin's departure, and would have worked if not for Littlefinger's brilliant diplomatic skills. So Tywin was very lucky, but this was just him reaping the benefits of his sound strategy planning by placing himself at Harrenhal to fend off 4 threats at once and only committing when he absolutely had to, since his patience sitting at Harrenhal allowed Stannis to destroy Renly and the Ironborn to attack the Starks. Davos has returned after delivering Stannis' message through the realm. For 8 days he has tried to get an audience with Stannis, but this is the first time he gets to be close to him. Davos has learnt through his son Devon, squire to the king, that terrible nightmares are plaguing Stannis, and that only Lady Melisandre is able to soothe him to sleep. Davos wonders what kind of methods she uses to help the king, and if that is the reason why she shares the pavilion with him now, but dares not to share his thoughts with the king. Stannis seems years older than when Davos left Dragonstone. Now under the walls of Storm's End, Sir Courtney Penrose, the Castellan of House Baratheon's ancient seat, has arrived to parley with Stannis. Sir Penrose doesn't address Stannis as Your Grace, and mocks his newfound allies who just a few days prior were his enemies, sworn to Renly Baratheon. Now that Renly is dead, the majority of them has chosen Stannis, but not all. He knows every new ally of Stannis, even Davos himself, the Onion Knight, but has no idea of who Melisandre is. The negotiations don't go well. You know full well why we are here, said Stannis. You have had a fortnight to consider my offer. You sent your ravens, no help has come, nor will it. Storm's End stands alone, and I am out of patience. One last time, sir, I command you to open your gates and deliver me that which is mine by rights. And the terms? asked Sir Courtney. Remain as before, said Stannis. I will pardon you for your treason, as I have pardoned these lords you see behind me. The men of your garrison will be free to enter my service or return unmolested to their homes. You may keep your weapons and as much property as a man can carry. I will require your horses and pack animals, however. And what of Edric's storm? My brother's bastard must be surrendered to me. Then my answer is still no, my lord. The king clenched his jaw. He said nothing. Melisandre spoke instead. May the Lord of Light protect you in your darkness, Sir Courtney. May the others bugger your Lord of Light, Penrose spat back, and wipe his ass with that rag you bear. Lord Alistair Florent cleared his throat. Sir Courtney, mind your tongue. His grace means the boy no harm. The child is his own blood, and mine as well. My niece Delena was the mother, as all men know. If you will not trust to the king, trust to me. You know me for a man of honour. I know you for a man of ambition, Sir Courtney broke in. A man who changes kings and gods the way I change my boots, as do these other turncloaks I see before me. Sir Penrose goes on questioning on who was responsible for Renly's death. Some accuse Lady Catelyn Stark, some Brienne of Tarth. Much to Penrose's disbelief, who knows Brienne since infancy and is aware of the fact that she was in love with Renly. But Stannis interrupts everyone, stating that it doesn't matter who did the deed. The Lord of Light decided to have Renly killed for treason. So Courtney Penrose has his counter-offer. Single combat by sword, spear, or any other weapon of Stannis' choice. Stannis refuses because he's going to win with the strength of his army anyway, and so Courtney rides back to Storm's End. Stannis then dismisses all of his men but Melisandre and Davos, having the Onion Knight ride with him. The king asks the smuggler what he thinks of Sir Courtney, and Davos warily replies that they are dealing with a stubborn man who keeps his oath where others don't. Stannis tells him that Lord Florent would have Lord Penrose hung by Storm's End to convince Sir Penrose to surrender. Even though it's not wise to go against the Queen's men, Davos states that it would bring nothing good to their cause, only dishonor. So Penrose keeps faith, but the King's men, once Robert's men, then Renly's, and who's next, do not. Stannis laughs and says he has missed Davos. He then goes on telling what he really thinks about his new bannermen. They're different from the good men who fight for Joffrey, believing him the rightful heir, and from the Northerners who follow Robb Stark because they already knew that Renly, being the last of the Baratheon brothers, was not Robert's true heir. Therefore, by proclaiming for him, they chose to become traitors. He has forgiven them because he has to, but he is not forgotten. Davos refers him the rumours from King's Landing that Princess Shireen is not his but Patchface's, but Stannis scolds them and asks him about how the small folk reacted to Renly's death, revealing a hidden and regretful side of him to Davos. "You cannot stop them talking, my liege," Davos said, "but when you take your vengeance on your brother's true killers, the realm will know such tales were lies." Stannis only seemed to half hear him. "I have no doubt that Cersei had a hand in Robert's death. I will have justice for him. Aye, and for Ned Stark, and Jon Arryn as well. And for Renly?" The words were out before Davos could stop to consider them. For a long time the king did not speak. Then, very softly he said, "I dream of it sometimes, of Renly's dying. A green tent, candles, a woman screaming, and blood." Stannis looked down at his hands. "I was still abed when he died. Your Devon will tell you. He tried to wake me. Dawn was nigh, and my lords were waiting, fretting. I should have been a horse, armed. I knew Renly would attack at break of day. Devon says I thrashed and cried out, but what does it matter? It was a dream. I was in my tent when Renly died, and when I woke, my hands were clean." So Davos Seaworth could feel his phantom fingertips start to itch. Something is wrong here, the one-time smuggler thought. Yet he nodded and said, "I see. Renly offered me a peach at our parley, mocked me, defied me, threatened me, and offered me a peach. I thought he was drawing a blade and went for mine own. Was that his purpose, to make me show fear? Or was it one of his pointless jests? When he spoke of how sweet the peach was, did his words have some hidden meaning?" The king gave a shake of his head, like a dog shaking a rabbit to snap its neck. "Only Renly could vex me so with a piece of fruit. He brought his doom on himself with his treason. But I did love him, Davos. I know that now. I swear, I will go to my grave thinking of my brother's peach." They ride back to the King's Pavilion, where Stannis complains about having to attend council meetings and promises Davos that one day he'll make him lord. The Onion Knight asks why to attend them if they're useless, and the king replies that sometimes a good advice comes up. The king then asks for his advice, to which Davos' reply is quick and straightforward. Storm King's Landing at once. The Lannisters can harm him, so Penrose in Storm's End can't. Stannis' counter-argument is that nobody follows him for love, only out of fear, and defeat is the death of fear. He'll give the command of Storm's End to Sir Courtenay's lieutenant, a cousin of the Fossaways, the young Lord Meadows. Stannis then claims that Sir Penrose will be dead before the new day comes, because Melisandre saw it in her flames, just as she saw Renly's death. Davos stutters. He does not understand. "I do not require your understanding, only your service. Sir Courtenay will be dead within a day. Melisandre has seen it in the flames of the future. His death and the manner of it. He will not die in knightly combat, needless to say." Stannis held up his cup, and Devon filled it again from the flagon. Her flames do not lie. She saw Renly's doom as well. On Dragonstone she saw it, and told Selyse. "Lord Valerion and your friend Salladhor Saan would have had me sail against Joffrey, but Melisandre told me that if I went to Storm's End, I would win the best part of my brother's power, and she was right." But, Davos stammered, "Lord Renly only came here because you had laid siege to the castle. He was marching towards King's Landing before, against the Lannisters. He would have..." Stannis shifted in his seat, frowning. Would have. What is that? He did what he did. He came here with the banners and his peaches to his doom, and it was well for me he did. Melisandre saw another day in her flames as well, a morrow where Renly rode out of the south in his green armor to smash my host beneath the walls of King's Landing. Had I met my brother there, it might have been me who died in place of him. Or you might have joined your strength to his to bring down the Lannisters, Davos protested. Why not that? If she saw two futures, well, both cannot be true. King Stannis pointed a finger. There you are, Onion Knight. Some lights cast more than one shadow. Stand before the night fire and you'll see for yourself. The flames shift and dance, never still. The shadows grow tall and short, and every man casts a dozen. Some are fainter than others, that's all. Well, men cast their shadows across the future as well. One shadow or many. Melisandre sees them all. He then adds that he must have Robert's bastard, because Melisandre saw that in the flames as well. Davos understands his orders clearly. He has to smuggle something by boat with the cover of dark. 15 years before, Davos thinks, he had smuggled life in the shapes of onions. Now, to make her visions in the flames come true, he's smuggling death in the shape of Melisandre of Asshai. When on the boat, the Red Woman asks him whether he's a good man or an evil man, to which Davos replies that he considers himself and the majority of men to be both good and evil. Melisandre states that if half an onion is rotten, then the whole onion is bad, and so are men. As they pass through the tight passage that leads to the inside of Storm's End, Davos asks her whether she's good or evil. Good, replies Melisandre with no hesitation. She considers herself a sort of knight. Davos accuses her of having murdered both Maester Cressen and Renly, and Melisandre claims her innocence. Maester Cressen had meant to poison her and ended up poisoning himself, and of Renly, it was not her who murdered him. Davos doesn't believe her. He asks her who had rowed her to Renly like he is rowing her to Sir Courtney now, and she says that there was no need. Renly was not protected in the camp, but Storm's End is another thing entirely. An ancient seat, with spells woven into his stones that no shadow can pass. Davos says that the shadows are a thing of darkness, which makes Melisandre laugh at his ignorance. Shadows are the children of fire, therefore good, not evil. Once Davos starts the boat, Melisandre makes sure to pass the castle walls. They have, Davos assures her, and then assists to the most horrific thing of his life. Melisandre strips naked, heavy with child. As she prepares to give birth, black blood runs down her thighs, and her screams could be of ecstasy or pain or both. The black head of a shadow emerges from her, then black hands, then the entire figure. Davos is petrified with terror. He knows that shadow, and he knows the man that cast it. So, again, this shadow baby is probably Stannis, since the man that cast it is someone Davos knows, and Stannis has king's blood. Stannis also appears years older as Davos describes him, and later we see Stannis' health seriously decline. The show also tells us that in Season 3, which George was a part of, it is probably canon. There is a cool theory that Courtney Penrose was killed by one of his own men and not the shadow baby, and this is just Melisandre taking credit for his death. However, it was meant to turn Davos into a firm believer in the Red God. It seems to have had the opposite effect. Chapter 43. In the dead of night, Jon Snow and his companions in the Night Watch startle awake by the distant sound of a horn. The camp springs into action, everyone on edge, anticipating potential danger. After a tense moment of silence, it becomes evident that no further threat looms. Jon and the others relax somewhat, though remain wary. Jon prepares for whatever may come next, while Mormont emerges from his tent. Also curious about this singular blast, their tension dissipates, but the night remains uneasy. Mormont approaches the fire, stating, "The half-hand," and past time. His growing impatience is palpable. "Ensure there's hot food for the men and fodder for the horses. I'll speak with Corran immediately." The delayed arrival of the men from the Shadow Tower raises anxiety within the Night's Watch. Different viewpoints emerge among the brothers. Some propose retreating to Castle Black, others suggest searching for Corran Halfhand at the Shadow Tower, and a faction propose a bold move into the mountains for a surprise attack on Mance Rayder's forces. Debates ensue regarding the likelihood of success against Rayder's significant army and the associated risks. "I know them as well as you do, Buckwell," Theon Smallwood reported sharply, "and I mean to have their heads. Every one. These are wildlings, no soldiers. We will sweep over them and send them howling back to their hovels." After lengthy debates, the Night's Watch leadership fails to reach a consensus. While the old bear opposes retreating, he is cautious about rushing into battle. They opt to await reinforcements from the Shadow Tower before deciding. Upon the arrival of the Shadow Tower men, Jon notices their worn appearance, suggesting challenges during their journey. Jon identifies Qhorin Halfhand, a respected figure in the Night's Watch, known for his composed manner and resolute decisions. Despite his rugged appearance, he radiates authority and vigor. Qhorin's missing fingers mean that he had to train to learn to use his opposite hand, but he is still incredibly dangerous. Jon calls to him, "Lord Commander Mormont would see you at once. I'll show you to his tent." Qhorin swings down from his saddle. "My men are hungry, and our horses require tending. They'll all be seen to." The ranger gives his horse into the care of one of his men and follows. "You are Jon Snow. You have your father's look. Did you know him, my lord?" "I am no lordling, only a brother of the Night's Watch. I know Lord Eddard, yes, and his father before him." Jon rushes to match Qhorin's pace as they discuss Jon's father, Lord Rickard, and his Night's Watch connections. Qhorin mentions rumors of Jon's direwolf Ghost, who hunts at night. Finding Dolorous Edd cooking breakfast with Mormont nearby, Qhorin reports encountering Alfin Crowkiller, resulting in casualties. Mormont invites them inside for further discussion, offering refreshments. Qhorin opts for boiled water, an egg, and bacon. As they enter the tent, Edd humorously expresses his desire for warmth and alcohol, recounting a tale of a brother drowning in wine. Jon, restless, listens to the discussions inside the tent, unable to discern the words. Despite the victory over Alfin Crowkiller, a notorious wildling raider, Jon senses Qhorin's somberness. He had hoped the arrival of men from the Shadow Tower would lift spirits, but overhears Chet and others expressing doubts about their mission. Lark the Systerman states, "There are giants in the Frostfangs, and wargs, and worse things. I'm not going there, I promise you." "The old bear probably won't give you a choice," Chet replied. "Maybe we won't give him one." Despite considering reporting the conversation to Mormont, Jon refrains, dismissing it as mere fearful chatter. Perched above the forest, Jon ponders the fear of unseen enemies and examines his dragonglass dagger, reflecting on its significance and burial mystery. Having crafted daggers for Gren and Mormont and distributed items to his friends, Jon notices Mormont's preference for a steel knife. Eager to hear the discussion, Jon decides to serve the food Edd prepares for the meeting. Qhorin sits cross-legged, his posture rigid as he speaks by candlelight. He mentions Rattleshirt and other chiefs, along with their wargs and mammoths, emphasizing the strength of their forces, though he doubts the truth of their claims. Mormont stresses the importance of warning the Wall and all the kings, regardless of legitimacy. Qhorin suggests Winterfell as the best hope, urging the Starks to rally the north. Mormont examines maps, contemplating where the enemy might strike. With only 3 garrisoned castles along the Wall, they discuss the need to reinforce Greyguard and other locations. They plan daily patrols and discuss the Wall's role as a barrier. They speculate on Mance's strategy, considering the logistical challenges his army faces in breaching the Wall. A breach. Mormont's attention sharpens. "What do you mean?" "They don't intend to climb or tunnel beneath the Wall, my lord. They plan to destroy it. The Wall is 700 feet tall, and so thick that it will take 100 men a year to cut through it with picks and axes. Nevertheless." Mormont strokes his beard, deep in thought. "How? How else?" "Sorcery," Qhorin says, biting into the egg. "Why else would Mance gather his strength in the Frostfangs? They're harsh and remote, far from the Wall." Qhorin reveals his suspicion that Mance Rayder seeks something of power in the mountains, despite Mormont's hope that he was merely hiding his forces. They discuss the necessity of sending scouts into the mountains to gather intelligence, despite the risks involved. Qhorin proposes leading 3 groups of 5 men each to explore different routes. Mormont reluctantly agrees, acknowledging the potential danger but seeing no other choice. Qhorin selects Jon Snow as one of the scouts, despite Mormont's reservations about his youth and duties as a steward. Jon eagerly accepts the opportunity to go. Despite the somber atmosphere, Jon and Qhorin emerge from the tent at dawn, ready to face the challenges ahead.
"The journey begins at noon," the ranger informed him. "You'd better locate your wolf by then."
So, Jon overhears the first planned mutiny against Jorah Mormont by Chet and the other conspirators of the Night's Watch in the prologue chapter of A Storm of Swords. However, because of the attack by the others, this mutiny gets delayed until Craster's Keep. Also, we believe Corran Halfhand is Oswell Went, along with Mance Rayder being Sir Arthur Dane and Tormund Giantsbane being Gerald Hightower. We won't go into all the evidence here, since we'll talk about this more in A Storm of Swords, but here's the first mention of it. Chapter 44. In a secret meeting in the Sept, Lancel reveals to Tyrion that Cersei intends to send Tommen away to protect him because she fears both the mob and the imp. The plan is to darken his hair and claim that he is the son of a hedge knight, disguising him as a page. Tyrion is worried about the fact that Varys hasn't warned him about his sister's plot, and he wonders if it is because he didn't know or didn't want to tell. Lancel asks him to reward him with the command of the troops in the upcoming battle, to which Tyrion replies, "Perhaps." Tyrion then lights a candle to the warrior, praying him to watch over his brother, and lights another one to the stranger for himself. Later in the night, safe in the Red Keep, Tyrion sends Bronn to deliver a letter to Sir Jacelyn Bywaters. The letter says to take 50 of his best men and scout the Rose Road. According to Bronn, Stannis is more likely to come up the King's Road, to which Tyrion agrees and instructs the sellsword to make Sir Jacelyn disregard what is written in the letter to follow his instructions. Sir Jacelyn is to take his men north to set a trap along the Roseby Road. Lord Giles is supposed to depart from the capital in a couple of days, with a disguised Tommen with him. Since the Lord is too sickly to run and too craven to fight, he will surrender the castle. Sir Jacelyn has to expel the garrison, keep Tommen safe, and keep Lord Giles alive. If it comes to killing, an execution should not happen in front of Tommen. Tyrion wants to shield him from the cruelty of the world as long as possible, and oddly enough, agrees with Cersei that to take the boy away from King's Landing is a good plan. If Stannis seizes the city and executes Joffrey, the Lannisters will still have a claim over the Iron Throne. Bronn states that if the prize is lordship, he'll take care of the boy himself, but Tyrion refuses, because he knows that Sir Jacelyn's men will defend Tommen until the end, whereas Bronn's men's loyalty are more likely to sell Tommen to the highest bidder. They then head to the city and part ways at the Mud Gates. Tyrion sets out for Chataea's brothel, but loses patience and heads directly to Shay's mansion, near the Iron Gate. He finds Shay listening to a singer whose name is Simon Silvertongue. Tyrion is annoyed by his presence and kicks him away, having him swear silence on his presence there. After making love with Shay, Tyrion goes down to the garden of the mansion, marveling at its tranquility. He wonders how long it will last before Shay comes alongside a disguised Varys. "Lord Varys has come to see you," Shay announced. The begging brother blinked at her, astonished. Tyrion laughed. "To be sure, how is it you knew him when I did not?" She shrugged. "It's still him, only dressed different." "A different look, a different smell, a different way of talking," said Tyrion. "Most men would be deceived. And most women maybe, but not whores. A whore learns to see the man, not his garb, or she turns up dead in an alley." Varys brings terrible news for the Lannisters. Tyrion fears for Jaime's life, but the spider informs the imp of Storm's End's fall. Sir Corny Penrose is dead, and now Stannis is marching towards the capital. Before explaining how it was possible to Tyrion, Varys suggests that it might be better for Shay not to hear it. He tells Tyrion he'll wait for him in the stables and goes. Tyrion tells Shay that she's not safe there. "I have my walls, and the guards you gave me." "Sellswords," Tyrion said. "They like my gold well enough, but will they die for it? As for these walls, a man could stand on another's shoulders and be over in a heartbeat." A man's much like this one was burned during the riots. They killed the goldsmith who owned it for the crime of having a full larder, just as they tore the High Septon to pieces, kicked lollies 100 times, and smashed Sir Aaron's skull in. What do you think they would do if they got their hands on the Hand's lady? "The Hand's whore, you mean?" She looked at him with those big bold eyes of her. "Though I would be your lady, my lord. I dress in all the beautiful things you gave me, in satin and samite and cloth of gold, and I'd wear your jewels and hold your hand and sit by you at feasts. I could give you sons, I know I could, and I vow I'd never shame you.
My love for you shames me enough. A sweet dream, Shay. Now put it aside, I beg you. It can never be. Because of the Queen? I'm not afraid of her either. I am. Then kill her and be done with it. It's not as if there was any love between you. Tyrion sighed. She's my sister. The man who kills his own blood is cursed forever in the sight of gods and men. Moreover, whatever you and I may think of Cersei, my father and brother hold her dear. I can scheme with any man in the Seven Kingdoms, but the gods have not equipped me to face Jaime with swords in hand. He then proceeds to tell her his plan. He intends to smuggle her in the kitchens and disguise her as a pot girl. Shay is reluctant to the idea that she mocks him for his fear of his father, who has expressly forbidden him from taking her to court. The mockery hits a nerve on Tyrion that slaps her and commands her to never ever mock him again. He is regretful for the act, and Shay, because of the immense power imbalance between the two, apologizes even if it was him to wrong her and not the other way around. So Tyrion, feeling guilty and the necessity to explain, tells her of what Tywin has done to Tysha, his first wife, and how he intends to do anything in his power to avoid it happening again to Shay. Finally, she agrees to the plan, and Tyrion leaves for the stables where Varys awaits for him. Tyrion informs him of his plan to have Shay work in the kitchen, but Varys suggests a safer plan, to have her work as a maid for Lolly Stokeworth, where she'd be more out of sight but still conveniently close. Varys then talks about Sir Penrose's death, which appears to be suicide by throwing himself down a tower. Nobody, Tyrion included, believes it to be true. Then Varys suggests that it was magic, and then tells him the story of how he was cut as a boy to explain why he believed so. I was an orphan boy, apprenticed to a travelling folly. Our master owned a fat little cog, and we sailed up and down the narrow sea, performing in all the free cities and from time to time in Old Town and King's Landing. One day at Mere, a certain man came to our folly. After the performance, he made an offer for me that my master found too tempting to refuse. I was in terror. I feared the man meant to use me as I had heard men use small boys. But in truth, the only part of me he needed was my manhood. He gave me a potion that made me powerless to move or speak, yet did nothing to dull my senses. With a long hooked blade, he sliced me, root and stem, chanting all the while. I watched him burn my manly parts on a brazier. The flames turned blue, and I heard a voice answer his call, though I did not understand the words they spoke. The murmurs had sailed by the time he was done with me. Once I had served his purpose, the man had no further interest in me, so he put me out. When I asked him what I should do now, he answered that he supposed I should die. To spite him, I resolved to live. I begged, I stole, and I sold what parts of my body still remained to me. Soon I was as good a thief as any in Mere, and when I was older, I learned that often the contents of a man's letters are more valuable than the contents of his purse. Yet I still dream of that night, my lord. I dream of the voice from the flames. Was it a god, a demon, some conjurer's trick? I could not tell you, and I know all the tricks. All I can say for certain is that he called it, and it answered. And since that day I have hated magic and all those who practice it. If Lord Stannis is one such, I mean to see him dead. Tyrion listens in astonished silence, but it's clear that he still doesn't believe it to be magic. He suggests that it could have been assassins from the free cities. The situation for the city isn't the best now. Stannis is marching towards them with his army and who knows what dark powers, and there's no one to defend the city but the imp, the person that the entire King's Landing hates the most. The thought makes him laugh, amused by the irony.
So the theory goes that Varys is a Targaryen, and this is why the man cut off his manhood to get some of his king's blood. However, this story is probably a fabrication with just nuggets of truth, since we hear Varys have a deep voice in A Dance with Dragons, which suggests his manhood was never cut off. Instead, someone probably did purchase Varys, and maybe he did hear the voices, but with Varys and Illyroy, it's impossible to know if anything they tell us is true. Sadly, Tyrion taking Tommen will lead to the deterioration of Cersei and Tyrion's relationship, which was both unnecessary and tragic. Chapter 45. Judy is Catelyn's constant thought in her time at Riverrun.
As she bids good luck to her brother Edmure, who is going to fight off some Lannisters on the Red Fork, she can't help but think about how men and women have different duties, yet equally demanding. Brienne shares her misery, as she'd rather ride off to battle with Edmure and his men than stay inside the castle walls and wait, feeling that kind of hopelessness. At this point, Brienne feels so low to ask Catelyn what are they supposed to do now, to which the lady simply replies, "Our duty." Catelyn reflects on her life and how she's always been dutiful. When she was a child, since her two older brothers hadn't survived infancy, she had been both a son and a daughter to her father, until the birth of her little brother, Edmure. When her father had promised her in marriage to Brandon Stark, she had thanked him for the splendid match, and when Peter had fought for her hand in combat, she did not grant him her favour, nor paid him a visit when injured, or said goodbye to him when he was sent off. Even when Brandon had died and her father had told her that she was to marry Eddard Stark, she did so, and when his duty led her away from her and in the arms of his secret love, she had dutifully waited in Riverrun, pregnant with Robb, their firstborn child. Duty had been unkind to her, yet she kept on upholding it even when it hurt her. She seeks comfort in the Sept, praying the warrior to keep safe her brother, son, and their men, but nothing brings her any kind of comfort. They listen to a singer, Rymond the Rhymer, singing of war, and Catelyn wonders why boys love so much to play war when knights die in battle. Brienne explains that you never feel helpless when in battle, because when you have a sword or an axe in your hand and a horse to ride, there's always hope, something you could do. Then she adds that women die in childbed too, but nobody sings about their courage. Children are a battle of a different sort, Catelyn started across the yard. A battle without banners or war horns, but no less fierce. Carrying a child, bringing it into the world, your mother will have told you of the pain. I never knew my mother, Brienne said. My father had ladies, a different lady every year, but those were no ladies, Catelyn said. As hard as birth can be, Brienne, what comes after is even harder. At times I feel as though I am being torn apart. Would that there were 5 of me, 1 for each child, so I might keep them all safe. And who would keep you safe, my lady? Her smile was wan and tired. Why, the men of my house, or so my lady mother taught me. My lord father, my brother, my uncle, my husband, they will keep me safe. But while they are away from me, I suppose you must fill their place, Brienne. Brienne bowed her head. I shall try, my lady. Later, Maester Vyman brings her a letter from Storm's End, declaring that the castle was taken with no casualties, but makes no mention of Edric Storm, Robert's bastard son. Catelyn can't help but think about the men's attitude towards their bastards. Some give their life for them, like Sir Courtney Penrose had, even though the boy Edric Storm wasn't even his, and bring them in their household, like Ned did. Catelyn wonders whether Jon's mother prays for her son like she does for hers, if she's saddened by Ned's death or curses him for taking her child away. But for every man who cares and loves their bastard children, there are others who care little and less about their lives, like Lord Bolton, who wrote in a chilling letter that he was glad of his bastard's death. According to him, his true-born sons would have never been safe while he was alive. She understands the reason why Stannis wants the Storm Boy, to prove his likeliness to Robert, with his black hair and blue eyes, so similar to Renly, who favoured Robert, in opposition to Joffrey, who was more Cersei than Robert. To Stannis' support, these physical features will mean everything. To the opposers, they will mean nothing. Catelyn's children themselves are more Tully in appearance than Stark, except for Arya and Jon, who was never hers. Her thoughts are interrupted by Sir Desmond Squire, who warns her of a Lannister attack on the Red Fork. The purple unicorn under the golden lion represents House Brax. Once Lord Brax has come to propose a marriage between one of his sons to either her or Lysa, and Catelyn wonders whether now one of those very sons is there charging against them. Catelyn assists to the battle from the Watchtower, where Lannister troops are repelled every time they try to cross the river. She's unimpressed by the victory, even though she can't really tell why. Again, past midnight, the Lannisters try to cross the Red Fork, and again they're defeated. Still unhappy with the matter, Catelyn orders to serve wine to Sir Cleos Frey in the dungeon to have answers from his. The wine might make his tongue looser. When she goes in his cell to question him, Sir Cleos is uneasy on his feet for the wine. "My lady, I knew naught of any escape. The imp said a Lannister must needs have a Lannister escort, on my oath. As a knight." "Arise, sir," Catelyn seated herself. "I know no grandson of Walder Frey would be an oathbreaker, unless it served his purpose. You brought peace terms," my brother said. "I did." Sir Cleos lurched to his feet. She was pleased to see how unsteady he was. "Tell me," she commanded, and he did. When he was done, Catelyn sat frowning. Edmure had been right. These were no terms at all, except, "Lannister will exchange Arya and Sansa for his brother." Yes, he sat on the Iron Throne and swore it. "Before witnesses, before all the court, my lady, and the gods as well. I said as much to Sir Edmure, but he told me it was not possible, that his Grace Robb would never consent." "He told you true." She could not even say that Robb was wrong. Arya and Sansa were children. The Kingslayer, alive and free, was as dangerous as any man in the realm. That road led nowhere. "Did you see my girls? Are they treated well?" Sir Cleos hesitated. Yes, they seemed..." He is fumbling for a lie, Catelyn realized, but the wine has fuddled his wits. "Sir Cleos," she said coolly, "you forfeited the protection of your peace banner when your men played us false. Lie to me, and you'll hang from the walls beside them. Believe that. I shall ask you once more, did you see my daughters?" His brow was damp with sweat. "I saw Sansa at the court, the day Tyrion told me his terms. She looked most beautiful, my lady. Perhaps a bit wan, drawn as it were." Sansa, but not Arya. That might mean anything. Arya had always been harder to tame. Perhaps Cersei was reluctant to parade her in open court for fear of what she might say or do. They might have her locked safely out of sight. Or they might have killed her. Catelyn shoved the thought away. "His terms, you said. Yet Cersei is Queen Regent. Tyrion spoke for both of them. The Queen was not there. She was indisposed that day, I was told." Curious. Catelyn wishes too hard to trust his word, but finds herself unable to. So she leaves the cell and Sir Cleos to his wine. Later that night, she gets a letter with good news. Another great victory for the Tullys. Lord Leo Leffold has drowned, Sir Gregor Clegane is severely wounded, and the great knight Strongbow has been taken captive. They will not cross. Yet Catelyn can't help to doubt. She looks at the maps in her father's solar, looking for answers. The gods have granted them victory after victory, yet she can't help but feel terrified still. So, the dread Catelyn feels comes from the fact that even though Tywin Lannister lost this battle and would subsequently lose Harrenhal with no safe refuge to retreat to, he has inadvertently won the war, since the Tyrell and Littlefinger scouts will reach him soon and allow a combined Tyrell Lannister force to descend upon Stannis when he least suspects it. Strongbow, who got captured this chapter, also travels with Jaime in a feast for crows during his Riverlands adventures. This chapter also foreshadows Catelyn releasing Jaime after talking with Cleo Spray. Chapter 46. Bran is walking into summer and can feel something is wrong. Thanks to the rain, Summer can smell every scent in the Godswood, from the blackberries to rotting leaves, from the fear of the squirrels to the blood of the one that his brother Shaggy Dog has killed. Summer can smell another scent, the faintest of smells, yet it's there and it does not belong to any man that he knows. And the sound, clink, clink, like some kind of metal thing against the stone. The men are inside the stone house because it's dark, and even if it's not raining anymore, the garden is damp and men prefer the heat of the fire in their houses. Yet his brother too feels something. Summer and Shaggy Dog howl to wake the men. But the castle, it's too big for the wind to carry their voices. Yet danger is close. Their senses are awake. The wolves try to escape, but they're locked in. There seems to be no way out for them. The wood of the doors is too heavy. The bars of the gate don't break, and stones underneath it make it impossible to dig under. Then the faintest warning comes from an ancient tree. A tree that when Summer tries to look at it, it's not there. It tells him to run on the other side on the Godswood, for there is a sentinel that will allow them to escape. As they run, they see what the voice meant. A tree pointing at the sky, so crooked that it would be so easy for a human to climb. They start climbing too, but it's hard. Summer slips and falls, and Bran wakes up in his bed screaming Summer's name, his shoulder hurting as if he'd fallen too. He realizes that Jojen's visions has come true. The sea has come to Winterfell, just not as he'd imagined it would. Bran feels helpless there in his bed all alone. Nobody would come, even if he screamed, because all the men left in Winterfell had to go with Sir Roderick to defend Torrhen's Square. A man gets inside the room, a man that Bran does not know, followed by Theon Greyjoy, who declares himself Prince of Winterfell and claims the whole north for King Balon Greyjoy. Before leaving him in his room waiting for someone to dress him, Theon suggests he do what he is told to keep his people safe as a good prince would. Maester Luwin tells Bran how it all happened. They swam the moat, climbed the walls with rope and hooks, killed Alebelly, who was patrolling the walls just like Jojen predicted. All that is left of Winterfell is brought to the Great Hall, where Theon sits on the high seat of the Starks. Little Rickon does not understand what's going on, nor senses the danger, whereas Bran does. Among those who are taken, they are to swear loyalty to Theon. Bran sees Osha and the prisoner Reek, who was captured when Roose Bolton's bastard son, Ramsay, was slain. Theon addresses Reek. "Do you always smell so bad, or did you just finish a pig?" "Haven't no one since they took me, my lord. Reek's me true name. I was in service of the bastard of the Dreadfort, till the Starks gave him an arrow in the back for a wedding gift." Theon found that amusing. "Who did he marry?" "The widow of Hornwood, my lord." "That crone. Was he blind? She has teats like empty wineskins, dry and withered." "It wasn't her teats he wed her for, my lord." The Iron Men slammed shut the tall doors at the foot of the hall. From the high seat, Bran could see about 20 of them. He probably left some guards on the gates and the armory. Even so, there couldn't be more than 30. Theon raised his hand for quiet. "You all know me." "Aye, we know you for a sack of steaming dung," shouted Mikken, before the bold man drove the butt of his spear into his gut, then smashed him across the face with the shaft. The smith stumbled to his knees and spat out a tooth. "Mikken, you be silent." Bran tried to sound stern and lordly, the way Robb did when he made a command, but his voice betrayed him, and the words came out in a shrill squeak. Yet Mikken ignores Bran's orders and continues to disrespect Theon. Theon's man cuts his throat, and Mikken drowns in his own blood, like Jojen said he would. Theon promises the people of Winterfell that he'll be to them a lord as good as Eddard Stark was, but he'll make them regret it if they ever betray him. The first people to swear loyalty to Theon are Reek and Osha. The latter hurts Bran, who thought of her as a friend. "Stark's lords will fight you," the man Reek called out. "That bloated pig at White Harbour for one, and them Umbers and Karstarks too. You'll need men. Free me, and I'm yours." Theon weighed him for a moment. "You're cleverer than you smell, but I could not suffer that stench." "Well," said Reek, "I could wash some if I was free." "A man of rare good sense," Theon smiled. "Bend the knee." One of the Iron Men handed Reek a sword, and he laid it at Theon's feet and swore obedience to House Greyjoy and King Balon. Bran could not look. The green dream was coming true. "My Lord Greyjoy," Osha stepped past Mikken's body. "I was brought here captive too. You were there the day I was taken." "I thought you were a friend," Bran thought, hurt. "I need fighters," Theon declared, "not kitchen sluts. It was Robb Stark who put me in the kitchens. For the best part of a year, I've been left to scour kettles, scrape grease, and warm the straw for this one." She threw a look at Gage. "I've had a bellyful of it. Put a spear in my hand again." "I got a spear for you right here," said the bold man who killed Mikken. He grabbed his crotch, grinning. Osha drove her bony knee up between his legs. "You keep that soft pink thing." She wrestled the spear from him and used the butt to knock him off his feet. "I'll have me the wood and iron." So the castle yields, and Bran is left with nothing but a bitter taste in his mouth. So, Season 2 of the show really should have introduced Ramsay here, since it makes his relationship with Theon so much more fascinating, with Ramsay being at Theon's mercy for most of A Clash of Kings, only for their relationship to completely flip when the Bolton sees Winterfell and Theon becomes Ramsay's prisoner. Having Ramsay also be the devil whispering into Theon's ear would have been better than the show's Dagmere Cleftjaw equivalent. Chapter 47, In the Kitchen of Harrenhal. Arya is trying to convince Hot Pie to get a tart. Hot Pie refuses because they are for Sir Amory Lorch, whom he fears and Arya hates. That's why she proposes to spit on them. Spit cannot be tasted, and Sir Amory will never notice. They're discussing on how Arya is not even supposed to be there in the middle of the night, but the sound of a faraway horn catches her attention. Hot Pie didn't hear it, but Arya has learned to use her ears. She goes to see who it is, and steals a tart in the meantime. It's the Bloody Murmurs, returned with a great number of prisoners. Arya counts 100, recognizes many banners of houses loyal to Robb, the Twin Towers of Frey, the White Sun of Karstark, the battle axe for Serwyn, and Baggo Hoat announces that among the captives are Robert Glover and Aenys Frey. Sir Amory Lorch sends them in the prison in the Widow's Tower. Arya looks for Gendry in the forges and asks for his help to set free the Northmen. In the garrison there are just 100 men, and by freeing them they could seize the castle and head to Winterfell, where her family would show Gendry a great deal of gratitude. But Gendry disagrees. He has the opportunity to become a forge master there, and making swords for this or that house doesn't really make a difference to him at all. But he'll get the chance only if he doesn't mess around. Arya leaves him, infuriated, going to the Godswood. Every time she has a spare hour, she hides in there, when nobody bothers her, and she has the time to practice what Syrio has taught her. She uses a stick as a sword, and in her imagination, the leaves turn into the Queen, the Hound, every person on her list, and Arya slashes at each of them. She then prays to the old gods to help set the Northmen free. But when she remembers that her father Eddard Stark used to pray to the gods too, and they didn't help him, she says out loud she doesn't care about their help, and does not even believe them capable of any help. A voice suddenly rises from the dark, stating that gods are not to be mocked. It's Jaqen. Arya lowered the splintery point towards the ground. How did you know I was here? A man sees, a man hears, a man knows. She regarded him suspiciously. Had the gods sent him? How do you make the dog kill Whis? Did you call Rorge and bite her up from hell? Is Jaqen Hagar your true name? Some men have many names. Weasel, Ari, Arya. She backed away from him until she was pressed against the heart tree. Did Gendry tell? A man knows, he says again. My Lady of Stark. Maybe the gods had sent him in answer to her prayers. I need you to help me get those men out of the dungeons. That Glover and those others, all of them. We have to kill the guards and open the cell somehow. A girl forgets, he said quietly. 2 she has had. 3 were owed. If a guard must die, she needs only speak his name. But one guard won't be enough. We need to kill them all to open the cell. Arya bit her lip hard to stop from crying. I want you to save the Northmen, like I saved you. He looked down at her pitilessly. 3 lives were snatched from a god. 3 lives must be repaid. The gods are not mocked. His voice was silk and steel. I never mocked, she thought for a moment. The name. Can I name anyone, and you'll kill him? Jaqen Hagar inclined his head. A man has said. Anyone, she repeated. A man, a woman, a little baby, or Lord Tywin, or the High Septon, or your father. A man's sire is long dead. But did he live, and did you know his name, he would die at your command. Swear it, Arya said. Swear it by the gods, by all the gods of sea and air, and even him of fire. I swear it. He placed a hand in the mouth of the werewood. By the 7 new gods and the old gods beyond count, I swear it. He has sworn. Even if I named the king, speak the name and death will come. On the morrow, at the turn of the moon, a year from this day, it will come. A man does not fly like a bird, but 1 foot moves and then another, and one day a man is there, and the king dies. He knelt beside her so they were face to face. A girl whispers if she fears to speak aloud. Whisper it now. Is it Joffrey? Arya put her lips to his ear. It's Jaqen Hagar. Arya had never seen Jaqen as scared, yet a knife appeared in his hands. He calls her an evil child, and tells her that she'll cry because she'll lose a friend. Arya says that she'd never kill a friend, and that a friend would help her. What she means is clear to Jaqen, who starts working on a plan immediately. Arya takes back his name, but she must obey him, he tells her. Then he sends her to the kitchens with the order to prepare broth. Arya does as he says, but she's horrified when Rorge and Baita join the plan, taking the broth to the prisoners. Together they reach the Widow's Tower, where the prisoners are kept. The 8 men guarding them think it's their meal. but Roger, Byton, and Jaqen throw their cups at their faces, leaving them no time to get their blades out, but one. Jaqen slashes him and tells Arya that's blood that she spilt. When Robert Glover asks them if they are brave companions, Roge replies that they are now. Robert Glover asks if this is Vargo Hoat's idea, which confuses Arya. Jaqen explains to her that a goat has no loyalty and that soon the Stark banner will fly on Harrenhal's walls. Arya then asks if she can still have a death, to which Jaqen replies she's had more than what she was owed. They agree that the debt has been paid, but that makes Arya sad because she feels like a mouse again. A god has his due, and now a man must die. A strange smile touched the lips of Jaqen H'ghar. Die? She said, confused. What did he mean? But I unsaid the name. You don't need to die now. I do. My time is done. Jaqen passed a hand down his face from forehead to chin, and where it went, he changed. His cheeks grew fuller, his eyes closer, his nose hooked. A scar appeared on his right cheek where no scar had been before. And when he shook his head, his long straight hair, half red and half white, dissolved away to reveal a cap of tight black curls. Arya's mouth hung open. "Who are you?" she whispered, too astonished to be afraid. "How did you do that? Was it hard?" He grinned, revealing a shiny gold tooth. "No harder than taking a new name, if you know the way." "Show me," she blurted. "I want to do it too. If you would learn, you must come with me." Arya grew hesitant. "Where?" "Far and away, across the narrow sea." "I can't. I have to go home, to Winterfell." "Then we must part," he said, "for I have duties too." He lifted her hand and pressed a small coin into her palm. "Here." "What is it?" "A coin of great value." Arya bit it. It was so hard it could only be iron. "Is it worth enough to buy a horse?" "It is not meant for the buying of horses." "Then what good is it?" "As well ask, what good is life? What good is death? If the day comes when you would find me again, give that coin to any man from Braavos, and say these words to him. Vala Magoris." "Vala Magoris," Arya repeated. Then the faceless man says that Jaqen is as dead as Arya, and disappears into the night. The next day, a pale lord comes forth to claim Harrenhal. Vargo Hoat gives the castle to Lord Roose Bolton. She is exposed to him as the weasel who made the soup that helped the Northmen, and Lord Bolton asks for her real name. Arya thinks about all the identities she has had, and chooses the name that seems fit for what she needs. Nymeria. Nan for short. One to be brave, one to feel home. Lord Bolton asks her if she's afraid of leeches. She's not, and Bolton is pleased with that. He orders to make her presentable, for she shall be his cupbearer. Arya knows better than to say she'd rather serve in the stables, and that night, watching Sir Amory Lorch being thrown naked into the bear pit, she does not spill one single drop of wine for Lord Bolton.
So, in this chapter, we actually see Robert Glover, who is there when Davos secretly negotiates with Wyman Manderley under the Frasers' noses to support Stannis in return for making Rickon Lord of Winterfell, and Aenys Frey, who was one of the Frey's more competent battle commanders at Winterfell, for the battle with Stannis Baratheon. But he is thrown from his horse and dies before the battle can begin, meaning the Freys will be led instead by the rash, bull-headed Hosteen Frey. We also finally get to see Arya become a cupbearer at Harrenhal. In the show, they had Jaqen help Arya, Gendry, and Hot Pie escape, but instead, it was just to help free the Northmen who were already let in by Vargo Hoat to betray Amory Lorch and take over the castle from the Lannisters anyway. Vargo Hoat probably betrayed Tywin since he heard of his defeat to Edmure, but there is a cool conspiracy that the brave companions are working for the Dornish and were the sellsword company that Oberyn served under while in exile. Chapter 48. It is finally time for Daenerys to meet the Undying. But outside of their decadent house, a jarring contrast with the splendor of Qarth, Jogo, Aggo, Ser Jorah Mormont, and Xaros Daxus beg her to rethink her intentions, or at least not to get inside on her own. Daenerys replies that some paths are to be taken alone, but brings Drogon with her, following Pyre Pri into the House of the Undying. Dany notices that it's a building completely different from any other she saw in Qarth. It's long, without towers, decadent, it stretches like a snake in the city, and the black trees that produce the shape of the evening drink sunlight.
making the path darker than she would have expected. Pyat Pri warns her, "The front way leads in, but never out again. Heed my words, my queen. The house of the Undying Ones was not made for mortal men. If you value your soul, take care and do just as I tell you." "I will do as you say," Dany promised. "When you enter, you will find yourself in a room with 4 doors, the one you have come through and 3 others. Take the door to your right. Each time, the door to your right. If you should come upon a stairwell, climb. Never go down, and never take any door but the first door to your right." "The door to my right," Dany repeated. "I understand. And when I leave, the opposite?" "By no means," Pyat Pri said. "Leaving and coming, it is the same. Always up, always the door to your right. Other doors may open to you. Within you will see many things that disturb you. Visions of loveliness and visions of horror. Wonders and terrors. Sights and sounds of days gone by and days to come and days that never were. Dwellers and servitors may speak to you as you go. Answer or ignore them as you choose, but enter no room until you reach the audience chamber." "I understand. When you come to the chamber of the Undying, be patient. Our little lives are no more than a flicker of a moth's wing to them. Listen well and write each word upon your heart." A dwarf offers Dany a flute of shade of the evening, which will open her ears and heart to the truths she will witness. At first, the drink tastes foul and disgusting, but in her mouth takes life in a myriad of wonderful flavors, from melted gold to mother's milk to red meat to her late husband's seed. Every taste that she has ever known and more. Dany then walks through the doors, through rooms of different sizes and shapes, and always taking the door to her right. She tries not to look inside the doors that are open, but curiosity is too strong to resist. She sees a beautiful woman being forced upon by 4 dwarfs, then a feast of corpses. Some are missing their heads, all are holding forks and knives and wine cups. Blood is congealing in pools. Above them sits a king, a man with a wolf head wearing an iron crown, a lamb in his hand like a scepter. His eyes in pain follow her. Then she's walking in a room she knows. It's the house with the red door in Bravos, the house with the lemon tree. In the room stands old Sir Willem Darry, who invites her to stay there with him. Dany wants so badly to be with him, more than anything in the world, but then remembers that the old bear has long been dead and runs away. She sees Aerys Targaryen, though she doesn't realize that this person is her father, in his throne telling to someone, "Let him be the king over charred bones and cooked meat. Let him be the king of the ashes." Then there's Rhaegar in front of her. He looks so much like Viserys, just taller, who's talking to a woman about the baby she's nursing. He tells her that his name is Aegon. He's the prince that was promised, and his is the song of ice and fire. Then he seems to be able to see Daenerys and says that there has to be another one because the dragon has 3 heads. Every door she's passing by is at her left. The only stairs in front of her go down. Whispers of something approaching haunt her, and Drogon and the torches are dying out. Daenerys is scared and at the last second realizes that the first door on the right, it's the last one to the left, and immediately walks through the last door. The Pyat Pri awaits for her, trying to take her with him, and Dany climbs the stairwell, leaving him behind. His face turned into something worm-like. She praised the warrior for courage and the Dothraki horse for strength, and walks into another room, where the Undying, splendidly dressed, wait for her. They tell her that they've been waiting for her for 1,000 years, and that they can teach her the secrets of dragon speech. But Dany distrusts their voices as soft as honey and walks through the door to her right, in a room dark with gloom. There is a table with a floating heart above it, blue and rotten and consumed. Blue shadows sit around the table, not speaking or breathing or moving. They are rotting too, and they are the real Undying. "Mother of dragons," came a voice, part whisper and part moan. "Dragons, dragons, dragons." Other voices echoed in the gloom. Some were male and some female. One spoke with the timbre of a child. The floating heart pulsed from dimness to darkness. It was hard to summon the will to speak, to recall the words she had practiced so diligently. I am Daenerys Stormborn of House Targaryen, Queen of the 7 Kingdoms of Westeros. Do they hear me? Why don't they move? She sat, folding her hands in her lap. Grant me your counsel, and speak to me with the wisdom of those who have conquered death. We live, it sounded, and know, whispered echoes. I have come for the gift of truth, Dany said. In the long hall, the things I saw, were they true visions or lies? Past things or things to come? What did they mean? The shape of shadows, morrows not yet made. Drink from the cup of ice, drink from the cup of fire. Mother of dragons, child of 3. 3, she did not understand. 3 heads has the dragon. The ghost chorus yammered inside her skull, with never a lip moving, never a breath stirring the still blue air. Mother of dragons, child of storm. The whispers became a swirling song. 3 fires must you light, one for life and one for death, and one to love. Her own heart was beating in unison to the one that floated before her, blue and corrupt. 3 mounts must you ride, one to bed, and one to dread, and one to love. The voices were growing louder, she realized, and it seemed her heart was slowing, and even her breath. 3 treasons will you know, once for blood, and once for gold, and once for love. I don't, her voice was no more than a whisper, almost as faint as theirs. What was happening to her? I don't understand, she said, more loudly. Why was it so hard to talk here? Help me, show me. Help her, the whispers mocked. Show her. Visions float faster and faster in her head. Viserys in a pool of melted gold, a tall lord with copper skin and silver hair, riding and bearing a banner with a fiery stallion. Rubies falling down from the armor of a dying prince, whispering a woman's name with his last breath. A king with blue eyes and a fire sword casting no shadows. A crowd cheering for a cloth dragon. Her silver horse, a white lion running in a field of grass, taller than a man. A rotten corpse on the prow of a ship, smiling sadly. A blue flower growing from a wall of ice, filling the air with sweetness. She then sees shadows dancing in a tent. A little girl running barefoot in a house with a red door. Miri Mazdur burning in the flames, and a dragon be born. Naked crown emerging from a pool beneath the mother of mountains, kneeling before her. Then 10,000 slaves calling her mother, needing her, and Dany opens her arms for them, gives herself to them. But visions turn into a nightmare as it becomes harder to breathe. The Undying clinging to her to devour her. She can't move, and she's scared. Then the air turns red, and Drogon's breathing fire, burning her captives and setting her free. They run away together. Pyat Pree tries to stab her with a knife as she flees, but she's saved by Jogo's whip and ends up in the safe arms of Jorah Mormont. When she looks behind, the House of the Undying is burning to the ground.
So, the House of the Undying is way more creepier and unsettling in the books than compared to the show. They seem to be an immortal hive mind being that wants to absorb Daenerys, kind of like how the werewood net wants to absorb Bran Stark. However, Daenerys rejects this absorption and seemingly destroys the House of the Undying. However, the visions Daenerys sees are numerous and complex, so here is our best go at explaining them all. The grotesque scene of carnage amidst a feast with a lifeless man who has the head of a wolf, adorned with an iron crown, obviously depicts Robb Stark and the Red Wedding. Willem Darry gesturing for Daenerys to enter the house with the red door from her childhood might be a hint of Daenerys' past or part of her false memories of her time in Braavos. Next is the grand hall adorned with dragon skulls, and a man saying, "Let him be the king of ashes," is obviously Aerys Targaryen issuing the order to incinerate King's Landing during Tywin's sack. Daenerys also sees Rhaegar, who resembles her brother Viserys, but taller and with darker purple eyes, with Elia Martell cradling a newborn named Aegon. Rhaegar proclaims him the prince that was promised, but says the dragon has 3 heads, alluding that he will need a 3rd child. Pyat Pri beckoning Daenerys into a garden, signaling the end of her journey. This is a deceptive illusion meant to distract Daenerys from her true path within the House of the Undying. Now, in the Undying Chamber, or the Inner Sanctum with the Blue Heart, Daenerys gets these visions. 3 fires must you light, 1 for life, and 1 for death, and 1 to love. These 3 fires are super vague, but one is definitely Drogo's funeral pyre, and the other 2 might be the burning of Astapor, or burning Vaes Dothrak in the Winds of Winter, or even burning King's Landing. 3 mounts must you ride, 1 to bed, and 1 to dread, and 1 to love. The first mount must be Drogo. The 1 to dread might be Hisdar or Dario, and the 1 to love could be anyone. 3 treasons you will know, once for blood, and once for gold, and once for love. The treason for blood is Miri Mazdur. The reason for gold might be Jorah, and even Daenerys is often confused about this treason. The final treason could be anyone, but we like to think it will be Barristan Selmy or Tyrion. The vision of a tall lord with copper skin and silver hair is Rhaego, her son by Drogo, who died fulfilling his stallion who mounts the world prophecy. The next vision is Rhaegar, dying at the trident and whispering Lyanna before dying. Next, a glowing red sword in the hand of a blue-eyed king that casts no shadow, a cloth dragon swaying on poles amongst a cheering crowd, a stone beast taking wing from a tower as it breathes shadow fire. Slayer of Lies. The blue-eyed king is Stannis Baratheon. The cloth dragon is Aegon Targaryen, who we are introduced to in A Dance with Dragons, since he is a Blackfire. The stone beast taking wing from the tower is an event that has not clearly occurred at this point in the story, although it most directly matches to Melisandre's belief that a stone dragon will awaken when Azor Ahai is reborn. These visions accompany the label Slayer of Lies, so maybe Daenerys will prove the 3 people in these visions to be liars. Stannis about killing Renly, Aegon about being a real Targaryen, and the Azor Ahai prophecy or something. The vision of Dany's horse trotting towards a stream at night, a corpse on the prow of a ship, grey lips smiling sadly, and a blue rose in a wall of ice accompanied by the words, Bride of Death, suggest all 3 of Daenerys' husbands will die. The corpse on the ship is Victarion Greyjoy sailing to Meereen. The blue rose is Jon Snow, maybe letting the wildlings pass the wall, and a reference to Lyanna Stark. The vision of a corpse dragged behind a silver horse is either the wine cellar or the pale mare coming to Meereen. The white lion running through the tall grass might be Jaime or Tyrion, but who knows? A line of naked crones emerging from a lake beneath the Mother of Mountains and bowing to her is probably Daenerys becoming the leader of all the Dothraki in the Winds of Winter. And lastly, the thousands of slaves shouting Mother as Daenerys rides past on her horse is when Dany frees the slaves of Yunkai. We might have made some mistakes, but that's our best analysis of the visions. Chapter 49. Tyrion is instructing his remaining clansmen on how to engage in fighting with Stannis. No battle, only night attacks to their baggage trains and camps. Ambush their scouts and hang the bodies to the tree. They must attack at night, every night, suddenly, to make them even afraid to go to sleep. The clansmen must listen to the guides he's providing them, because they know these woods better than anyone, and they'll serve them well. Shagga promises he will listen and leads the Stonecrows away. 2 days prior, it was Timett with the burnt men to leave for the Kingswood, and they left before the Blackears and the Moon Brothers. Tyrion feels naked and exposed without his clansmen to protect him, but he needs them to slow Stannis down before the upcoming battle. His sellswords hired by Bronn will protect him, but he knows that they'd kill for the prizes he promised them, a land and a title for the best men, but they would not die for him. Tyrion can feel Stannis approaching day after day. Many issues trouble his mind, the City Watch among those. Of the 6,000 men, only a quarter are trustworthy, the other being young and unreliable. Tyrion can only hope that what his father says is true, that 1 man on the walls is worth 10 underneath. Another great concern is the pile of shacks and piles of mismatched barracks that grow right outside the city, connecting the river directly to the city walls.
The very thing that Tyrion is trying to avoid. He called Bronn to his side. Assemble 100 men and burn everything you see here between the water's edge and the city walls. He waved his stubby fingers, taking in all the waterfront squalor. I want nothing left standing. Do you understand? The black-haired sellsword turned his head, considering the task. Them, as own all this, won't like that much. I never imagined they would. So be it. They'll have something else to curse the evil monkey demon for. Some may fight. See that they lose. What do we do with those that live here? Let them have a reasonable time to remove their property, and then move them out. Try not to kill any of them. They're not the enemy, and no more ours. Keep your men in line, damn it. He wishes he could make city walls twice as tall and 3 times as thick, even though it might not matter that much, he thinks. Storm's End first and Winterfell second have fallen despite their thick walls, but the fall of Winterfell doesn't make him as happy as he should be. He remembered Winterfell as he had last seen it, not as grotesquely huge as Harrenhal, nor as solid and impregnable to look at as Storm's End. Yet there had been a great strength in those stones, a sense that within those walls a man might feel safe. The news of the castle's fall had come as a wrenching shock. The gods give with one hand and take with the other, he muttered under his breath when Varys told him. They had given the Starks Harrenhal and taken Winterfell, a dismal exchange. No doubt he should be rejoicing. Robb Stark would have to turn north now. If he could not defend his own home and hearth, he was no sort of king at all. It meant reprieve for the West, for House Lannister. And yet, Tyrion had only the vaguest memory of Theon Greyjoy from his time with the Starks. A callow youth, always smiling, skilled with a bow. It was hard to imagine him as Lord of Winterfell. The Lord of Winterfell would always be a Stark. It's great news for the Lannisters, but Tyrion remembers walking in the castle and in its godswood, where he felt so out of place, yet so fascinated by it. That godswood is in the north. He knows that, and he feels for the loss of a castle that a man might call home and feel safe in. Winterfell is nothing to you, he reminded himself. Be glad the place has fallen and look to your own walls. The business of watching the city walls and sending his clansmen into the godswood made him run late for the investiture of 2 of the new Kingsguard meant to replace the slain Breston Greenfield and the craven Sir Boris Blount, who had yielded Tommen to Tyrion's men with such alacrity that it would have made old Barristan Selmy go crazy for the fury. The Kingsguard is supposed to die for the king and the royal family, whereas Sir Boris's actions led him to a cell in Rosby. The new knights are Sir Balon Swan, a well-born knight from the Marches, whose family hasn't taken a real side in the War of the Five Kings, and Sir Osmond Kettleback, a turncloak utterly dependent on Cersei for his advancement. At the same time, he's selling all of her secrets to Bronn, who, in return, tells Tyrion. The imp approves of the first choice and disapproves the second. After the ceremony, Tyrion lingers for a word with the High Septon, who's been put there on Tyrion's command. Tyrion wants the gods on his side too, so the High Septon must say that Stannis will burn the Great Sept of Baelor if he prevails. To the question asked by the pious men whether that affirmation is true or not, Tyrion replies it's true enough. Stannis burnt the godswood in Storm's End to honor the Lord of Light, so why wouldn't he do the same to the Seven? When he comes back to Isola, the pyromancy Helen is waiting for him with updates on the wildfire production. They produced almost 13,000 jars of wildfire, and they found 300 of them under the dragon pit from the times of Aerys the Mad King. We have been working very hard, my Lord Hand. That would doubtless explain why you are making so much more of the substance than before. Smiling, Tyrion fixed the pyromancer with his mismatched stare. Though it does raise the question of why you did not begin working hard until now. Helen had the complexion of a mushroom, so it was hard to see how he could turn any paler. Yet somehow he managed. We were, my Lord Hand. My brothers and I have been laboring day and night from the first. I assure you, it is only an ancient secret of our order. Very delicate, very troublesome. They seem to be working better than they were. Helene smiled weakly. You don't suppose there are any dragons about, do you? Not unless you found one under the dragon pit. Why? Oh, pardon, I was just remembering something old wisdom Pollitter told me once when I was an acolyte. I'd asked him why so many of our spells seemed, well, not as effectual as the scrolls would have us believe, and he said it was because magic had begun to go out of the world the day the last dragon died. Sorry to disappoint you, but I've seen no dragons. I have noticed the King's Justice lurking about, however. Should any of these fruits you're selling me turn out to be filled with anything but wildfire, you will be seeing him as well. As the pyromancer leaves, the former Sir Jacelyn Bywater, now Lord, arrives and discusses of the plans concerning Tommen should the battle be lost, which means he reveals nothing to Tyrion as instructed. The Hand of the King thinks that if he's captured instead of killed, it's better to be unaware of Joffrey's heir whereabouts. Lastly, it's Varys that comes at the door, bringing a list of traders, merchants, craftsmen who intend to seize the Old Gate. They intend to share victory with Stannis Baratheon. Therefore, they call themselves the Antler Men, after the crowned stag. Among the conspirators, Tyrion recognizes the Maester Armorer Salarin. I suppose this means I won't be getting that terrifying helm with the demon horns, Tyrion complained as he scrolled the order for the man's arrest.
So, again, this chapter hints at the return of dragons bringing magic back into the world. Also, Tyrion's decision to send his clansmen into the Kingswood will actually seal Stannis' defeat, as Garland tells Tyrion before Joffrey's death at the Purple Wedding, where a singer is talking about the Battle of the Blackwater, and Tyrion finishes his rhyme by saying, "And cut off poor Tyrion's nose," Tyrion finished. Lady Lynette, Garland Tyrell's beautiful wife, giggled. "Perhaps you should be a singer, my lord. You rhyme as well as this Galilean." "No, my lady," Sir Garland said. "My Lord of Lannister was made to do great deeds, but to not sing of them. But for his chain and his wildfire, the foe would have been across the river. And if Tyrion's wildlings had not slain most of Lord Stannis' scouts, we would never have been able to take him unawares." His words made Tyrion feel absurdly grateful. It is a real shame that Garland wasn't included in the TV show, since he would have brought a lot of valor to House Tyrell. Lastly, in George R.R. Martin's original outline, it was supposed to be Tyrion, not Theon, who seized and sacked Winterfell, thanks to his time there at the beginning of A Game of Thrones.
Chapter 50. Theon wakes up in the middle of the night. Something is wrong, but he can't quite understand what. Kaya, his bedwarmer, is asleep next to him. The night is quiet and the sky so filled with stars he couldn't live long enough to count them. Then he realizes, if it's so quiet, what are the direwolves doing? When his guards tell him that they are gone, he orders to have everyone in Winterfell gathered in the yard. He tells himself to fight his anger and fear and to be as cold and deliberate as Eddard Stark. He realizes that the people gathered in the yard hate him and blame him for things he's not really responsible for, like the arring of a girl. He has tried to treat them fairly, Theon tells himself. He had the Arists whipped. One of them had been guarding the Hunter's Gate, Drennan, and now is dead alongside the other guard, Squint. Theon quickly realizes by their wounds that it was the direwolves, but Drennan also has knife wounds, which must have been inflicted by Osha. Theon tells himself he should have killed the wolves the day he got the castle. The people assembled in the yard all look guilty to his eyes, and when he asks who's missing, he gets his answer. Both Bran and Rickon Stark, Jojen and Mira Reed, Hodor and Osha. Theon asks if they've taken the horses, but they're all in the stables. The news that they're on foot is the best news yet, so he announces he's going to hunt for them in the morning. Nobody from the castle intends to help him. Reek proposes to skin them. A man with skin has secrets. A skinless man, none. Theon states that there won't be any flaying in the north as long as he rules. He hopes that the people will understand that he's the only one protecting them from people like Reek. He takes Reek with them on the hunt as well as Maester Luwin, because he doesn't trust him alone in the castle, and Walder Frey volunteers too. 11 men and 2 dogs leave. Reek takes a washerwoman's sack with him whose content Theon does not inquire. The hunting doesn't seem to go well. The traces go northeast, in the Wolfswood. Theon does not like this one bit, but tells himself that he'll find them before the day is over. Maester Luwin rides towards him begging to spare the lives of Bran and Rickon, Jojen and Mira and Hodor too. Theon agrees to spare all of them, if he can, but he will kill Osha because she broke her oath of fealty to him. They keep looking for the boys, but soon enough they realize that Osha might have played them. They find the remaining of an elk clearly butchered by wolves. Wex claps his hands together loudly. "What is it?" Theon said. The mute boy pointed. The ground near the water was sodden and muddy. The tracks the wolves had left were plain enough. Paw prints, yes? So? Wex drove his heel into the mud and pivoted his boot this way and that. It left a deep gouge. Joseph understood. "A man the size of Hodor ought to have left a deep print in this mud," he said. "More so with the weight of a boy on his back. Yet the only boot prints here are our own. See for yourself." Appalled, Theon saw it was true. The wolves had gone into the turgid brown water alone. Osha must have turned aside before the elk, most likely. She sent the wolves on by themselves, hoping we'd chase after them. He rounded on his huntsman. "If you two have played me false..." "There's been only one trail, my lord, I swear it," said Graeus defensively, "and the direwolves would never have parted from them boys, not for long." That's so, Theon thought. Summer and Shaggy Dog might have gone off to hunt, but soon or late they would return to Bran and Rickon. "Garrus, Birch, take 4 dogs and double back. Find where we lost them. Agar, you watch them. I'll have no trickery. Farlan and I will follow the direwolves. Give a blast on the horn when you pick up the trail. 2 blasts if you catch sight of the beasts themselves. Once we find where they went, they'll lead us back to their masters." Theon takes Wex, the Frey boy, and Gynar Rednose to search upstream. No one finds anything. Walder Frey states that's because the Kragenmen, frog eaters as he calls them, don't smell like real men and can hide and go unnoticed even to the dogs. Theon is about to dismiss him, but Maester Luwin confirms that the Kragenmen used to be close to the Children of the Forest, and it could be possible that they have secret knowledge. When the day begins to turn into night, Theon knows that he won't find them. Then Reek approaches him. "My lord prince," Reek urged, his hoarse sneer. "Might be them Starks never came this way. If I was them, I would have gone north, and east maybe, to the Umbers. Good Stark men they are. But their lands are a long way. The boys will shelter someplace nearer. Might be I know where." Theon looked at him suspiciously. "Tell me." "You know that old mill, sitting lonely on the Acorn Water? We stopped there when I was being dragged to Winterfell, a captive. The miller's wife sold us hay for our horses, while that old knight clucked over her brats. Might be the Starks are hiding there." Theon knew the mill. He had even tumbled the miller's wife a time or 2. There was nothing special about it, or her. Why there? There are a dozen villages, and Holdfast just as close. Amusement shone in those pale eyes. Why? Now that's past knowing, but they're there, I have a feeling. He was growing sick of the man's sly answers. His lips looked like 2 worms effing. "What are you saying? If you've kept some knowledge from me..." "My lord prince?" Reek dismounted and beckoned Theon to do the same. When they were both afoot, he pulled open the cloth sack he'd fetched from Winterfell. "Have a look here." In the sack, Theon finds 2 Stark brooches, and he understands what Reek is suggesting. He sends most of his men away, stating that now that he knows where they're hiding, and he won't have further use for the dogs. Maester Luwin begs once again to remember his promise of mercy, but Theon states that mercy was for the morning, when they hadn't made him mad yet.
There is an awful theory that the Miller boys are Theon's children. The evidence for this comes when Ramsay suggests searching the mill for the Stark boys, and Theon thinks to himself. Theon knew the mill. He had even tumbled the miller's wife a time or 2. Theon was a ward of the Starks for 10 years. The Miller boys are roughly the same age as Bran and Rickon in the books, which is 7 and 3 years of age, meaning timeline-wise it is possible, and is so twisted the idea of Theon murdering and flaying his own 2 sons without realizing it. Next, how did Ramsay think this far ahead to bring a bag of flaying equipment and Stark clothes to dress the Miller boys in case they couldn't find the Stark children and needed an alternative course of action? Well, again, it is argued that like Theon coming up with the crazy plan to seize and hold Winterfell, Ramsay had been sent dreams too, which prompted him to be ready to flay the Miller boys and dress them in Stark clothes he brought with him. Chapter 51. Corran Halfsand party notices wildlings watching high on the Skirling Pass. They can see their fire glimmering in the night, half a mile away and 200 steps up. They must climb to kill them, or they'll blow a horn to warn the other wildlings. They note that lighting a fire while being tasked with watching for enemies is stupid, but Corran simply says that up there, a fire means life, as well as death, and now they must die. Stone Snake, the best climber, immediately volunteers. Jon adds his voice, so it's done. He'll have to leave the wolf behind with the rest of the rangers. Stone Snake and Jon immediately start the harsh climb. Fear runs through Jon's blood as he keeps on going. The rocks are unforgiving. It's so dark he can barely see, and once his foot slips. But thanks to the gods, he doesn't fall. Stone Snake has taught him how to do it, and the technique is actually simple. The mountain is your mother, and you need to cling to its rocks like you'd cling to her breast. Jon recalls joking about the fact he'd never expect his mother to be a mountain, but now, with death so close, he can feel it. He doesn't find it funny anymore. When they reach the top, Jon realizes things are not going to go as planned. Fear is all that Jon can feel, knowing that he's looking at the men he's commanded to kill. There are 3 wildlings instead of the estimated 2. A ginger one is asleep, close to the flame. A second one is trying to feed the flames, and the third one wears the horn. That's the man that they target first, who bravely tries to blow the horn to warn the wildlings. Then it's the second one that Jon kills, and his blade is about to finish the last when Jon realizes it's a girl. He can't bring himself to kill her, so he offers her to yield, which she immediately accepts. Stone Snake is not happy with that, calling her a wildling and a watcher, and telling him that she would not spare him if the roles were reversed. Still, Jon takes her under his protection, unable to harm a woman. Jon asks for her name, to which she replies it's Ygritte. She reminded him of Arya, that's why he couldn't kill her. But now that he looks at her, Jon realizes that they're nothing alike, if not for the willfulness in their eyes. When Jon tells her his full name, she warns them that they should burn the dead or they'll come back for them. Stone Snake replies that they can't afford a fire and throws the bodies down the mountain, where shadow cats eat their remains. When questioned about her task, Ygritte reveals that they were supposed to watch out for the Night's Watch and that a great number of free folk await them beyond the pass, not even knowing how many. Jon asks Ygritte if the 2 men killed were her kin, to which she replies they weren't more than Jon is. The answer upsets him, and she tells him the story of Beowulf the Bard, whose blood runs both in wildlings and Starks alike. The Stark in Winterfell wanted Beowulf's head, but never could take him, and the taste of failure galled him. One day, in his bitterness, he called Beowulf a craven who preyed only on the weak. When word of that got back, Beowulf vowed to teach the Lord a lesson, so he scaled the wall, skipped down the King's Road, and walked into Winterfell one winter's night with harp in hand, naming himself Sigrid of Skagos. Sigrid means deceiver in the old tongue that the first men spoke and the giants still speak. North or south, singers always find a ready welcome, so Beowulf ate at Lord Stark's own table and played for the Lord in his high seat until half the night was gone. The old songs he played and new ones he'd made himself, and he played and sang so well that when he was done, the Lord offered to let him name his own reward. "All I ask is a flower," Beowulf answered, "the fairest flower that blooms in the gardens of Winterfell." Now, as it happened, the winter roses had only then come into bloom, and no flower is so rare nor precious. So the Stark sent to his glass gardens and commanded that the most beautiful of the winter roses be plucked for the singer's payment. And so it was done. But when morning came, the singer had vanished, and so had Lord Brandon's maiden daughter. Her bed they found empty, but for the pale blue rose that Beowulf had left on the pillow where her head had lain. Jon tries to remember which Bran this is supposed to be, to which Ygritte replies, visibly annoyed, that it was Bran the Daughterless, but this does not really matter to the story. Lord Brandon had no other children. At his behest, the Black Crows flew forth from their castles in the hundreds, but nowhere could they find any sign of Bael or this maid. For most a year they searched, till the Lord lost heart and took to his bed, and it seemed as though the line of the Starks was at its end. But one night, as he lay waiting to die, Lord Brandon heard a child's cry. He followed the sound and found his daughter, back in her bedchamber, asleep with a babe at her breast. Bael had brought her back? No, they had been in Winterfell all the time, hiding with the dead beneath the castle. The maid loved Bael so dearly, she bore him a son, the song says. Though, if truth be told, all the maids love Bael in them songs he wrote. Be that as it may, what's certain is that Bael left the child in payment for the rose he'd plucked unasked, and that the boy grew to be the next Lord Stark. So there it is. You have Bael's blood in you, same as me. It never happened, Jon said. She shrugged. Might be it did, might be it didn't. It is a good song though. My mother used to sing it to me. She was a woman too, Jon Snow, like yours. The story is not over yet. The song ends when they find the babe, but there is a darker end to the story. 30 years later, when Bael was king beyond the wall and led the free folk south, it was young Lord Stark who met with him at the frozen ford and killed him, for Bael would not harm his own son when they met sword to sword. So the son slew the father instead, said Jon. Aye, she said, but the gods hate kinslayers, even when they kill unknowing. When Lord Stark returned from the battle and his mother saw Bael's head upon his spear, she threw herself from a tower in her grief. Her son did not long outlive her. One of his lords peeled the skin off him and wore him for a cloak. Then Ygritte closes her eyes to sleep. The rest of the Rangers' party comes at dawn, and everyone compels Jon to kill Ygritte, even if she yielded. To prove this point, Corran Halfhand asks the wildling what would they do to him if he yielded, to which she replies without hesitation that it would just grant him a slower death. Corran commands Jon to kill her, but takes the Rangers away so that he can do it alone. It is not easy nor for Jon nor Ygritte. She tries to have her life spared by telling him that Mance Rayder would take him with them if he helped her. She could lead him through secret passages and his crow brother would never find out. Jon replies he's as much of a crow as they are. He knows what he has to do, but he doesn't know if he has the strength to do it. He wonders if she's afraid. Ygritte says that she was scared the night before, in the dark, but not now that there's a son. Lord Eddard Stark's bastard son holds his sword against her throat, cutting her skin, drawing blood. Ygritte shivers for the cold and urges him to get it over with. She can't be brave forever. Do it, she urged him after a moment. Bastard, do it. I can't stay brave forever. When the blow did not fall, she turned her head to look at him. Jon lowered his sword. Go, he muttered. Ygritte stared. Now, he said, before my wits return. Go. And she runs away. So, the story of Bael the Bard that Ygritte tells Jon has a lot of similarities with Rhaegar's supposed kidnapping of Lyanna. Firstly, Bael played the harp and was a talented musician, just like Rhaegar, who could make Cersei weep. Both Lord Stark's daughter and Lyanna Stark are represented with a blue winter rose. Rhaegar even crowned Lyanna with a crown of blue roses, and Lyanna died in a room that had blue roses in it. Lord Stark goes in search of Bael and his daughter, just like Rickard and Brandon Stark do, but like in the story, they never find her because her and Bael are hiding, just like Lyanna and Rhaegar. The girl in this story also gives birth to Bael's son, who becomes Lord Stark, which might hint at the same fate for Jon Snow. Lastly, Mance Rayder knows this story, so when Jon sends him to serve fake Arya, he disguises himself as a bard and calls himself Abel, which is an anagram of Bael. Chapter 52. The air smells of ashes and the southern sky is darkened by the smoke of the fire in the Kingswood. A line of flames across the Blackwater Rush burns from horizon to horizon by the Hand's command, to slow down Stannis' arrival. At the sight, Sansa Stark can barely hold back tears, which lately have been coming even for trifles, without her being able to control them.
But when Dantos asks her whether she's been crying, she denies, blaming the smoke for her wet eyes. Dantos reveals to Sansa that now that he's a fool, nobody pays him attention anymore, and even the Queen and the Hand speak freely in front of him. Varys pays him good gold for his information, and Dantos suspects that Moonboy has been reporting to the Spider for years. Sansa realizes he's drunk again and asks him whether it's true that Lord Stannis has burnt Storm's End Godswood to the ground. Dantos says that it's true, and that Stannis did it to honor his new god, and that the Red Woman rules over him now, body and soul. He has also promised to destroy the Great Sept of Baelor. In a moment of rage, Sansa says that she wants to see it burnt to the ground. She used to love the Sept with the marbles and the crystal towers, thinking of it as the most beautiful building in the whole world. But that was before the execution of her father on its footsteps. Again, she begs Dantos to take her away from there, now that everyone is worried about Stannis and don't pay her any attention anymore. Dantos replies that it's not the right time yet, and when his friend will come back from his journey, he will grant them safe passage outside of the city. Now it's too guarded to even put a step outside. Sadly, Sansa has to agree on the last point and goes up to the roof, not wanting to go back to her rooms yet. The view is even more terrifying from there, so much so that she almost trips down the stairs, but the strong hand of the Hound saves her again. Sansa is surprised and frightened to see him there, too scared to even look at his face, even though she wasn't disgusted by it when he saved her from the mob, as the Hound bitterly points out. Sansa can't help but think that it's not the scars nor his mouth the worst part of his face. It's his eyes, so angry. She has never seen eyes like that before. "I should have come to you after," she said haltingly, "to thank you for saving me. You were so brave." "Brave?" His laugh was a half snarl. "A dog doesn't need courage to chase off rats. They had me 30 to 1, and not a man of them dared face me." She hated the way he talked, always so harsh and angry. "Does it give you joy to scare people?" "No, it gives me joy to kill people." His mouth twitched. "Wrinkle up your face all you like, but spare me this false piety. You were a High Lord's get. Don't tell me Lord Eddard Stark of Winterfell never killed a man. That was his duty. He never liked it." "Is that what he told you?" Clegane laughed again. "Your father lied. Killing is the sweetest thing there is." He drew his longsword. "Here's your truth. Your precious father found that out on Baelor's steps. Lord of Winterfell, Hand of the King, Warden of the North, the mighty Eddard Stark, of a line 8,000 years old. But Ilan Payne's blade went through his neck all the same, didn't it? Do you remember the dance he did when his head came off his shoulders?" Sansa hugged herself, suddenly cold. "Why are you always so hateful? I was thanking you, just as if I was one of those true knights you love so well. Yes. What do you think a knight is for, girl? You think it's all taking favors from ladies and looking fine in gold plate. Knights are for killing." He laid the edge of his longsword against her neck, just under her ear. Sansa could feel the sharpness of the steel. "I killed my first man at 12. I've lost count of how many I've killed since then. High lords with old names, fat rich men dressed in velvet, knights puffed up like bladders with their honors, yes, and the women and children too. They're all meat, and I'm the butcher. Let them have their lands and their gods and their gold. Let them have their sirs." Sandor Clegane spat at her feet to show what he thought of that. "So long as I have this," he said, lifting the sword from her throat. "There's no man on earth I need fear. No man on earth but his brother." But Sansa knows better than to say it aloud. He is a dog, just as he says. A half-wild, mean-tempered dog that bites any hand that tries to pet him, and yet will savage any man who tries to hurt his masters. Not even the men across the river? Clegane's eyes turned toward the distant fires. "All this burning," he sheathed his sword. "Only cowards fight with fire. Lord Stannis is no coward. He's not the man his brother was either. Robert never let a little thing like a river stop him. What will you do when he crosses? Fight, kill, die maybe. Aren't you afraid? The gods might send you down to some terrible hell for all the evil you've done."
What evil? He laughed. What gods? The gods who made us all. All? He mocked. Tell me, little bird, what kind of god makes a monster like the imp, or a half-wit like Lady Tanda's daughter? If there are gods, they make sheep so wolves could eat mutton, and they make the weak for the strong to play with. True knights protect the weak, he snorted. There are no true knights, no more than there are gods. If you can't protect yourself, die and get out of the way of those who can. Sharp steel and strong arms rule this world. Don't ever believe any different. Sansa backed away from him. You're awful. I'm honest. It's the world that's awful. Now fly away, little bird. I'm sick of you peeping at me. Sansa leaves. That night, Sansa has a nightmare. She dreams of being assaulted by the mob again, but this time they get her and stab her until there's nothing but wet ribbons left of her. When she wakes up, for a terrible moment, she fears the dream has somehow turned into a reality when she feels sticky between her legs, but then she understands what this means. Her first blood screams to the world that she is a grown woman now, ready to be married and bedded. Fearing they're going to give her to Joffrey, Sansa washes her thighs so much that the water in the basin turns pink, cuts the bloodied fabric of the sheet, and even tries to burn the mattress in the fireplace. It takes 3 maids to pull her away, and while her servants come and go to make her presentable again, Sansa feels shame for what she has just done. Presented to the Queen, she lies, telling that what she did was for fear of the blood. Cersei is sure that Lady Catelyn has told her about its happening, to which Sansa replies that she expected it to be less messy and more magical. Cersei laughs at her innocence and replies that a woman's life is 9 parts mess to 1 magic, and the magic one turns out to be the messiest of all. It took her 1 day and a half to bring Joffrey to this world, her screams so loud that she thought Robert could hear her from the Kingswood. Sansa is shocked at the fact that his grace was not with her, to which Cersei replies that he always went hunting when her time was close, but she didn't even miss him because she had her brother by her side. Joffrey won't show her any kind of devotion though. The Queen somehow tries to reassure Sansa, telling her that she may not love Joffrey, but she will love his children. I love his grace with all my heart, Sansa said. You had best learn some new lies, and quickly. Lord Stannis will not like that one, I promise you. The new High Septon said that the gods will never permit Lord Stannis to win, since Joffrey is the rightful king. A half-smile flickered across the Queen's face. Robert's true-born son and heir, though Joff would cry whenever Robert picked him up. His grace did not like that. His bastards had always gurgled at him happily, and sucked his finger when he put it in their little base-born mouths. Robert wanted smiles and cheers, always, so he went where he found them, to his friends and his whores. Robert wanted to be loved. My brother Tyrion has the same disease. Do you want to be loved, Sansa? Everyone wants to be loved. The Queen disagrees though. She wants to share with Sansa a piece of womanly wisdom on her flowering day. Love is a poison, a sweet one, but it will kill her all the same. Even though Cersei is admonishing Sansa for being a foolish girl, she actually does give her some pretty good advice about motherhood and what to expect if she ever does become queen. Sansa also stands up to the Hound a bit in the chapter, which is something she never would have done before. Ultimately, I think this chapter was all about pragmatism and Sansa learning to see things the way they are through Dantos relaying what is going on inside the Red Keep to her. The Hound calling her out for still believing in true knights. By the way, true knights is a phrase that Sansa stops using after this book, and Cersei's advice to her all contribute to Sansa learning how to play the Game of Thrones one day. Chapter 53. The Skirling Pass is shrouded in darkness, with the towering stone mountains blocking out the sun. The pathway is steep and narrow. In certain places, the pass is so tight that only one person could pass through at a time. Ghost is walking anxiously beside Jon, sensing a presence behind them. Jon instinctively draws his sword, Longclaw, just in case. Corran, the leader of the group, suggests that it's time to take a break until it gets dark. Corran Halfhand sits against a boulder, sharpening his longsword. Jon approaches him nervously. "My lord," he begins. "You never asked me how it went. With the girl."
I am no lord, Jon Snow, Corran says. She told me Mance would take me if I ran with her. She told you true. She even claimed we were kin. She told me a story. Jon has come to the realization that Corran and Mance were not just brothers, but also close friends, and now they have become bitter enemies. Why did he desert? For a wench, some say. For a crown, others would have it. He liked women, Mance did, and he was not a man whose knees bent easily. That's true. He loved the wild better than the wall. It was in his blood. He was wildling born, taken as a child when some raiders were put to the sword. When he left the Shadow Tower, he was only going home again, Corran replies. Was he a good ranger? Jon asks. He was the best of us, Halfhand answers, and the worst as well. Only fools like Thorin Smallwood despise the wildlings. They are as brave as we are, Jon, as strong, as quick, as clever. But they have no discipline. They name themselves the Free Folk, and each one thinks himself as good as a king and wiser than a maester. Mance was the same. He never learned how to obey. No more than me, said Jon quietly. Corran's shrewd grey eyes seemed to see right through him. So, you let her go? He did not sound the least surprised. You know? Now, tell me why you spared her. Corran squints disapprovingly at Jon. My father never used a headsman. He said he owed it to the men he killed to look into their eyes and hear their last words. And when I looked into Ygritte's eyes, Finding the right words proved to be a challenge. Jon gazed down at his hands, feeling utterly helpless. I know she was an enemy, but there was no evil in her. We took Ygritte's knife and axe. She's behind us, afoot, unarmed. And if I had slain her? Jon asks. Corran rises to his feet and smoothly sheaths his lengthy sword. She would be dead, and I would know you better than I had before. But enough talk, you ought to be sleeping. We have leagues to go and dangers to face. You will need your strength. Jon manages to find a sheltered spot. Ghost, Jon calls, here, to me. He finds solace in the presence of the white wolf by his side. However, Ghost simply glances at him before wandering off to hunt, leaving Jon behind. Whenever Jon shuts his eyes, visions of fierce direwolves run around in his dreams. 5 figures are present instead of the expected 6, and they are separated from each other. A deep feeling of emptiness washes over him. His siblings are somewhere out there, but he has lost their trail. He lets out a long, mournful howl that reverberates through the forest. Jon, a faint voice calls out to him. Red eyes are gazing at him. They are intense, yet hold a sense of joy upon seeing him. The ancient weirwood tree bears the face of his brother. Had his brother always possessed a third eye? Not always, the voice shouts out. Not before the crow. The wolf detects the scent of both wolf, tree, and a young boy. However, beneath those familiar scents is the unmistakable scent of death. Suddenly, he finds himself back amongst the towering mountains. It seems as though he has been transported back to Castle Black. However, it has become clear that what lies before him is a towering wall of ice, thousands of feet high. In the valley below, thousands of men are digging deep holes in the partially frozen ground, while others are engaged in military training exercises. A swarm of riders charge towards a shield wall. The clash of their mock battle create a melodic symphony of steel on steel. The campsite of this vast host lack any semblance of organization. The air is filled with the smells of hay, goats, sheep, horses, pigs, and an abundance of dogs. Wisps of dark smoke rise into the sky from a multitude of cook fires, adding to the lively atmosphere of the encampment. A sudden blast of chilly wind causes the hairs on his body to stand on end, and the atmosphere was filled with the exhilarating sound of flapping wings. Looking up towards the frosty peaks of the mountain, a dark silhouette suddenly descends from the sky. A piercing cry echoes through the air as he catches a glimpse of large blue-grey wings outstretched, blocking the sunlight. "Ghost!" Jon shouts. He can feel the talons and the pain. Eben grabs Jon. "Quiet. You mean to bring the wildlings down on us? What's wrong with you, boy?"
"A dream," says Jon. "I was Ghost. I was on the edge of the mountain looking down on a frozen river, and something attacked me. A bird. An eagle, I think. There was a tree with my brother's face. The wildlings. There were thousands, more than I ever knew existed, and giants riding mammoths. Craster told the Lord Commander that the wildlings were gathering at the source of the milkwater. That may be why you dreamed it. Or it may be that you saw what waits for us a few hours further on. Tell me," the half-hound says. Jon is feeling somewhat foolish discussing such matters with Corran and the other rangers, but he obeys nonetheless. Surprisingly, none of his fellow black brothers mock him for it. As he finishes speaking, even Squire Dawbridge's smile fades away. "Skin changer?" asks Eben grimly. Skin changers and wargs were creatures that Old Nan often spoke of in her tales. However, such fantastical beings could exist in his reality. Ghost has not shown up when they resume their journey. Jon fears that the eagle has harmed Ghost or caused him to fall off the cliff. He also thinks about the weirwood tree that bore his brother's face, emitting a scent of death and shadows. As dusk is descending upon the Skirling Pass, the temperature is dropping suddenly. The terrain is rugged with cracks, shattered boulders and piles of rocks scattered all around. Jon could not see any sign of Ghost, but he refrains from calling out for fear of attracting unwanted attention from other creatures lurking in the shadows. Finally, the eagle is sitting gracefully on a jagged rock ridge high above. Its silhouette is striking against the backdrop of the darkening sky. Jon notices a flash of white in between two boulders. It's Ghost. The sharp claws have left a trail of blood through the animal's fur and skin, yet the bird was unable to break Ghost's neck. Ghost is struggling to get up. The rangers work together to clean the dried blood from the direwolf's coat. As they tear a piece from Jon's cloak to bandage his wounds, night had fully descended. The only light in the sky is coming from a sprinkle of stars, barely distinguishing the darkness of the sky from the darkness of the surrounding stones. "Do we press on?" Stone Snake urges. "Back, not on," Corran commands. "Back?" Jon is surprised. "Eagles have sharper eyes than men. We are seen. So now we run," the half-hand admits. "Ghost, come," Jon calls. The direwolf is trailing behind. The wind intensifies, forcing them to dismount and proceed on foot in the darkness. Each man leads his horse, navigating through the strong gusts. Eben proposes the idea of using torches to help them navigate. Corran, however, tells them no fire. Before the crack of dawn, they pause to allow the horses to quench their thirst and nourish them. "We are not far from the place the wildlings died," Corran states. He looks at Squire Dawbridge. The squire is bowing his head. "Leave me as many arrows as you can spare, brothers." He stroked his longbow. "And see my Garren has an apple when you're home. He's earned it, poor beastie." Jon realizes that Squire Dawbridge will die if he stays. As the sun rises, Jon gazes at the clear sky and notices a tiny dot drifting across the vast blue expanse. Eben has also caught sight of it and expresses his frustration, but Corran hushes him with a stern look. "Listen." Jon stands still, his breath caught in his chest as he listens intently. In the distance, a hunting horn is sounded, its echo reverberating against the towering mountains behind them. "And now they come," Corran says. There is a passage in this chapter that might be one of the most important in all of A Song of Ice and Fire, and that is when Jon finds the weirwood with his brother's face. Red eyes looked at him. Fierce eyes they were, yet glad to see him. The weirwood had his brother's face. Had his brother always had 3 eyes? Not always, came the silent shout. Not before the crow. He sniffed at the bark, smelled wolf, and tree, and boy, but behind that there were other scents. The rich brown smell of warm earth, and the hard grey smell of stone, and something else. Something terrible. Death, he knew. He was smelling death. He cringed back, his hair bristling, and bared his fangs. "Don't be afraid. I like it in the dark. No one can see you, but you can see them. But first, you have to open your eyes. See? Like this." And the tree reached down and touched him. So this is almost certainly a time-traveling Bran using the weirwood net to change the past, or communicate from the future like he did to Hodor. Now, why Bran did this though, we're not exactly sure, but it might have been Bran who wanted Jon to join the wildlings so he could let them through the wall once he becomes Lord Commander. But either way, whatever Bran's purpose was for speaking with Jon in this chapter, this passage is the clearest indication that all the events we are seeing in the books are the result of a time-traveling Bran. Also, the line of Bran saying, "I like it in the dark," and the smell of death might be Jojen and definitely hints at a darker Bran than what we got in the TV show or have seen in the books so far. Chapter 55. In the Grand Chamber of Riverrun, Catelyn Stark is seated opposite Brienne of Tarth. The two women found themselves in solitude with no one else around. Catelyn is overcome with sorrow. "Brienne, I am no fit company. Go join the revels if you would." "I am not made for revels, my lady." "There was another bird this morning," Catelyn regrets saying. "Is it news of King's Landing?" Brienne asks. "My lady, what is it? Is it some news of your sons?" As Catelyn attempts to speak, her words become trapped in her throat, rendering her speechless. "I have no sons, but Robb. Bran and Rickon tried to escape, but were taken at a mill on the Acorn Water. Theon Greyjoy has mounted their heads on the walls of Winterfell. Theon Greyjoy, who ate at my table since he was a boy of 10. There are no words, my lady. My good lady, your sons, they're with the gods now." "Are they?" Catelyn says sharply. "What god would let this happen? Rickon was only a baby. How could he deserve such a death? And Bran, when I left the north, he had not opened his eyes since his fall. I had to go before he woke. Now I can never return to him, or hear him laugh again." She shows Brienne her hands. "These scars. They sent a man to cut Bran's throat as he was laying. He would have died then, and me with him. But Bran's wolf tore out the man's throat. I suppose Theon killed the wolves too. He must have. I want them all dead, Brienne. Theon Greyjoy first, then Jaime Lannister, and Cersei, and the imp. Every one." Catelyn smiles sadly. "Robb will avenge his brothers." Catelyn leaves and visits Jaime Lannister's cell. She pushes open the large wooden door and enters into a thick darkness. Jaime lifts his hands to shield his face, the metal chains on his wrists making a clanking sound. "Lady Stark, I fear I am in no condition to receive you. You brought this on yourself. We granted you the comfort of a tower cell befitting your birth and station. You repaid us by trying to escape. A cell is a cell. Some under castly rock make this one seem a sunlit garden. One day perhaps I'll show them to you." If he is cowed, he hides it well, Catelyn thought. "A man chained hand and foot should keep a more courteous tongue in his mouth, sir. I did not come here to be threatened." "No? Then surely it was to have your pleasure of me. It's said that widows grow weary of their empty beds. We of the Kingsguard vow never to wed, but I suppose I could still service you if that's what you need. Pour us some of that wine and slip out of that gown, and we'll see if I'm up to it." Catelyn stared down at him in revulsion. Was there ever a man as beautiful or as vile as this one? "If you said that in my son's hearing, he would kill you for it." "Only so long as I'm wearing these." Jaime Lannister rattled his chains at her. "We both know the boy is afraid to face me in single combat. My son may be young, but if you take him for a fool, you are sadly mistaken. And it seems to me that you were not so quick to make challenges when you had an army at your back. Did the old kings of winter hide behind their mothers' skirts as well? I grow weary of this, sir. There are things I must know. Why should I tell you anything? To save your life. You think I fear death." That seemed to amuse him. "You should. Your crimes have earned you a place of torment in the deepest of the 7 hells, if the gods are just." "What gods are those, Lady Catelyn? The trees your husband prayed to? How well did they serve him when my sister took his head off?" Jaime gave a chuckle. "If there are gods, why is the world so full of pain and injustice? Because of men like you." "There are no men like me. There's only me." Catelyn goes to leave, but Jaime apologizes and tells her,
Stay, and you shall have your answers. For a price. He has no shame. Captives do not set prices. Oh, you'll find mine modest enough. Your turnkey tells me nothing but vile lies, and he cannot even keep them straight. Answer my questions, and I'll answer yours. Truthfully. Oh, it's the truth you want. Be careful, my lady. Tyrion says that people often claim to hunger for truth, but seldom like the taste when it's served up. I am strong enough to hear anything you care to say. As you will then, but first, if you'd be so kind, the wine, my throat is raw. Your first question, Lady Catelyn. Not knowing how long this game might continue, Catelyn wasted no time. Are you Joffrey's father? You would never ask unless you knew the answer. I want it from your own lips. He shrugged. Joffrey is mine, as are the rest of Cersei's brood, I suppose. You admit to being your sister's lover. I've always loved my sister, and you owe me 2 answers. Do all my kin still live? Sir Stafford Lannister was slain at Oxcross, I am told. Jaime was unmoved. Uncle Dolt, my sister called him. It's Cersei and Tyrion who concern me, as well as my lord father. They live, all 3, but not long if the gods are good. Ask your next. Catelyn wondered if he would dare answer her next question with anything but a lie. How did my son Bran come to fall? I flung him from a window. Easy way he said it took her voice away for an instant. If I had a knife, I would kill him now, she thought, until she remembered the girls. Her throat constricted as she said, You were a knight, sworn to defend the weak and innocent. He was weak enough, but perhaps not so innocent. He was spying on us. Bran would not spy. Then blame those precious gods of yours who brought the boy to our window and gave him a glimpse of something he was never meant to see. Blame the gods, she said, incredulous. Yours was the hand that threw him. You meant for him to die. His chains chinked softly. I seldom fling children from towers to improve their health. Yes, I meant for him to die. And when he did not, you knew your danger was worse than ever, so you gave your cat's paw a bag of silver to make certain Bran would never wake. Did I now? Jaime lifted his cup and took a long swallow. I won't deny we talked of it, but you were with the boy day and night. Your maester and Lord Eddard attended him frequently, and there were guards, even those damned direwolves. It would have required cutting my way through half of Winterfell. And why bother when the boy seemed like to die of his own accord? If you lie to me, this session is at an end. Catelyn held out her hands to show him her fingers and palms. The man who came to slit Bran's throat gave me these scars. You swear you had no part in sending him? On my honor as a Lannister. Your honor as a Lannister is worth less than this. She kicked over the waste pail. Jaime Lannister backed away from the spill as far as his chains would allow. I may indeed have shit for honor, I won't deny it, but I have never yet hired anyone to do my killing. Believe what you will, Lady Stark, but if I had wanted your Bran dead, I would have slain him myself. Gods be merciful, he's telling the truth. If you did not send the killer, your sister did. If so, I'd know. Cersei keeps no secrets from me. Then it was the imp. Tyrion is as innocent as your Bran. He wasn't climbing around outside of anyone's window, spying. Then why did the assassin have his dagger? What dagger was this? It was so long, she said, holding her hands apart. Plain, but finely made, with a blade of Valyrian steel and a dragon bone hilt. Your brother won it from Lord Baelish at the tourney on Prince Joffrey's name day. Jaime poured, drank, and stared into his wine cup. I seem to remember that dagger, now that you describe it. Won it, you say? How? Wagering on when you tilted against the Knight of Flowers. Yet, when she heard her own words, Catelyn knew she had gotten it wrong. No. Was it the other way? Tyrion always backed me in the lists, Jaime said. But that day, Sir Loras unhorsed me. A mischance. I took the boy too lightly. But no matter. Whatever my brother wagered, he lost. But that dagger did change hands. I recall it now. Robert showed it to me that night at the feast. His Grace loved to salt my wounds, especially when drunk, and when he was not drunk. Tyrion Lannister had said much the same thing as they rode through the mountains of the moon, Catelyn remembered. She had refused to believe him. Peter had sworn otherwise. Peter, who had been almost a brother. Peter, who loved her. And yet, if Jaime and Tyrion told the same tale, what did that mean? The brothers had not seen each other since departing Winterfell more than a year ago. Are you trying to deceive me? Somewhere there was a trap here. I've admitted to shoving your precious urchin out a window. What would it gain me to lie about this knife? He tossed down another cup of wine. Believe what you will, I'm past caring what people say of me, and it's my turn. Have Robert's brothers taken the field? They have. Now, there's a niggardly response. Give me more than that, or your next answer will be as poor. Stannis marches against King's Landing, she said grudgingly. Renly is dead. Murdered at Bitterbridge by his brother through some black art I do not understand. A pity, Jaime said. I rather liked Renly, though Stannis is quite another tale. What side have the Tyrells taken? Renly at first. Now I could not say. Your boy must be feeling lonely. Robb was 16 a few days past, a man grown, and a king. He's won every battle he's fought. The last word we had from him, he had taken the crag from the Westerlings. He hasn't faced my father yet, has he? When he does, he'll defeat him, as he did you. He took me unawares, a craven's trick. You dare talk of tricks? Your brother Tyrion sent us cutthroats in envoy's garb under a peace banner. If it were one of your sons in this cell, wouldn't his brother do just as much for him? My son has no brothers, she thought. But she would not share her pain with a creature such as this. What's a brother's life when honor is at stake, eh? Another sip. Tyrion is clever enough to realize that your son will never consent to ransom me. Catelyn could not deny it. Robb's bannermen would sooner see you dead. Rickard Karstark in particular. You slew 2 of his sons in the Whispering Wood. The 2 with the white sunburst, were they? Jaime gave a shrug. If truth be told, it was your son that I was trying to slay. The others got in my way. I killed them in a fair fight, in the heat of battle. Any other knight would have done the same. How can you still count yourself a knight when you have forsaken every vow you ever swore? So many vows. They make you swear and swear. No matter what you do, you're forsaking one vow or the other. He took a healthy swallow of wine and closed his eyes for an instant, leaning his head back against the patch of nitre on the wall. I was the youngest man ever to wear the white cloak, and the youngest to betray all it stood for, Kingslayer. Kingslayer, he pronounced carefully. And such a king he was. He lifted his cup. To Aerys Targaryen, the second of his name, Lord of the 7 kingdoms and protector of the realm, and to the sword that opened his throat. Catelyn can tell Jaime is drunk now. Only a man like you would be proud of such an act. I told you, there are no men like me. Answer me this, Lady Stark. Did your Ned ever tell you the manner of his father's death, or his brother's? They strangled Brandon while his father watched, and then killed Lord Rickard as well. An ugly tale, and 16 years old. Why was he asking about it now? Killed, yes, but how? The cord, or the axe, I suppose. No doubt Ned wished to spare you. Well, you wanted the truth? Ask me. We made a bargain. I can deny nothing. Ask. Dead is dead. I do not want to know this. Brandon was different from his brother, wasn't he? He had blood in his veins instead of cold water. More like me. Brandon was nothing like you. If you say so. You and he were to wed. He was on his way to Riverrun when... Strange how telling it still made her throat grow tight after all these years. When he heard about Lyanna and went to King's Landing instead, it was a rash thing to do. She remembered how her own father had raged when the news had been brought to Riverrun. The gallant fool was what he called Brandon. He rode into the Red Keep with a few companions, shouting for Prince Rhaegar to come out and die, but Rhaegar wasn't there. Aerys sent his guards to arrest them, all for plotting his son's murder. The others were Lord's sons too, it seems to me.
Aerys accused them of treason and summoned their fathers to court to answer the charge, with the sons as hostages. When they came, he had them murdered without trial, fathers and sons both. There were trials, of a sort. Lord Rickard demanded trial by combat, and the king granted the request. Stark armored himself as for battle, thinking to duel one of the Kingsguard. Me, perhaps. Instead, they took him to the throne room and suspended him from the rafters, while two of Aerys' pyromancers kindled a blaze beneath him. The king told him that fire was the champion of House Targaryen, so all Lord Rickard needed to do to prove himself innocent of treason was, well, not burn. When the fire was blazing, Brandon was brought in. His hands were chained behind his back, and around his neck was a wet leathern cord attached to a device the king had brought from Tyrosh. His legs were left free though, and his longsword was set down just beyond his reach. The pyromancers roasted Lord Rickard slowly, banking and fanning that fire carefully to get a nice even heat. His cloak caught first, and then his surcoat, and soon he wore nothing but metal and ashes. Next he would start to cook, Aerys promised, unless his son could free him. Brandon tried, but the more he struggled, the tighter the cord constricted around his throat. In the end, he strangled himself. As for Lord Rickard, the steel of his breastplate turned cherry red before the end, and his gold melted off his spurs and dripped down into the fire. I stood at the foot of the Iron Throne in my white armor and white cloak, filling my head with thoughts of Cersei. After, Gerald Hightower himself took me aside and said to me, "You swore a vow to guard the king, not to judge him." That was the White Bull, loyal to the end and a better man than me. All agree. Aerys. Catelyn could taste bile at the back of her throat. The story was so hideous she suspected it had to be true. Aerys was mad, the whole realm knew it. But if you would have me believe you slew him to avenge Brandon Stark, I make no such claim. The Starks were nothing to me. I will say, I think it's passing odd that I am loved by one for a kindness I never did, and reviled by so many for my finest act. At Robert's coronation, I was made to kneel at the royal feet beside Grand Maester Pycelle and Varys the eunuch, so that he might forgive us our crimes before he took us into his service. As for your Ned, he should have kissed the hand that slew Aerys, but he preferred to scorn the ass he found sitting on Robert's throne. I think Ned Stark loved Robert better than he ever loved his brother, or his father, or even you, my lady. He was never unfaithful to Robert, was he? Jaime gave a drunken laugh. Come, Lady Stark, don't you find all this terribly amusing? I find nothing about you amusing, Kingslayer. That name again. I don't think I'll F you after all. Littlefinger had you first, didn't he? I never eat off another man's plate. Besides, you're not half so lovely as my sister. His smile cut. I've never lain with any woman but Cersei. In my own way, I have been truer than your Ned ever was. Poor old dead Ned. So, who has shit for honor now, I ask you? What was the name of that bastard he fathered? Catelyn took a step backward. Brienne. No, that wasn't it. Jaime Lannister upended the flagon. Snow, that was the one. Such a white name. Like the pretty cloaks they give us in the Kingsguard when we swear our pretty oaths. Brienne pushed open the door and stepped inside the cell. You called, my lady? Give me your sword. Catelyn held out her hand. So, I don't normally quote entire sections from the book, but this is probably my favorite passage from A Clash of Kings, and I really like reading it because you learn so much about Jaime's relationships with Tyrion, Cersei, Robert, Aerys, Ned, Renly, Littlefinger, and himself. It's also fun to see Catelyn work everything out and come to realize what kind of person Jaime is. There aren't any real conspiracies, mysteries, or foreshadowing going on in this chapter. Just two people in a room telling the truth, which is why it is so much fun. Anyway, that's it for this video. If you enjoyed watching, please like and subscribe. We'll be covering Game of Thrones Season 1 next, and then either Lord of the Rings, House of the Dragon Season 2, or A Clash of Kings Part 5. Chapter 54. Pod is dressing Tyrion for his upcoming dinner in a luxurious velvet tunic of Lannister crimson and hands him his official chain. Tyrion decides to leave it on the nightstand, knowing that his sister dislikes being reminded of his role as the king's hand. He didn't want to worsen their already strained relationship. Varys has caught him while he is making his way across the courtyard. "You had best read this at once." He hands Tyrion a piece of parchment, a report from the north. "Good news or bad?" Tyrion asks. "That is not for me to judge." Tyrion unrolls the document. "Gods be good." "Both of them?" "I fear so, my lord. It is so sad, so grievous sad, and them so young and innocent. Have you told anyone else?" Tyrion asks. "Not as yet, though of course I must." "I'll tell my sister," Tyrion says. That evening, the Queen appears looking exceptionally beautiful. She is wearing a dress made of rich green velvet that is accentuating the hue of her eyes. Her flowing golden locks are cascading down her exposed shoulders. Tyrion gives her the letter. "I trust you're pleased," he says. "You wanted the Stark boy dead, I believe." Cersei grimaces in distaste. "It was Jaime who threw him from the window, not me. For love," he said, as if that would please me. "It was a stupid thing to do, and dangerous besides. And when did our sweet brother ever stop to think?" "The boy saw you," Tyrion points out. "He was a child. I could have frightened him into silence. Why must I suffer accusations every time some Stark stubs his toe? This was Greyjoy's work. I had nothing to do with it." Let us hope Lady Catelyn believes that. Her eyes widen. "She wouldn't." "Kill Jaime? Why not? What would you do if Joffrey and Tommen were murdered?" "I still hold Sansa," the Queen declares. "We still hold Sansa, and we had best take good care of her." Cersei has prepared a delicious banquet. Tyrion is exceedingly courteous. He offers his sister the choice portions of every dish and made certain he ate only what she did. While he doesn't actually believe Cersei would poison him, he thought it wise to exercise caution. "I've never trusted Littlefinger. For enough coin, he'd go over to Stannis in a heartbeat," Cersei admits. "Stannis Baratheon is too bloody righteous to buy men, nor would he make a comfortable lord for the likes of Peter. This war has made for some queer bedfellows, I agree, but those two? No," Tyrion adds. "If we need men so badly, why did you send away your savages?" Cersei scorns him. "They're fierce warriors, but not soldiers. In formal battle, discipline is more important than courage. They've already done us more good in the Kingswood than they would ever have done us on the city walls." While the swan is being presented, the Queen questions Tyrion about Varys. "You put too much trust in that eunuch. He serves me well. The swan is too rich for his taste. Or so he'd have you believe. You think you're the only one he whispers secrets to? He gives each of us just enough to convince us that we'd be helpless without him. He played the same game with me when I first wed Robert. For years I was convinced I had no truer friend at court. But now... He says you mean to take the hound from Joffrey. I need Clegane for more important duties. Nothing is more important than the life of the king," she insists. "The life of the king is not at risk. Joff will have brave Sir Osmond guarding him, and Meryn Trant as well. I need Balon Swan and the hound to lead sorties, to make certain Stannis gets no toehold on our side of the Blackwater. Joff's only a boy who wants to be a part of this battle, and for once he's showing some sense. He needs to be seen. Men fight more fiercely for a king who shares their peril than one who hides behind his mother's skirts. If you want the boy to be his father's son, let him play the part. Joff wears the finest armor gold can buy, and he'll have a dozen gold cloaks around him at all times. If the city looks to be in the least danger of falling, I'll have him escorted back to the Red Keep at once." "Will the city fall?" Cersei asks nervously. "No, but if it does, pray that we can hold the Red Keep long enough for our Lord Father to march to our relief." "You've lied to me before, Tyrion. I hope you like blackberry tarts. I love all sorts of tarts." "Oh, I've known that for a long while. That worm between your legs does half your thinking."
Tyrion savors the last remnants of the crumbs on his fingers, his distaste evident as he glances at his sister's smile. Yes, and just now my worm is thinking that perhaps it is time I took my leave. It is not your cock that interests me so much as what you stick it in. I don't depend on the eunuch for everything as you do. I have my own ways of finding out things, especially things that people don't want me to know. I have your little oar. Tell me, have you married this one yet? He gives her no answer. How did Cersei manage to locate Shae? Did Varys betray him? Why should you care who I choose to warm my bed? A Lannister always pays his debts, she says. You've been scheming against me since the day you came to King's Landing. You sold Marcilla, stole Tommen, and now you plot to have Joff killed. You want him dead so you can rule through Tommen. This is madness, Cersei. Stannis will be here in days. You need me. For what? Your great prowess in battle? Bronze sellswords will never fight without me, he lies. Oh, I think they will. It's your gold they love, not your impish wit. And the oar? He refuses to say her name. If he can manage to persuade her that Shae holds no significance to him, then maybe. She'll be treated gently enough, so long as no harm comes to my son. If Joff should be killed, however, or if Dommen should fall into the hands of our enemies, your little oar will die more painfully than you can possibly imagine. Gods be good, Cersei. They're my own blood. What sort of man do you take me for? A small and twisted one. Tyrion contemplates his next move. What would his brother Jaime do in this situation? Likely act impulsive and deal with the consequences later. However, Tyrion lacks Jaime's expertise with a sword. While he admires his brother's bold nature, he knows he needs to channel their father's demeanor. He needs to be firm and unwavering like Castle Rock. You may have already taken care of her, Tyrion remarks. Would you like to see her? Cersei strides across the chamber and forcefully swings open the sturdy oak door. Bring in my brother's oar. Blood droplets are oozing from her split lip, revealing a glimpse of bruises behind her tattered attire. Her wrists are tightly bound with rough rope, rendering her unable to communicate as she is silenced with a gag. You said she wouldn't be hurt, Tyrion states. Bruises heal. The girl will live, so long as Joff does. Keep her then, but keep her safe. Whatever happens to her, happens to Tommen as well, and that includes the beatings and ours. If she thinks me such a monster, I'll play the part for her. Cersei had not expected that. You would not dare. Tyrion made himself smile, slow and cold. Dare? I'll do it myself. His sister's hand flashed at his face, but he caught her wrist and bent it back until she cried out. Osfrid moved to her rescue. One more step and I'll break her arm, the dwarf warned him. The man stopped. You remember when I said you never hit me again, Cersei? He shoved her to the floor, turned back to the kettlebacks, and goes to Alea. Sweetling, he says, you must be brave. I am sorry they hurt you. I know you'll free me, my lord. I will, he promises. Tyrion looks at Cersei hatefully. I will hurt you for this. I don't know how yet, but give me time. A day will come when you think yourself safe and happy, and suddenly your joy will turn to ashes in your mouth, and you'll know the debt is paid. Get out of my sight, Cersei screams. Tyrion returns to his bedchamber. Shae is reclining comfortably on the plush bed, her legs crossed and her body bare except for the intricate golden chain adorning her chest. The chain is adorned with delicate golden hands, each one clasping onto the next in a continuous loop. What are you doing here? Tyrion is surprised. I wanted some hands on my titties, but these little gold ones are cold, she laughs. He was momentarily at a loss for words. How could he explain to her that another woman had shielded her from harm, risking her own life in the process? Doesn't me lord want to bed me? Shae asks. Your shoulders feel as hard as rocks, she murmurs. Hurry, I want to feel you inside me. As her legs wrap tightly around his body, he loses his arousal. Sensing his softness, Shae moves down beneath the covers and begins to pleasure him with her mouth. Yet even that fails to stir him. He stops her. What's wrong? She asks. Tyrion realizes he is a fool. and Shae only says the things he wants to hear because she is a whore. And Cersei is indeed correct. He lets what is between his legs do too much of his thinking for him. "Just go to sleep, sweetling," he tells her while stroking her hair. So it's funny how in this chapter we learn Cersei never trusted Littlefinger, which means if Tyrion had chosen to get rid of him, Cersei wouldn't have objected. Cersei is always 100% right about not trusting Varys, but Tyrion doesn't listen to her. Also, Tyrion threatening Tommen was so stupid. Even he should have known doing that would tarnish whatever relationship he has with Cersei. Instead, he should have played along and pretended that Cersei did have his oar, and that way Tyrion could feign being hers while secretly plotting against her. Tyrion gained nothing from threatening Tommen. Chapter 56. As Theon races through the forest, the roots beneath his feet seem to reach out and grab at him, causing him to stumble. The branches of the tree scratch at his face, drawing lines of blood across his cheeks. A chilling howl echoed behind him, sending shivers down his spine. When he dared to look back, he saw a pack of enormous wolves with eerie childlike faces closing in on him. Their mouths dripped with dark, ominous blood. Despite his efforts to run faster, his legs refused to cooperate. Panic set in as he remembered the fate of those who had fallen before him. Just as he tried to scream out a warning, a sudden touch makes him whirl around, shouting in terror. "What? What do you want? Why are you in my bedchamber?" Theon cries. "My Lord Prince," Reek says. "Your sister has come to Winterfell." "Where is she?" Theon mutters. "Lauren took her and her men to the Great Hall to break their fast. Will you see her now?" "Yes." "Wex, hot water." He couldn't bear for Usher to witness him looking untidy and drenched in sweat. The previous evening, he had a vivid dream of preparing the deceased for burial. Their bodies were beginning to stiffen, their fingers partially frozen. In his dream, he meticulously dressed them, struggling to pull up trousers and tie laces, forcing fur-lined boots onto their rigid feet. This was never what I wanted. They gave me no choice. The corpses didn't answer him. Reek, Erzin, and Crom stood outside the door waiting for Theon to join them. Lately, Theon made sure to have guards accompany him wherever he went, even when he needed to use the bathroom. The people of Winterfell were out for his blood. The very night they had returned from Acorn Water, Gelmar the Grim had tumbled down some steps and broken his back. The next day, Aegar turned up with his throat slit ear to ear. Gynar Rednose became so wary that he shunned wine, took to sleeping with the noisiest dog in the kennels to give him warning should anyone try to sneak up on him. All the same, they found the little dog barking wildly around the well and Rednose floating in it, drowned. He could not let the killings go unpunished. Farlan was as likely a suspect as any, so Theon sat in judgment, calling him guilty, and condemned him to death. Even that went sour. As he knelt to the block, the kennel master said, "My lord Eddard always did his own killings." Theon had to take the axe himself, or look a weakling. As he swung, the first blow landed between Farlan's shoulders. It took 3 more cuts to hack through all that bone and muscle and sever the head from the body. And afterward, he was sick. "I had no choice," he wanted to scream at the corpse. The Ironborn can't keep secrets. They had to die, and someone had to take the blame for it. He only wished he had killed him cleaner. Ned Stark never needed more than a single blow to take a man's head. The killings stopped after Farlan's death, but even so, his men continued sullen and anxious. "They fear no foe in open battle," Black Lauren told him, "but it is another thing to dwell among enemies, never knowing if the washerwoman means to kiss you or kill you, or whether the serving boy is filling your cup with ale or bale. We would do well to leave this place." "I am the Prince of Winterfell," Theon shouts. "This is my seat. No man will drive me from it. No, nor woman either." Theon blames Arsha for not sending reinforcements sooner. He suspects she harbors a deep desire for his demise, yearning to seize his position as the rightful heir to their father. Arsha is sitting on the throne of the Stark, tearing apart a cabin using her fingers. The hall is filled with the sounds of her companions exchanging tales with Theon's comrades as they enjoy their drink. Their voices were so boisterous that his arrival went unnoticed. "Where are the rest?" Theon demands of Reek. There were barely 50 men seated at the wooden tables, with the majority being his own companions. "This is the whole of the company, my lord prince." "The whole? How many men did she bring?" 20, by my count. Theon Greyjoy confidently walked over to where his sister was sitting. "Why, this the Prince of Winterfell, or is it the Prince of Fools?" she exclaims. "Envy ill becomes a maid." "Envy, Theon? What else would you call it? With 30 men I captured Winterfell in a night. You need 1,000 and a moon's turn to take Deepwood Motte." "Well, I'm no great warrior like you, brother. I saw their heads above your gates. Tell me true, which one gave you the fiercest fight, the cripple or the babe?" Theon could sense the blood surging in his cheeks. He found no satisfaction in the sight of those severed heads, just as he had not taken pleasure in presenting the decapitated bodies of the innocent children in front of the fortress. Maester Lewin was the only one with the courage to approach the scene. With a stoic expression, the small man requested permission to reattach the boys' heads so they could be laid to rest in the Stark family crypts. Despite needing the heads for the wall, he cremated the headless bodies dressed in their finest clothes. Afterwards, he knelt among the bones and ashes to salvage a piece of melted silver and cracked jet, all that remained of Bran's wolf's head brooch. He kept it as a memento. "I treated Bran and Rickon generously," Theon tells Asha. "They brought their fate on themselves. As do we all, little brother." "How do you expect me to hold Winterfell if you bring me only 20 men?" 10, Asha corrects him. "The others return with me. Come, let us go somewhere we can speak more privily." "Dagmer's lost the fight at Torrhen Square," he blurts out. "The old castellan broke his shield wall." "Yes," Asha says calmly. "What did you expect? This Sir Roderick knows the land intimately, as the Cleftjaws does not, and many of the Northmen were mounted. The Ironborn lack the discipline to stand a charge of armoured horse. Dagmer lives, be grateful for that much. He's leading the survivors back towards the stony shore. The victory has given Leopold Tallheart the courage to come out from behind his walls and join Sir Roderick. And I've heard reports that Lord Manderley has sent 12 barges upriver packed with knights, war horses, and siege engines. The Umbers are gathering beyond the last river as well. I'll have an army at my gates before the moon turns, and you bring me only 10 men? I need not have brought you any. I commanded you. Father commanded me to take Deepwood Motte," she snaps. "He said nothing of me having to rescue my little brother. Bugger Deepwood," he says. "It's a wooden piss on a hill. Winterfell is the heart of the land, but how am I to hold it without a garrison?" "You might have thought of that before you took it." "Oh, it was cleverly done, I'll grant you. If only you had the good sense to raise the castle and carry the 2 little princelings back to Pike as hostages, you might have won the war in a stroke. You'd like that, wouldn't you? To see my prize reduced to ruins and ashes. Your prize will be the doom of you. Krakens rise from the sea, Theon, or did you forget that during your years amongst the wolves? Our strength is our longships, but Winterfell is hundreds of leagues inland, ringed by woods, hills, and hostile holdfasts and castles, and every man in 1,000 leagues is your enemy now. Make no mistake. You made certain of that when you mounted those heads on your gatehouse." Asha shakes her head. "How could you be such a bloody fool? Children, they defied me," he shouts. "And it was blood for blood besides. 2 sons of Eddard Stark to pay for Roderick and Meryn. I've laid my brother's ghosts to rest." "Our brothers," his sister reminded him. "Did you bring their ghost from Pike, brother? And here I thought they haunted only father. When has a maid ever understood a man's need for revenge? This Sir Roderick may well feel the same manly need. Did you think of that? You are blood of my blood, Theon, whatever else you may be. For the sake of the mother who bore us both, return to Deepwood Motte with me. Put Winterfell to the torch and fall back while you still can." "No," Theon adjusts his crown. "I took this castle and I mean to hold it." "Then hold it you shall," she says. "For the rest of your life. You ought to know that's the ugliest crown I've ever laid eyes on. Did you make it yourself?" She left him seething with anger as half of the men she had promised to bring with her returned, riding out through the Hunter's Gate that Bran and Rickon had used to make their escape. He pondered why he had not heeded her advice and accompanied her. "Gone, has she?" Reek asks. "My Lord Prince, if you'll pardon me saying, it's not right for her to abandon you, and 10 men, that won't be near enough." "I am well aware of that," Theon answers. "Well, might be I could help you," Reek suggests. "Give me a horse and bag of coin, and I could find you some good fellows." "How many?" 100 might be, 200, maybe more." "Do as you say, and you'll not find me ungrateful. You can name your own reward." "Well, my lord, I haven't had no woman since I was with Lord Ramsay," Reek says. "I had my eyes on that parlour, and I hear she's already been had, so 200 men and she's yours, but a man less. You can go back to effing pigs." As Theon gazed upon the weirwood tree, he couldn't help but think of Ned Stark and all that belonged to the Starks family. The wood, the castle, the sword, the gods. This place belonged to them, not to him. He regretted not accompanying Asha. Atop the gatehouse, the heads were perched on iron spikes and patiently waiting. Theon observed them in silence. The miller's boys, who resembled Bran and Rickon in age, size, and appearance, had been gruesomely disfigured by Reek. Their heads, now dipped in tar and stripped of skin, bore a haunting resemblance to the boys they once were. Asha is 100% right. If Theon had just captured the 2 Stark boys and fled back to Pike, they could have had massive leverage over the Starks. Also, this chapter is called back in A Dance with Dragons, The Ghost of Winterfell, where the Boltons, like Theon, invaders who have taken Winterfell for themselves, are trying to occupy it, suddenly find their men dying mysteriously. And like Theon, the castle knows the Boltons don't belong and the invaders don't feel safe within Winterfell's walls before being betrayed by supposed allies. This might foreshadow what happens to the Boltons in the Winds of Winter. Also, we see Theon's greatest mistake, letting Ramsay go to collect a small army of Boltons. Chapter 57. The haunting melody of the singers is echoing within the walls of the castle, mixed with the sounds of horses and the heavy gates creaking open. In the sept, prayers are offered for mercy from the mother, while on the walls, silent pleas are directed towards the warrior. The teachings of Septa Mordane comes to Sansa's mind, as she had once explained that the warrior and the mother were 2 aspects of the same divine being. Sir Meryn Trant is standing ready with the Blood Bay for Joffrey to ride into battle. Both boy and horse are adorned in gleaming gold armor and crimson plate, with matching golden lions adorning their helmets. Sansa can't help but feel a sense of emptiness and superficiality in the bright and shining display before her. The imp is sitting astride a fiery red stallion, donning armor that is simple compared to the king's intricate battle attire. Despite this, he appears more like a young boy playing dress-up in oversized clothes. However, the menacing battle axe hanging from his shield is hinting at his true strength. Sir Mandon Moore is riding by his side. Upon catching sight of Sansa, Tyrion steers his horse in her direction. "Lady Sansa," he calls from his saddle, "surely my sister has asked you to join the other highborn ladies in Maegor's." "She has, my lord, but King Joffrey sent for me to see him off. I mean to visit the Sept as well, to pray." "I won't ask for whom. I ought to have sent you off with Tommen, now that I think on it. Still, you should be safe enough in Maegor's, so long as—" "Sansa!" Joffrey shouts. "Sansa here!" "His Grace has needs of you," Tyrion observes. "We'll talk again after the battle, if the gods permit." Joffrey beckons her closer. "It will be battle soon, everyone says so. May the gods have mercy on us all. My uncle's the one who will need mercy, but I won't give him any." Joffrey draws his sword. The pommel features a heart-shaped ruby positioned between the jaws of a lion. "My new blade, Heart Eater. It is beautifully wrought, your grace. Bless my steel with a kiss." Sansa gently presses her lips against the cold metal, pondering that she would rather kiss numerous blades than Joffrey. "You'll kiss it again when I return, and taste my uncle's blood."
"Will you lead your knights into battle?" Sansa asks, hoping. "I would, but my uncle the imp says my uncle Stannis will never cross the river. I'll command the 3 oars though. I'm going to see to the traitors myself." "They say my brother Robb always goes where the fighting is thickest," she says, "though he's older than your grace to be sure, a man grown. I'll deal with your brother after I'm done with my traitor uncle. I'll gut him with Heart-Eater. You'll see." He turns his horse around and urges it forward towards the gate. Sansa has shifted her gaze towards the Sept. The Sept is filled with more people than Sansa had ever seen before. In the distance, she can hear the echoes of war, the sound of war horns, the creak and thud of catapults launching stones, the crackling of burning pitch, and the rhythmic thrum of scorpions releasing their deadly iron-tipped arrows. Sansa swiftly raises the hood of her cloak to cover her ears as she hastens towards Maegor's Holdfast, where the Queen has assured them of safety. The 2 guards stationed at the entrance are adorned in lion-emblazoned helmets and scarlet capes associated with House Lannister. However, Sansa immediately recognizes that they are merely mercenaries disguising themselves as loyal guards. As they approach the staircase, a 3rd guard lounges lazily on a step, clutching his halberd idly across his lap. A true guard would have been vigilant and upright, not seated. Nevertheless, he stands up straight upon noticing their arrival, promptly opening the door and guiding them inside. The Queen's ballroom has enough seating for 100 guests, including highborn ladies, a few elderly gentlemen, and some young boys. These women are the pillars of their families, wives, daughters, mothers, and sisters, while their men are away battling Lord Stannis, with some never to return. The atmosphere in the room is somber and grim. Sansa, as the betrothed of Joffrey, has the esteemed position of sitting by the Queen's side. As she makes her way up the elevated platform, her eyes catch a man clutching a sword that belonged to her father, Ice, nearly as tall as the man himself. Sansa recognizes Sir Ilyn Payne, his gaunt and scarred-faced, turning towards her as if he could feel her gaze. "What is he doing here?" she inquires. Osfrid, who is in charge of leading the newly formed crimson-cloaked guards for the Queen, answers, "Her Grace expects she'll have need of him before the night's done." The royal steward announces Cersei's arrival. Cersei is dressed in a gown of pristine white linen. The purity of the white fabric gives her an air of innocence and youthfulness. "Be seated," the Queen orders as she gracefully settles into her seat. "You look pale, Sansa," Cersei observes. "Is your red flower still blooming?" "Yes." "How apt. The men will bleed out there, and you in here." The Queen gestures for the initial dish to be brought out. "Why is Sir Ilyn here?" Sansa asks. The Queen casts a quick look towards the silent executioner. "To deal with treason, and to defend us if need be. He was a knight before he was a headsman." She points her spoon towards the end of the hall, where the tall wooden doors have been closed and barred. "When the axes smash down those doors, you may be glad of him. Won't your guards protect us? And who will protect us from my guards?" The Queen casts a subtle glance in Osfrid's direction. "Loyal sellswords are rare as virgin ores. If the battle is lost, my guards will trip on those crimson cloaks in their haste to rid them off. They'll steal what they can and flee, along with the serving men, washerwomen, and stable boys, all out to save their own worthless hides. Do you have any notion what happens when a city is sacked, Sansa? No, you wouldn't, would you? All you know of life you learnt from singers, and there's such a dearth of good sacking songs. True knights would never harm women and children. True knights." The Queen appears to be thoroughly entertained by that. "No doubt you're right. So why don't you just eat your broth like a good girl and wait for Semrin Stareyes and Prince Aemon the Dragon Knight to come rescue you, sweetling? I'm sure it won't be very long now." Sansa is pretty smart in this chapter, trying to shame Joffrey into going where the fighting is thickest in hopes that he will die. In the previous Sansa chapter, she talked with the Hound about how there are no true knights, and this chapter seems to reinforce that with Ilyn Payne. Chapter 58. Davos is navigating the rough and choppy waters of Blackwater Bay, with Black Betha leading the way. Davos feels a sense of pride as his sons maintain a tight formation, capturing the Wraith and Lady Maya. War horns boom across the sea, signaling the approach of their fleet. Stannis has entrusted the command of his fleet to Sir Ermy Florent, who is brother to Selyse, Stannis' wife. Davos orders the sails be brought down and the crew of Black Betha spring into action. 100 oars descend into the water. The 3 galleys maintain their speed. Davos and his sons are assigned a position in the second line of battle, on the perilous starboard wing. His son, Allard, sees it as an honourable position, eager to prove his bravery. However, Davos reminds him of the dangers they will face. Despite the lordly title of Seaworth, he still feels like Davos of Fleabottom, returning to his city. He possesses extensive knowledge of ships, sails, and shores, having fought many fierce battles on wet decks, but this type of battle makes him feel like a maiden. Smugglers don't blow war horns or raise banners. They flee when danger approaches. If he had been the admiral, he would have approached the situation differently. Davos would have sent some of his fastest ships to scout the river and assess the situation instead of charging headlong into battle. However, it is understandable why Sir Imry is in a hurry. Unfavourable winds have plagued their journey from Storm's End, resulting in the loss of 2 cogs to Shipbreaker Bay's treacherous rocks on the first day of sailing. A Myrish galley has also perished in the Straits of Tarth, and a storm has scattered the fleet across the narrow sea as they entered the gullet. Stannis would have arrived at the Rush several days ago, and angry to see his ships not here. The King's Road connects Storm's End directly to King's Landing, offering a much shorter path than travelling by sea. His army consists mainly of mounted soldiers, including nearly 20,000 knights, light horse and free riders, a gift from Renly to his brother. Despite their speed, heavily armoured horses and long lances would be of little use against the deep waters of the Blackwater Rush and the towering stone walls of the city. If the river is blocked, Sir Imry would have no choice but to halt and reassess the situation. Davos notices the Lannisters will have the river current in their favour because the Blackwater Rush is flowing strong and fast where it meets the sea. On the opposite shore, the south bank is filled with men and horses. Leading the first line of battle would be Sir Imry's Fury, accompanied by Lord Steffon Stag of the Sea, each commanding 200 oars. Behind Davos and his sons, there is another line of hundreds led by knights and noble captains. Following them are smaller and slower Myrish contingent. Further back are the carracks and large cogs that move slowly. Lastly, Salladhor Saan would come in his proud Valyrian ship, a towering 300 accompanied by the rest of his galleys with their distinct striped hulls. The flamboyant Lyseni princeling had not been pleased to be assigned to the rear guard, but it was clear that Sir Imry trusted him no more than Stannis did. Too many complaints and too much talk of the gold he was owed. Davos was sorry nonetheless. He knew Salladhor Saan was a resourceful old pirate, and his crews were born seamen, fearless in a fight. They were wasted in the rear. So Imry gives the signal to attack. The rowers intensify their strokes. Davos immediately realizes that a cut has been made through the bank, making the tower a challenging target for assault. Attackers would have to wade through the water or bridge the channel. Something gleams down below where the murky water spirals around the tower's base. A chain boom, and yet they have not closed the river against us? Why? Davos spots a slender line of Lannister galleys positioning across the river. As the first line enter the river, the enemy galleys begin to retreat. They want us jammed close, constricted, no way to sweep around their flanks. And with that chain behind us, Davos tasted a trap. Yet he saw no sign of any foes sweeping in behind them, only the great fleet of Stannis Baratheon in their ordered ranks, stretching back to the watery horizon. Will they raise the chain and cut us in two? He could not see what good that would serve. The ships left out in the bay could still land men north of the city, a slower crossing, but safer. Suddenly, a group of flickering orange birds emerge from the castle, around 20 or 30 of them. There are pots filled with burning pitch soaring through the air and leaving trails of flame behind them. Most of them are swallowed by the waters, but a few manage to land on the decks of the galleys in the front line of battle, igniting fires upon impact. A rain of arrows descend from the archer's nest that adorn the towers above. Davos' son, Mathos, hands him his helm. Davos accepts it and places it over his head. Meanwhile, the pitch pots begin to rain down upon them. A scorpion bolt narrowly misses Mathos, embedding itself into the deck with a loud thud. Davos hears the clash of the battle between Emry and the Lannister ships, although he does not see it directly. The sound of the collision between the two galleys reaching his ears. Stag of the Sea successfully splits one of Joffrey's galleys into two, but Nog's nose is engulfed in flames. Queen Alysanne finds herself trapped between Lady of Silk and Lady's Shame, with her crew engaged in a fierce fight against the attackers. "Loose!" commands Davos, and his archers unleash a devastating barrage of arrows across the water. He witnesses the captain of the King's Lander's ship fall. On land, the massive trebuchets raise their arms, launching 100 stones high into the yellow sky. Each stone is the size of a man's head. Davos orders ramming speed. Black Betha and Lady Maya collide with Lady Shame simultaneously, striking her from both the front and back with such intensity that men are thrown off deck from the Lady of Silk, which is 3 boats away. Davos nearly bites his tongue off as his teeth clash together. He spits out blood. A flash of green caught his eye ahead, and off to port, and a nest of writhing emerald serpents rose burning and hissing from the stern of Queen Alysanne. An instant later, Davos heard the dread cries of wildfire. Davos thinks it is a wicked substance, nearly impossible to extinguish. He issues rapid commands. Men engulfed in green flames jump into the water, emitting inhumane screams. Meanwhile, the walls of King's Landing are being bombarded by Spitfires, and the trebuchets near the Mudgate are hurling massive boulders. Mathos's urgent shouts alert Davos to the danger approaching from the left. One of the Lannisters' galleys is maneuvering to ram them. Davos bellows hard to starboard. For a moment, Davos fears they are too slow and that they will be sunk, but instead manage to board the enemy ship. Grappling lines are thrown, and Davos draws his sword, leading his men over the rail. The crew of the White Hart greet them at the railing, but Black Betha's soldiers overwhelm them in a fierce onslaught. Davos fights his way through the crowd, searching for the other captain, only to find him already dead. Someone attacks Davos from behind with an axe, but his helmet deflects the blow. His assailant charges at him, screaming. Davos tightly grips his sword with both hands and thrusts it into the man's abdomen, piercing him with the point. He removes his helmet, wipes the blood from his face, and cautiously makes his way back to his own ship, stepping carefully on the slippery boards stained with the entrails of men. Mathos extends a hand to assist him in crossing back over the railing. "Captain, sir," Mathos taps his shoulder. As Davos observes, the flames slowly extend. At the sight, Davos Seaworth's heart skips a beat. "No," he exclaimed. "No! No!" Amidst the deafening sounds of battle, only Mathos hears him. From inside Swordfish's hull, Davos sees green gushing from 1,000 broken jars, poison from the entrails of a dying beast, glistening, shining, spreading across the surface of the river. In a split second, the deck disappears from beneath him, and the huge explosion sends Davos flying into the water. The forceful current ensnares him completely, causing him to spin uncontrollably. The Blackwater River itself appears to be boiling, with burning debris and injured men filling the air. Where the river broadened out into Blackwater Bay, the chain stretched 2 or 3 feet above the water. Already a dozen galleys had crashed into it, and the current was pushing others against them. Almost all were aflame, and the rest soon would be. Davos could make out the striped hulls of Salador Sand's ships beyond, but he knew he would never reach them. the mouth of the Blackwater Rush had turned into the mouth of hell. If only like in the show, Davos had been put in charge of Stannis' fleet, and he could have sent scout ships ahead, which honestly is such an obvious thing to do against an enemy that has had months to prepare for your attack. At the time, Salladhor Saan was really annoyed, but afterwards he was probably so grateful that he got put into the rear and was able to avoid the wildfire. The show's budget could never have done this, but a pitched sea battle for King's Landing would have been great to see before the wildfire explosion. Chapter 59. The river itself appears to be ablaze. Half of Stannis' fleet and most of Joffrey's are engulfed in flames, transforming once proud ships into funeral pyres and men into living torches. The air is thick with smoke, arrows, and screams. Downstream, both commoners and highborn captains could see the deadly green wildfire approaching their rafts and ships, carried by the current of the Blackwater. The sky above is covered in shifting shades of green, a terrible beauty reminiscent of dragonfire. Tyrion can't help but wonder if Aegon the Conqueror had experienced a similar feeling during the Field of Fire. While the Goldcloaks cheer from the hoardings, Tyrion remains silent. It is a bittersweet victory. He witnesses yet another one of the large ships filled with King Aerys' unpredictable weapons being consumed by the ravenous flames. Columns of fire, reaching heights of 30 to 40 feet, dance and crackle upon the water's surface. Do you hear them shrieking, Stannis? Do you see them burning? This is your work as much as mine. Tyrion knows that somewhere amidst the chaotic mass of men south of the Blackwater, Stannis is also observing. Unlike his brother Robert, he does not possess a thirst for battle. Stannis would command from a safe distance, from the rear or the reserve, much like Lord Tywin Lannister would be inclined to do. "My ships!" Joffrey's voice cracks as he calls out from the war, where he huddles with his guards behind the fortifications. "My king's land is burning. Queen Cersei, loyal man, look, that sea flower's there." He points with his newly appointed sword towards the area where the green flames are licking at Sea Flower's gilded hull and creeping up her oars. Tyrion is aware of her impending fate. There is no alternative. If they do not advance to confront them, Stannis would have detected the ambush. An arrow could be aimed, and a spear, even the stone from a catapult, but wildfire has a will of its own. Once loosed, it was beyond the control of mere men. "It could not be helped," he informs his nephew. "Our fleet was doomed anyway." Perched atop the Merlin, unable to see beyond the ramparts due to his height, Tyrion is engulfed in the chaos of battle, making it impossible to witness the events unfolding downriver beneath the castle. Bronn would have set the oxen in motion as soon as Stannis' flagship passes under the Red Keep. Although King Stannis has sailed his fleet up the Blackwater, he would not be able to row out again. Nevertheless, a few have managed to escape. The flow of the river proves to be unpredictable, and the wildfire does not spread as evenly as anticipated. 8 ships have managed to land near the city walls, whether intentionally or due to wreckage. To make matters worse, a considerable portion of the enemy's first 2 battle lines have already moved upstream of the Inferno, where the ships exploded. Stannis would be left with approximately 30 to 40 galleys, which should be more than significant to transport his entire army once they regain their courage. Tyrion is well aware of the reality when it comes to his own soldiers. Jacelyn Bywater has cautioned him that if the battle takes a turn for the worse, they would break and break badly. Therefore, the key to victory is to ensure that the battle remains favourable from beginning to end. It is crucial not to allow the enemy to regroup on the north bank. Descending from the Merlin, he instructs a runner assigned by Bywater to inform Lord Jacelyn about the enemy's presence on the riverfront. To another runner, he orders, "Bring my compliments to Sir Arnold and ask him to swing the oars 30 degrees west." Joffrey interjects, "Mother promised I could have the oars." Tyrion is irritated to see that the king has once again raised the visor of his helmet.
Undoubtedly, the boy is sweltering inside the heavy armor, but the last thing he wants is for a random arrow to find its way through his nephew's eye. He slams the visor shut. Keep that closed, your grace. Your sweet person is precious to us all, and you don't want to spoil that pretty face either. The oars are yours. Joffrey departs swiftly, accompanied by Sir Meryn, but Tyrion grasps Sir Osmond's wrist before he could leave. Whatever happens, keep him safe and keep him there. Is that understood? As you command. Sir Osmond smiles amiably. Tyrion has given a warning to Trant and Kettleback about the consequences if any harm befalls the king. Joffrey has a group of experienced goldcloaks waiting at the bottom of the steps. Protecting the king's safety is his priority, but he can't help but think bitterly that Cersei should have done the same for Alalea. Just as Joffrey leaves, a messenger rushes up the steps, urging Tyrion to hurry as men have landed on the tawny grounds with a ram at the king's gate. Tyrion curses and quickly makes his way down the steps with Podrick Payne and Sir Mandon Moore following closely behind. Upon reaching the king's gate, the sound of the battering ram hitting the gate is deafening. Despite the chaos, Tyrion takes charge and orders the defenders to form a strong column. As he prepares to lead them out, Sandor Clegane emerges, ready to join the fight. Tyrion stands his ground, determined to face the challenge ahead. Clegane's breathing is ragged. Bugger that. And you. A mercenary stands next to him. We've been out 3 times. Half our men are killed or hurt. Wildfire bursting all around us. Horses screaming like men, and men like horses. Did you think we hired you to fight in a tourney? Shall I bring you a nice iced milk and a bowl of raspberries? No? Then get on your effing horse. You too, dog. The blood on Clegane's face shimmers red, but his eyes are wide. He unsheaths his longsword. He's scared, Tyrion realizes, taken aback. The Hound is afraid. He attempts to clarify their situation. They've taken a ram to the gate. You can hear them. We need to disperse them. Open the gates. When they rush inside, surround them and kill them. The Hound drives the tip of his longsword into the ground and rests on the pommel, saying, I've lost half my men, horse as well. I'm not taking more into that fire. Sir Mandon Moore stands next to Tyrion and addresses the Hound, pristine in his enameled white armor. The king's hand commands you. Bugger the king's hand. Someone bring me a drink. A gold cloak officer presents him with a cup. Clegane takes a sip, spits it out, and tosses the cup aside. Water. F your water. Bring me wine. Tyrion could discern it now. The injury, the flames. He's finished. He must locate someone else. But who? Sir Mandon? He surveys the men and realizes it would not suffice. Clegane's fear has unsettled them. Devoid of a leader, they would also rebel. And Sir Mandon, a formidable man, Jaime mentioned indeed, but not one whom other men would follow. In the distance, Tyrion could hear another loud crash. The darkening sky above the walls is filled with the streaks of green and orange light. How much longer could the gate withstand the assault? This situation seems like madness, but Tyrion believes that madness is preferable to defeat. Defeat means death and shame. Very well, I'll lead the sortie. Despite hoping that this decision would shame the Hound into action, Tyrion is mistaken. Clegane simply laughs at the idea of Tyrion leading. You. The disbelief is evident on their faces. Me, Sir Mandon, you will bear the king's banner. Pod, my helm. The boy hurries to fulfill the command. The Hound rests on his notched and blood-streaked sword, his wide white eyes fixed on Tyrion. Sir Mandon assists Tyrion in mounting his horse once more. Form up, he commands. Podrick Payne hands him a helm and shield, both heavy and made of oak. The shield displays a golden hand on a red background, surrounded by small golden lions. He guides his horse into a circular motion, observing the small group of men. Only a few have responded to his command, no more than 20. They sit atop their horses with eyes as pale as the Hound's. He looks disdainfully at the others, the knights and sellswords who have ridden with Clegane. They say I'm half a man, he remarked. What does that make the lot of you? His words shamed them enough. A knight without a helmet mounts his horse and joins the others. 2 sellswords follow suit, then more. The king's gate trembles once again. In a matter of moments, the size of Tyrion's command has doubled. He has them cornered. "You won't hear me shout out Joffrey's name," he declares. "You won't hear me yell for Castle Rock either. This is your city Stannis means to sack, and that is your gate that he's bringing down. So come with me and kill the son of a..." Tyrion unsheaths his axe, turns his stallion around, and trots towards the Sally Port. He believes they are following, but he never dares to look. Honestly, the show did a great job at adapting this by saying Tyrion shout instead, "Those are brave men knocking at our door, let's go kill them." Sadly, Tyrion has Sir Mandon Moore behind him, who is planning to kill him later. It's funny how Tyrion is actually doing his best to keep Joffrey alive during the battle. Chapter 60. The wall sconces illuminate the Queen's ballroom with a radiant glow as the torches flicker against the hammered metal. The room is bathed in a silvery light, but an air of darkness still lingers. Sansa observed this darkness in the pale eyes of Sir Ilyn Payne, who remains motionless by the back door, abstaining from both food and wine. She could discern it in Lord Gylas's persistent cough and in the hushed voice of Osney Kettleback as he discreetly delivers news to Cersei. "The fleets are locked in battle. Some archers got ashore, but the hounds cut them to pieces, your grace. Your brother's raising his chain. I heard the signal. Some drunkards down to Flea Bottom are smashing doors and climbing through windows. Lord Bywaters sent the gold cloaks to deal with them. Baelor's sept is jammed full. Everyone praying. And my son? The king went to Baelor's to get High Septon's blessing. Now he's walking the walls with the hand, telling the men to be brave, lifting their spirits, as it were." Cersei summons her attendant to bring her another glass of wine, a luxurious golden vintage from the arbor, known for its fruity and opulent flavors. The queen indulges in the drink, yet it appears to enhance her beauty even further. Her cheeks are tinged with a rosy hue, and her eyes exude a vibrant, intense fervor as she surveys the whole. Sansa can't help but compare her eyes to wildfire. Musicians perform their melodies while jugglers skillfully toss their objects in the air. Moonboy, towering on stilts, amuses the crowd by mocking everyone around him. Meanwhile, Sir Dontos playfully chases after serving girls on his makeshift broomstick horse. The guests erupt in laughter, but it is a laughter devoid of joy. Although physically present, their minds and hearts are preoccupied with thoughts of the city walls. Sansa is not the sole individual in the hall who lacked an appetite. Lolly Stokeworth sits huddled and trembling, and the young bride of one of Sir Lancel's knights succumbs to uncontrollable weeping. "Tears," the queen remarks disdainfully to Sansa. "The woman's weapon. My lady mother used to call them. The man's weapon is a sword, and that tells us all you need to know, doesn't it?" "Men must be very brave, though," said Sansa. "To ride out and face swords and axes, everyone trying to kill you? Jaime told me once that he only feels truly alive in battle and in bed. I would sooner face any number of swords than sit helpless like this, pretending to enjoy the company of this flock and frightened hens. You asked them here, your grace. Certain things are expected of a queen. They will be expected of you should you ever wed Joffrey. Best learn." The queen observes the women who occupy the benches, studying their roles as wives, daughters, and mothers. Of themselves, the hens are nothing, but their cocks are important for one reason or another, and some may survive this battle, so it behooves me to give their women my protection. If my wretched dwarf of a brother should somehow manage to prevail, they will return to their husbands and fathers, full of tales about how brave I was, how my courage inspired them and lifted their spirits, how I never doubted our victory even for a moment. And if the castle should fall, you'd like that, wouldn't you? Cersei doesn't hesitate for a moment. If I'm not betrayed by my own guards, I may be able to hold here for a time. Then I can go to the walls and offer to yield to Lord Stannis in person. That will spare us the worst. But if Maegor's holdfast should fall before Stannis can come up, why then,
Most of my guests are in for a bit of R, I'd say, and you should never rule out mutilation, torture, and murder at times like these. Sansa is horrified. These are women, unarmed and gently born. Their birth protects them, Cersei admits, though not as much as you'd think. Each one's worth a good ransom, but after the madness of battle, soldiers often seem to want flesh more than coin. Even so, a golden shield is better than none. Out in the streets, the women won't be treated nearly as tenderly, nor will our servants. Pretty things like that serving wench of Lady Tanders could be in for a lively night. But don't imagine the old and the infirm and the ugly will be spared. Enough drink will make blind washerwomen and reeking pig girls seem as comely as you, sweetling. Me? Try not to sound like a mouse, Sansa. You're a woman now, remember? And betrothed to my firstborn. The queen delicately tastes her wine. Were it anyone else outside the gates, I might hope to beguile him. But this is Stannis Baratheon. I'd have a better chance of seducing his horse. She observes the expression on Sansa's face, prompting her to chuckle. Have I shocked you, my lady? She moved in closer. You little fool. Tears are not a woman's only weapon. You've got another one, between your legs, and you'd best learn to use it. You'll find men use their swords freely enough. Both kinds of swords. Sansa is relieved from the obligation to respond when the hall is re-entered by two Kettleblacks. Osney's face is filled with joy as he humbly kneels next to the Queen. The hopes have gone up, Your Grace. The whole black water's awash with wildfire. 100 ships burning, maybe more. And my son? He's at the Mudgate with the Hand and the Kingsguard, Your Grace. He spoke to the archers on the hoardings before and gave them a few tips on handling a crossbow, he did. All agree he's a right brave boy. He'd best remain a right live boy. Cersei shifts her gaze towards Osfryd. Yes, Osfryd is wearing a steel half-helm over his lengthy black hair, his expression stern. Your Grace, he says softly. The boys caught a groom and 2 maidservants trying to sneak out a postern with 3 of the king's horses. The night's first traitors, the Queen announces. But not the last, I fear. Have Sir Ilyn see to them and put their heads on pikes outside the stables as a warning. Upon their departure, she focuses again on Sansa. Another lesson you should learn if you hope to sit beside my son. Be gentle on a night like this and you'll have treasons popping up all about you like mushrooms after a hard rain. The only way to keep your people loyal is to make certain they fear you more than they do the enemy. I will remember, Your Grace, Sansa expresses. The Queen's speech is beginning to become slurred. When we were little, Jaime and I were so much alike that even our Lord Father could not tell us apart. Sometimes as a lark we would dress in each other's clothes and spend a whole day as the other. Yet even so, when Jaime was given his first sword, there was none for me. What do I get? I remember asking. We were so much alike, I could never understand why they treated us so differently. Jaime learned to fight with sword and lance and mace, while I was taught to smile and sing and please. He was heir to Castle Rock, while I was to be sold to some stranger like a horse, to be ridden whenever my new owner liked, beaten whenever he liked, and cast aside in time for a younger filly. Jaime's lot was to be glory and power, while mine was birth and moonblood. But you are queen of all the 7 kingdoms, Sansa states. When it comes to swords, a queen is only a woman after all. The servant refills Cersei's empty cup, however, she declines by turning it upside down and shaking her head. No more, I must keep a clear head. Your Grace, Osney murmurs. Stannis has landed men on the tawny grounds, and there's more coming across. The Mudgate's under attack, and they've brought a ram to the King's Gate. The imp's gone out to drive them off. That will fill them with fear. The Queen's words were devoid of any emotions as she spoke. He hasn't take Joff, I hope. No, Your Grace. The King's with my brother, at the oars, flinging antler men into the river. With the Mudgate under assault? Folly. Tell Sir Osmond I want him out of there at once. It's too dangerous. Fetch him back to the castle. The imp said, It's what I said that ought concern you. Cersei's gaze became more focused. Your brother will do as he's told, or I'll see to it that he leads the next sortie himself, and you'll go with him." A few of the women have started to cry, and Sansa senses her own eyes becoming damp. "Very good, dear," the Queen draws near. "You want to practice those tears. You'll need them for King Stannis." Sansa fidgets anxiously. "Your Grace? Oh, spare me your hollow courtesies. Matters must have reached a desperate strait out there if they need a dwarf to lead them. So you might as well take off your mask. I know all about your little treasons in the Godswood." "The Godswood? I've done no treasons. I only visit the Godswood to pray. For Stannis or your brother, it's all the same. Why else seek your father's gods? You're praying for our defeat. What would you call that, if not treason?" "I pray for Joffrey," she nervously insists. "Why? Because he treats you so sweetly?" The Queen pours Sansa a cup of sweet plum wine. "Drink," she orders in a chilly tone. "Perhaps it will give you the courage to deal with the truth for a change." Sansa raises the goblet to her mouth and indulges in a sip. The wine possesses an overpowering sweetness, yet it exudes a remarkable potency. "You can do better than that," Cersei says. "Drain the cup, Sansa. Your queen commands you." Sansa struggles to keep it down, but she manages to finish the cup, swallowing the rich, sweet wine until she feels lightheaded. "More?" Cersei asks. "No, please." The Queen appears dissatisfied. "When you asked about Sir Ilyn earlier, I lied to you. Would you like to hear the truth, Sansa? Would you like to know why he's really here?" Sansa hasn't even noticed Sir Ilyn's return to the hall, but all of a sudden he emerges from the shadows behind the platform, moving as silently as a feline. He holds ice, the sword, without its sheath. "Tell Lady Sansa why I keep you by us," Cersei says. Sir Ilyn's mouth opens, producing a choking sound. His face, marked by pox scars, remains devoid of any expression. "He's here for us," he says, the Queen says. "Stannis may take the city and may take the throne, but I will not suffer him to judge me. I do not mean for him to have us alive." "Us?" "You heard me. So perhaps you had best pray against Sansa, and for a different outcome. The Starks will have no joy from the fall of House Lannister. I promise you." Cersei is kind of right here about how unfair it was that she and Jaime were treated so differently because of their gender. Jaime could be whatever he wanted to be, whereas Cersei only had one path laid out before her, and that was it. Cersei also saying she would have better luck seducing his horse is quite funny, and reminds you that Cersei and Stannis lived alongside each other in the Red Keep with Renly for many years before the events of A Game of Thrones, and would honestly make such a fun prequel series. Chapter 61. Tyrion's field of vision is restricted by the slot in his helmet, allowing him to only see what lay directly in front of him. However, upon turning his head, he sees 3 galleys grounded, while a 4th, notably larger than the rest, floats further out in the river, firing at them from a catapult. "Wedge," Tyrion issues orders as his soldiers pour out of the sally port. They organize themselves into a spearhead formation with Tyrion positioned at the forefront. Sir Mandon Moore positions himself to Tyrion's right, the flames reflecting off the pristine white enamel of his armor, his lifeless eyes devoid of any emotion visible through his helmet. To Tyrion's left, he is taken aback to find Podrick Payne, wielding a sword in his hand. "You're too young," he says. "Go back." "I'm your squire, my lord." Tyrion has no time to waste on arguing. "With me, then. Stay close." He spares his horse into action. They ride side by side, Joffrey's banner fluttering in the wind, displaying the colors of crimson and gold as the stag and lion emblem dance together. Arrows fly from the city's defenses, while stones rain down haphazardly on the ground, the sea, and the soldiers below. Up ahead stands the King's Gate, where a group of soldiers struggle with a massive ram made of black oak and iron. "Lancers," Tyrion commands. The terrain beneath him is drenched and treacherous, a mixture of mud and blood. Below the gate, the men scramble, hastily preparing themselves for the impending impact. Tyrion raises his axe and exclaims, "To King's Landing!" Sir Mandon lowers his lance just in time, impaling a man in a studded jerkin with Joffrey's banner before the shaft breaks. In front of Tyrion is a knight. he strikes the man in the face with his axe, knocking off half his head. A spear hits his shield as Pod rides beside him, attacking every enemy they encounter. Tyrion takes down an archer, slices open a spearman, and deflects a blow from a swordfish-crested helm. So Mandon swiftly passes him, cutting off limbs, cracking heads, and breaking shields as he goes. Only a few enemies manage to cross the river with their shields intact. Tyrion leads the charge. The enemy forces are retreating. He scans the battlefield from side to side, searching for any sign of Podrick pain. Suddenly, an arrow grazes his cheek, narrowly missing his eye. With determination, he spurs his horse onward, maneuvering through the fallen bodies. In the distance, the Blackwater River is filled with burning ships. Wisps of wildfire continue to dance on the surface, casting emerald flames high into the sky. Amidst the steel and padding of his helmet, he could hear the agonizing cries, the insatiable crackling of fire, the ominous war horns, and the resounding trumpets. A deafening crash reverberates across the Blackwater as a massive stone has struck one of the galleys squarely. His unit has dispersed. Each man is now fighting his own battle. The weight of the axe presses heavily in his grip. A small group of loyal followers trail behind him, while the rest have either perished or fled. Men emerge from the river, their bodies burnt and bleeding, coughing up water as they stumble forward, many on the brink of death. Leading his troops through the chaos, he swiftly ends the suffering of those strong enough to still stand. As his horse rears once more, he defiantly brandishes his axe towards the stars, hearing them echo the name, "Half man, half man." Tyrion feels a sense of intoxication wash over him. The sensation of battle fever is something he had never expected to feel, despite Jaime frequently describing it to him. You don't feel your wounds then, or the ache in your back from the weight of your armor, or the sweat running down into your eyes. You stop feeling, you stop thinking, you stop being you. There is only the fight, the foe, this man, and then the next, and the next, and the next. And you know they are afraid and tired, but you're not. You're alive, and death is all around you, but their swords move so slowly you can dance through them laughing. A soldier seizes the reins of his horse and lunges at Tyrion with a dagger. Tyrion deflects the blade and plunges his axe into the back of the soldier's neck. Tyrion maneuvers his horse to face the Blackwater, observing the relentless glow of the dark current below. The sky above displays hues of red, orange, and an unsettling shade of vibrant green. Suddenly, a group of armored soldiers are disembarking from a damaged galley that has collided with a pier. There are at least 20 galleys clustered together. Tyrion sees a knight who is foolishly attempting to traverse the treacherous path. The knight urges his frightened horse to cross over the gunwales and oars, amidst tilting decks stained with blood. In dismay, Tyrion realizes that they have unintentionally created a perilous bridge. "Those are brave men," he tells Sir Balon. "Let's go kill them." He guided them through the flickering flames and the dirt and soot of the riverfront, charging down a lengthy stone quay with his own soldiers and those of Sir Balon following closely. Sir Mandon joins their ranks, his shield in tatters. A spearman bearing the red crab emblem of House Celtigar thrusts his weapon through the chest of Balon Swan's horse before the knight could dismount, sending him crashing to the ground. Tyrion swiftly swings his axe at the man's head as he rides past, but it is too late to stop his horse. The stallion leaps off the edge of the quay and over a broken gunwale, landing in the shallow water with a loud splash and a cry. Tyrion's axe flies out of his hand, followed by Tyrion himself, landing on the wet deck with a resounding thud. Madness ensues. His horse has a broken leg and is screaming in agony. Somehow, he manages to unsheath his dagger and put the poor creature out of its misery by slitting its throat. Regaining his footing, he stumbles towards the rail, engaging in a chaotic battle. Men approach him. Some he kills, some he injures, and some retreated. But more keep coming. Losing his knife, he acquires a broken spear without knowing how. Clutching it tightly, he stabs wildly, shouting curses. Men flee from him, and he pursues them. climbing over the rail onto the next ship and then the next. His two companions, Balon Swan and Mandon Moore, fight alongside him, their movements as elegant as a dance, surrounded by Valyrian spearmen. In contrast, his own fighting is crude, stabbing a man in the kidney from behind and tossing another into the river by his leg. Arrows whiz past him, bouncing off his armor, with one piercing between his shoulder and breastplate unnoticed. Suddenly, a naked man plummets from above, his body exploding upon impact on the deck, splattering blood through the opening in Tyrion's helmet. The river rushes into his helm unexpectedly. He quickly removes it. The ship is on the verge of breaking apart. Just as he comprehends the imminent danger, a deafening crack echoes like thunder, causing the deck to shift beneath him, and he slips back into the water. The incline is so steep that he struggles to climb back up, dragging himself along a broken line inch by painful inch. Fires blaze both upstream and downstream. For a moment, Tyrion feels as though he is losing his mind, as if Stannis and the castle have switched places. Tyrion is too exhausted to comprehend it all. His shoulder throbs with pain, and as he reaches up to massage it, he notices the arrow lodged there, prompting his memory. Amidst the chaos of the battlefield, a faint voice called out his name. Tyrion attempted to respond with a shout. "Here! Here! I'm here! Help me! My lord, take my hand! My lord Tyrion!" On the deck of the approaching ship, Sir Mandon Moore stands with his hand outstretched across the dark expanse of water. Tyrion reached for it all the same, wishing his arms were longer. It was only at the very last, as their fingers brushed across the gap, that something niggled at him. Sir Mandon was holding out his left hand. Why? Was that why he reeled backward? Or did he see the sword after all? He would never know. The point slashed just beneath his eyes, and he felt its cold, hard touch and then a blaze of pain. His head spun around as if he'd been slapped. The shock of the cold water was a second slap more jolting than the first. He flailed for something to grab onto, knowing that once he went down, he was not like to come back up. Somehow, his hand found the splitted end of a broken oar. Clutching it tight as a desperate lover, he shimmied up foot by foot. His eyes were full of water, his mouth was full of blood, and his head throbbed horribly. Gods give me the strength to reach the deck. There was nothing else, only the oar, the water, the deck. He eventually turns to his side and lies down, gasping for air and feeling completely drained, lying flat on his back. Sir Mandon obstructs his view. The knight appears as a white steel silhouette, his eyes gleaming ominously from behind his helmet. Sir Mandon positions the tip of his sword at the base of his throat and grips the hilt with both hands. Suddenly, he lurches to the left, stumbling into the railing. The wood splinters and Sir Mandon Moore disappears with a shout and a splash. In the next moment, the ship collides once more, causing the deck to jolt violently. Then someone kneels beside him. "Jaime?" he wheezes, nearly choking on the blood in his mouth. Who else but his brother would come to his rescue? "Be still, my lord. You're hurt bad." Tyrion ponders, perplexed by the inexplicable sound of a young lad's voice. It bears an uncanny resemblance to Pod. Tyrion's description of Stannis' men crossing the bridge of broken ships covered in fire and blood to meet them is such a good scene that it's a tragedy the show didn't adapt this, although at the same time you can see why. So, why did Mandon Moore try and kill Tyrion? Well, Tyrion thinks it was Cersei or Joffrey. However, Mandon Moore was appointed to the Kingsguard by Jon Arryn. However, Jon Arryn didn't like him, which means it was probably Lyla's suggestion, which means it was probably Littlefinger. Probably because Tyrion knows he lied about the dagger and could use that to incriminate Littlefinger in front of Tywin. So, before departing King's Landing, Littlefinger probably instructed Mandon to find the best time to kill Tyrion without it being suspicious. Funnily enough, Littlefinger will try and kill Tyrion again in the Purple Wedding, only to kill Joffrey instead. Chapter 62. Upon hearing Sir Lancel Lannister's report of the lost battle, the Queen absent-mindedly rotates her empty wine cup in her hand and calmly responds, Tell my brother, sir. Sir Lancel, blood seeping from his wounded arm, retorts, he was on the bridge of boats when it broke apart, we think. Sir Mandon's likely gone as well, and no one can find the hound. Gods be damned, Cersei. Why did you have them fetch Joffrey back to the castle? The gold cloaks are throwing down their spears and running, hundreds of them. When they saw the king leaving, they lost all heart. The whole Blackwater's awash with wrecks and fires and corpses. But we could have held if... Interrupting him, Osney Kettleblack interjects. There's fighting on both sides of the river now, your grace. It may be that some of Stannis' lords are fighting each other. No one's sure. It's all confused over there. The hound's gone, no one knows where, and Sir Balin's fallen back inside the city. The riverside's theirs. They're ramming at the King's Gate again, and Sir Lancel's right. Your men are deserting the walls and killing their own officers. There's mobs at the Iron Gate and the Gate of the Gods fighting to get out, and Flea Bottom's one great drunken riot. The Queen's mind is filled with a mix of emotions. Despite the chaos surrounding her, the Queen manages to maintain an eerie calmness. Raise the drawbridge and bar the doors. No one enters or leaves Maegor's without my leave. What about them women who went to pray? They chose to leave my protection. Let them pray. Perhaps the gods will defend them. Where's my son? The castle gatehouse. He wanted to command the crossbowmen. There's a mob howling outside. Half of them gold cloaks who came with him when we left the Mudgate. Bring him inside Maegor's now. No! Lancel is so angry he forgets to keep his voice down. Heads turn towards them as he shouts, We'll have the Mudgate all over again. Let him stay where he is. He's the king. He's my son. Cersei Lannister stands up from her seat. You claim to be a Lannister as well, cousin. Prove it. Osbred, why are you still standing there? Now means today. A few women are in tears. Some are deep in prayer, while others stay put at their tables, requesting additional wine. Cersei, Sir Lancel pleads, if we lose the castle, Joffrey will be killed in any case. You know that. Let him stay. I'll keep him by me, I swear. Get out of my way. Cersei strikes her open palm against his wound, causing Sir Lancel to cry out in agony and nearly collapse as the Queen exits the room. Sansa is completely ignored by her. Oh gods, an old woman wails. We're lost. The battle's lost. She's running. Numerous children are in tears, sensing the fear in the air. Sansa is left isolated on the platform. Don't be afraid, she tells them. The Queen has raised the drawbridge. This is the safest place in the city. There's thick walls, the moat, the spikes. What's happened? Demands one woman. Is the king hurt? Has the city fallen? Tell us, someone else shouts. Sansa indicates for everyone to be quiet. Joffrey's come back to the castle. He's not hurt. They're still fighting. That's all I know. They're fighting bravely. The Queen will be back soon. She observes the fools gathered beneath the gallery. Moonboy, make us laugh. Moonboy executes a somersault, then leaps onto a table. He picks up 4 wine cups and starts juggling them. Occasionally one would fall and hit him on the head. A few hesitant chuckles reverberates in the room. Sansa approaches Sir Lancel and kneels next to him. The wound on his body has started bleeding again as a result of the Queen's strike. Madness, he gasps. Gods, the imp was right. Was right. Sansa has managed to assist the wounded knight to stand up. Take him to Maester Franken. Lancel answers, I am feeble and foolish, just as Joffrey claims. I ought to be ending him, not aiding him. Cersei is still absent. Sir Dantas has ascended the platform and announces, Go back to your bedchamber, sweet Jonquil, he whispers. Lock yourself in. You'll be safer there. I'll come for you when the battle's done. Sansa pondered whether it would be him or Sir Ilyn who would come for her. It requires all her willpower to walk slowly from the Queen's ballroom instead of running. Sansa secures the door to her pitch-black bedchamber and cautiously navigates her way towards the window. As she forcefully pulls back the drapes, a gasp escapes her lips. The southern sky is ablaze with a mesmerizing display of ever-changing colors, a reflection of the raging fires below. Sinister green waves clash against the underbellies of the clouds, while patches of orange light sprawl across the celestial expanse. Overwhelmed, Sansa retreats from the window, seeking solace in the safety of her bed. Suddenly, there is movement behind her, and an unknown hand emerges from the darkness, firmly seizing her wrist. Sansa attempts to scream, but before she could, another hand forcefully covers her mouth, suffocating her. "Little bird, I knew you'd come." The voice is a drunken rasp. In that fleeting moment, she catches sight of him, a figure cloaked in black and green, his face smeared with blood as dark as tar, his eyes shining like a dog's in the abrupt illumination. "If you scream, I'll kill you. Believe that." He removes his hand from her mouth. The hound has a flagon of wine resting on her bedside table, from which he takes a long sip. "Don't you want to ask who's winning the battle, little bird?" "Who?" She expressed her fear by not daring to oppose him. The hound chuckles. "I only know who's lost. Me." "What have you lost?" "All." His face, charred and disfigured, is covered in a crust of coagulated blood. "Bloody dwarf. Should have killed him years ago." "He's dead, they say." "Dead? No. Bugger that. I don't want him dead." He discards the vacant flagon. "I want him burned. If the gods are good, they'll burn him, but I won't be here to see. I'm going." "Going?" She attempts to break free, but his grip is unyielding. The little bird repeats whatever she hears. "Going, yes." "Where will you go?" "Away from here. Away from the fires. Go out the Iron Gate, I suppose. North somewhere. Anywhere." "You won't get out," Sansa says. "The Queen's closed up Maegor's, and the city gates are shut as well." "Not to me. I have the White Cloak. And I have this." He gently taps the hilt of his sword. "The man who tries to stop me is a dead man, unless he's on fire." He laughs bitterly. "Why did you come here?" "You promised me a song, little bird. Have you forgotten?" It is impossible for her to serenade him at this moment, amidst the chaotic sky ablaze with fire and countless lives being lost. "I can't," she says. "Let me go. You're scaring me." "Everything scares you. Look at me. Look at me." His scars are concealed by blood. The burnt edge of his mouth twitches incessantly. "I could keep you safe," he rasps. "They're all afraid of me. No one would hurt you again, or I'd kill them." He pulls her in tightly, and she briefly believes he was going to kiss her. His strength is overpowering. She shuts her eyes, hoping it would end soon. Yet nothing happens. "Still can't bear to look, can you?" He forcefully twists her arm, turning her and pushing her onto the bed. "I'll have that song. Florian and Jonquil, you said." His dagger is out, held at her throat. "Sing, little bird. Sing for your little life." Her throat is parched and constricted with terror, and all the melody she had ever known has vanished from her memory. She sings for him, but her voice sounds feeble and fragile, quivering in her own ears. She has forgotten most of the verses. Then the hound withdraws the blade from her throat, without uttering a word. "Little bird," he utters once more, his voice filled with rawness and a harshness akin to steel scraping against stone. Then he stands up from the bed. Sansa could hear the sound of fabric tearing, followed by the softened noise of retreating footsteps. After what has felt like an eternity, she finally crawls out of bed, only to find herself alone. His cloak lies on the floor, tightly twisted and stained with blood and fire. Eventually she hears a distant bell ringing. The sound resonates deeply, like a booming bronze, and it grows louder with each toll. As the first faint light of dawn appears in the eastern sky, the Red Keep's bells begin to ring as well. She recalls that the bells have tolled when King Robert passed away, but this time it is different. It isn't a slow, mournful death knell, but rather a jubilant thunder. She could also hear men shouting in the streets, accompanied by what seems to be cheers. Sir Dantas then stumbles into her unlocked door, envelops her in his flaccid embrace, and spins her around the room repeatedly, shouting in such a jumbled manner that Sansa can't comprehend a single word. He finally released her. "What is it?" She clutches at a bedpost. "What happened? Tell me." "It's done! 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 The city is saved! Lord Stannis is dead. Lord Stannis is fled. No one knows. No one cares. His host is broken. The danger's done. Slaughtered, scattered, or gone over, they say. Oh, the bright banners. The banners, Jonquil, the banners. Do you have any wine? We ought to drink to this day. Yes, it means you're safe, don't you see? Sir Dantas chuckles and hops back and forth, teetering on the brink of losing his balance. They came up through the ashes while the river was burning. The river. Stannis was neck deep in the river, and they took him from the rear. His own men hardly fought, they say. Some ran, but more bent the knee and went over, shouting for Lord Renly. What must Stannis have thought when he heard that? We're delivered, sweetling. All the Westermen, all the power of Highgarden and Castle Rock. Lord Tywin himself had their right wing on the north side of the river, with Randall Tarly commanding the centre, and Mace Tyrell the left. But the vanguard won the fight. They plunged through Stannis like a lance through a pumpkin, every man of them howling like some demon in steel. And do you know who led the vanguard? Do you? Rob? It was Lord Renly! Lord Renly in his green armour, with the fire shimmering off his golden antlers. Lord Renly with his tall spear in hand. They say he killed Sir Gaiad Morrigan himself in single combat, and a dozen other great knights as well. It was Renly! It was Renly! It was Renly! Oh, the banners, darling Sansa. Oh, to be a knight. So we find out later it was Garland Tyrell wearing Renly's armour here, which is a clever bit of theatrics to terrify Stannis' men. We also find out later from Garland that this attack was only possible because Tyrion had deployed his mountain clans into the Kingswood, who killed all of Stannis' scouts, so he had no way of knowing that an entire army was coming up his rear until it was too late. Sansa also thinks the Hound kissed her in this chapter, but George has confirmed that he didn't, and Sansa is just misremembering, which shows point of view characters cannot always be fully trusted. Now, why didn't he force himself on Sansa? Well, the biggest theme of A Song of Ice and Fire probably is free will and choice. For example, the heart always being in conflict with itself, and how songs like the song Sansa sings the Hound can inspire people to be better. This is actually why the Hound let her go, because the song she sung was so beautiful and he was moved. Songs can also inspire us to believe in knights and chivalry, or do horrible things. Chapter 63. I have won no victories, Daenerys explains to her handmaiden. Jiqui disagrees. You burned the Magi in their house of dust and sent their souls to hell. That was Drogo's triumph, not hers, Dany wishes to say, but she keeps silent. To protect her people and her dragons during her absence, she has selected Ricaro, Jogo, and Aggo to accompany her to the waterfront. The streets are bustling with children, beggars, and thin dogs. Sir Jorah would have preferred to shelter her within the safety of her palanquin. However, she has declined his offer. She has spent too much time reclining on satin cushions, being transported aimlessly by oxen. When she rides, she feels a sense of progress. Xaro has informed her that Pyat Pri is gathering the remaining warlocks to plot against her. Xaro appears troubled. It is said that the glass candles are burning in the house of Urathon Nightwalker. They have not burned in 100 years. Ghost grass grows in the Garden of Jahane. Phantom tortoises have been seen carrying messages between the windowless houses on Warlock's Way, and all the rats in the city are chewing off their tails. The wife of Mathis Malawan, who once mocked a warlock's drab moth-eaten robe, has gone mad and will wear no clothes at all. Even fresh, washed silks make her feel as though 1,000 insects were crawling on her skin, and blind Sebastian the Eater of Eyes can see again, or so his slaves do swear. A man must wonder, he sighs. These are strange times in Qarth, and strange times are bad for trade. It grieves me to say so, yet it might be best if you left Qarth entirely, and sooner rather than later. Xaro strokes her fingers reassuringly. You need not go alone though. You have seen dark visions in the Palace of Dust, but Xaro has dreamed brighter dreams. I see you happily abed with our child at your breast. Sail with me around the Jade Sea, and we can yet make it so. It is not too late. Give me a son, my sweet song of joy. I will not wed you, Xaro. His face has grown cold. Then go. But where? Somewhere far from here. The members of her Khalasar have started to become restless. The Dothraki are not used to settling in one place for too long. Xaro's eyes sparkle like the jewels in his nose. I am a trader, Khaleesi, so perhaps we should speak no more of giving, but rather of trade. For one of your dragons, you shall have 10 of the finest ships in my fleet. You need only say that one sweet word. No, she replies. Would you ask a mother to sell one of her children? Why ever not? They can always make more. Mothers sell their children every day. Not the mother of dragons. Not even for 20 ships. Not for 100. Dany hasn't seen him since then. His Senchal delivers cold messages demanding her departure from his house and the return of his gifts. Aggo leads the way, with Jogo following closely behind, while Ser Jorah Mormont remains by her side. The sound of her bell chimes softly, prompting Dany to once again think of the Palace of Dust. They had called her the Child of Three, Daughter of Death, Slayer of Lies, Bride of Fire. So many threes. 3 fires, 3 mounts to ride, 3 treasons. The dragon has 3 heads, she sighs. Do you know what that means, Jorah? Your Grace? The sigil of House Targaryen is a 3-headed dragon, red on black. The 3 heads were Aegon and his sisters, Visenya and Rhaenys, she remembers. I am descended from Aegon and Rhaenys through their son Aenys and their grandson Jaehaerys. Why do you care what the warlocks whispered? All they wanted was to suck the life from you. You know that now. Perhaps, she says reluctantly. Yet, the things I saw... Ser Jorah frowns. Dany can't get it out of her mind. His is the song of ice and fire, my brother said. I'm certain it was my brother. Not Viserys, Rhaegar. He had a harp with silver strings. Ser Jorah's expression grows more serious. Prince Rhaegar played such a harp. You saw him? She nods. There was a woman in a bed with a babe at her breast. My brother said the babe was the prince that was promised and told her to name him Aegon. Prince Aegon was Rhaegar's heir by Elia of Dawn, Ser Jorah says. But if he was the prince that was promised, the promise was broken along with his skull when the Lannisters bashed his head against a wall. I remember, Dany says with a tinge of sadness. They murdered Rhaegar's daughter as well, the little princess, Rhaenys she was named, like Aegon's sister. There was no Visenya, but he said the dragon has 3 heads. What is the song of ice and fire? It's no song I've ever heard. I went to the warlocks hoping for answers, but instead they left me with 100 new questions. The waterfront serves as a bustling marketplace where trade continues day and night. Ogo, Jogo, you will guard the horses while Ser Jorah speak to the captains. They approach the first ship. Sailors, dock workers, and merchants all step aside, unsure of what to make of this slender young girl with silver golden hair, dressed in Dothraki attire, accompanied by a knight. The captain of the Grand Cog, Ardent Friend, inquires, You require passage for 100 Dothraki, all their horses, yourself and this knight, and 3 dragons. He walks away, laughing. When she introduces herself as Daenerys Stormborn, Queen of the 7 Kingdoms, to Alysseni on the Trumpeter, he gives her a disdainful look and retorted, Aye, and I'm Lord Tywin Lannister, and shot gold every night. The cargo master of the Myrish galley, Silken Spirit, expresses his opinion that dragons are too perilous to have at sea. The owner of Lord Pharaoh's Belly is willing to take the risks of dragons, but not of the Dothraki. As they proceed toward the next dock, Ser Jorah places his hand on the lower part of her back. Your Grace, you are being followed. No, do not turn. He gently guides her towards a stall where brass items are being sold. This is a noble work, my queen, he declares loudly, presenting a large platter to her. See how it shines in the sun? She could catch a glimpse of what is behind her. I see a fat brown man and an older man with a staff. Which is it? Both of them, Ser Jorah says. They have been following us since we left Quicksilver. A Qartheen suddenly appears in her path, presenting a jewel box to her. Kneeling, he offers it to the Mother of Dragons. Dany accepts it. She opens it. Inside is a dazzling green scarab made of onyx and emerald, but the scarab suddenly unfurls with a hiss. Dany caught a glimpse of a maline black face, almost human, and an arched tail dripping venom, and then the box flew from her hand in pieces, turning end over end. Sudden pain twisted her fingers. As she cried out and clutched her hand, the brass merchant let out a shriek. A woman screamed, and suddenly the Catelyn were shouting and pushing each other aside. Ser Jorah slammed past her, and Dany stumbled to one knee. She heard the hiss again. The old man drove the butt of his staff into the ground. Aggo came riding through an egg seller's stall and vaulted from his saddle. Drogo's whip cracked overhead. Ser Jorah slammed the eunuch over the head with the brass platter. Sailors and oars and merchants were fleeing or shouting or both. "Your Grace, 1,000 pardons," the old man kneels. "It's dead. Did I break your hand?" She closed her fingers, wincing. "I don't think so. I had to knock it away." "Khaleesi, we saw him strike you. Would you see the color of his blood?" Drogo asks, placing a dagger against the man's throat. "Release him." Dany rises to her feet. "Your Grace?" Mormont slightly lowers his sword. "These men attacked you." "They were defending me. It was the other one, the Catelyn. But he has vanished. There was a manticore in that jewel box he gave me. This man knocked it out of my hand." She approaches him and assists him in standing. "Were you stung?" "No, good lady," he replies, "or else I would be dead. But it touched me. When it fell from the box, it landed on my arm." She rewards him with a silver for his troubles and sends him on his way before redirecting her attention to the elderly man with a white beard. "Who is it that I owe my life to?" "You owe me nothing, Your Grace. I am called Arstan, though Belwaz named me Whitebeard on the voyage here." "And who is Belwaz?" she asked. The towering brown eunuch confidently stepped forward, sheathing his arak. "I am Belwaz." "And why are you here, Belwaz? You were sent by Magister Illyroy?" "We were, Your Grace," old Whitebeard replies. "I regret if we caused you alarm. If truth be told, we were not certain. We expected someone more regal?" Dany chuckles. She is without a dragon and her attire is far from queenly. "Now tell me, what would Magister Illyroy have of me that he would send you all the way from Pentos?" Dany smiles. "He would have dragons," says Belwaz, "and the girl who makes them. He would have you." "We were told to find you and bring you back to Pentos. The 7 kingdoms have need of you. Robert the Usurper is dead, and the realm bleeds. When we set sail from Pentos, there were 4 kings in the land, and no justice to be had," Arstan says. "I have 3 dragons," she says, "and more than 100 in my Khalasar, with all their goods and horses." "It is no matter," Belwaz adds. "We take all." The fat man hires 3 ships from his little silver-hair queen. "I shall tell my people to make ready to depart at once, but the ships that bring me home must bear different names." "What names would you prefer?" "Vhagar," Daenerys tells him, "Meraxus, and Balerion. Paint the names on their hulls in golden letters, 3 feet high, Arstan. I want every man who sees them to know the dragons are returned." So, this chapter is very different from the TV show, where she loots and raids Arya's house before leaving Qarth, but instead is forced to leave. Also, how didn't anyone in Qarth or Xaro just kill Daenerys and her Khalasar and take her dragons, since they are literally the most valuable objects in the world? Finally, not including strong Belwaz was such a mistake, since he could have definitely brought some humor to the Daenerys plotline in the show. But instead, they gave that role to Daario. Chapter 64. The heads are coated in tar to delay decomposition. Each day, Arya has to walk beneath them on her way to fetch water for Roose Bolton's basin. They are positioned facing outward, so she never sees their faces, but she enjoys imagining that one of them belongs to Joffrey. As Arya makes her way to the well, Goodwife Ambel grabs hold of her arm. The water spills over the sides, drenching Arbel's legs. "You did that intentionally," the woman shrieks. "What do you want?" Arya wriggles in her hold. Ambel has been partially deranged ever since they decapitated Hara. Ambel gestures towards Pia. "When this Northman falls, you'll be where she is." "Let me go." Ambel tightens her grip. "He will fall too. Harrenhal pulls them all down in the end. Lord Tywin's won now. He'll be marching back with all his power, and then it'll be his turn to punish the disloyal. And don't think he won't know what you did." The old woman laughs. Arya swings the bucket and throws the water all over Ambel. "Don't ever touch me," Arya shouts, "or I'll kill you. You get away." "The Lannisters are coming. See what happens when they get here," Ambel exclaims. At times, Arya wishes she had chosen to journey across the narrow sea with Jack and Hagar. She still possesses the foolish coin he had given her, a small rusted piece of iron no larger than a penny. One side bears strange encryptions she couldn't decipher, whilst the other displays a worn-out depiction of a man's head, with all his features rubbed off. He claims it holds great value, but that is likely another falsehood, just like his name and even his appearance. The Lord's bedchamber is filled when she arrives. Qyburn is present, and Grim Walton, along with a dozen Freys, all siblings, half-siblings, and relatives. Roose Bolton lies in bed, unclothed. Leeches are clung to the insides of his arms and legs, and speckle his pale chest. "We must not allow Lord Tywin to trap us here at Harrenhal," Sir Aenys Frey announces. "The castle is so large it requires an army to hold it, and once surrounded we cannot feed an army, nor can we hope to lay in sufficient supplies. The country is ash, the villages given over to wolves, the harvest burnt or stolen." "I do not mean to be besieged here." Roose Bolton speaks in such a soft voice. "What then?" Sir Jared Frey insists. "Lord Tywin is many leagues from here," Bolton said calmly. "He has many matters yet to settle at King's Landing. He will not march on Harrenhal for some time." Sir Aenys shakes his head in disagreement. "You do not know the Lannisters as we do, my lord. King Stannis thought that Lord Tywin was 1,000 leagues away as well, and it undid him." "I am not a man to be undone, sir." "If Lord Tywin could defeat a seasoned man like Stannis Baratheon, what chance will our boy king have against him?" Sir Harris High interrupts. "The war is lost. King Robb must be made to see that," Sir Hoston admits. "His Grace has defeated the Lannisters every time he has faced them in battle," Roose Bolton affirms. "He has lost the North," insists Hoston Frey. "He has lost Winterfell. His brothers are dead." Arya is momentarily breathless. Were Bran and Rickon really dead? Bran is injured, and Rickon is just a child. She has to muster all her strength to stay calm and quiet. Just like Syrio Forel has taught her, she fights back tears, refusing to believe it. King Robb must make his peace with the Lannisters. He must put off his crown and bend the knee, little as he may like it, Sir Hoston says bluntly. "I shall think on all you've said," Roose Bolton smiles. The Freys bid their farewells and depart, leaving behind only Qyburn, Steelshanks Walton, and Arya. Lord Bolton tells Arya to approach him. "I am bled sufficiently. Nan, you may remove the leeches." "At once, my lord." Delicately, she plucks the leeches from the lord's body, feeling their slimy and engorged forms between her fingers. "I will hunt today," Roose Bolton makes an announcement. "Is it safe, my lord?" Qyburn asks. "Only 3 days past, Septon Utt's men were attacked by wolves. They came right into his camp, not 5 yards away from the fire, and killed 2 horses. It is wolves I mean to hunt. I can scarcely sleep at night for the howling. It is said that direwolves once roamed the north in great packs of 100 or more, and feared neither man nor mammoth. But that was long ago, and in another land. It is queer to see the common wolves of the south so bold." The Lord and Maester exit the room without a second glance at her. Arya picks up the letter and brings it to the hearth, using a poker to stir the flames back to life. The parchment bursts into flames. Arya kneels by the fire, tears streaming down her face. She then proceeds to clean the Lord's chambers for the next few hours. "Sir Gregor," she breathes. "Dunsen, Polliver, Raff the Sweetling, the Tickler," she calls out one time. "The Hound," the next. "Sir Ilyn, Sir Meryn, Queen Cersei." She faces the towering trunk of an oak tree, thrusting forward with determination to pierce it, uttering, "Joffrey, Joffrey, Joffrey," with a forceful grunt. She stands in front of the heart tree and raises her sword in a gesture of respect, speaking the words Vala Maguris to the ancient gods of the north. As Arya makes her way across the yard towards the bathhouse, the hunting party has returned with 9 wolf carcasses. Lord Bolton has instructed for their skins to be fashioned into a blanket for his bed. Upon noticing Arya's gaze, he speaks. "Nan, I want a flagon of hot spice wine. I took a chill in the woods. See that it doesn't get cold." "At once, my lord." Hot Pie is in the midst of preparing oatcakes as she steps into the kitchen. "My lord wants his supper and hot spice wine to wash it down," Arya announces, "and he doesn't want it cold." When she enters, Roose Bolton is sitting by the fireplace, engrossed in a voluminous book. She positions the meal beside him. "I will have no further need of you tonight," he says. "My lord," she asks, "will you take me with you when you leave Harrenhal?" "Did I give you leave to question me, Nan?" "No, my lord." She lowers her eyes. "You should not have spoken then, should you?" "No, my lord." "I will answer you, just this once. I mean to give Harrenhal to Lord Vargo when I return to the north. You shall remain here, with him." "But I don't," she starts. He cuts her off. "I am not in the habit of being questioned by servants, Nan. Must I have your tongue out?" "No, my lord." "Then I'll hear no more from you?" "No, my lord." "Go then. I shall forget this insolence." Arya ventures into the darkness of the courtyard. For a while, silence reigns, broken only by the wind, water, and the rustling of leaves and branches. Suddenly, in the distance, past the Godswood, the eerie towers and the colossal stone walls of Harrenhal, a wolf's mournful howl echoes from somewhere in the world. Then, almost imperceptibly, it is as if she could hear her father's voice. "When the snows fall and the white winds blow, the lone wolf dies, but the pack survives," he said. "But there is no pack," she softly murmurs to the ancient weirwood tree. "Bran and Rickon have perished, Sansa is held captive by the Lannisters, and Jon has embarked on his journey to the Wall." Upon entering the forge, she discovers that the fires have been extinguished and the doors are closed and barred. She decides to enter through a window. Gendry is sharing a mattress with 2 other apprentice smiths. She covers his mouth with her hand and pinches him, causing him to wake up. "Please," she whispers, removing her hand and pointing towards the door. He follows her down from the loft. "What do you want now?" Gendry says in a low, angry voice. "A sword." Black Thumb keeps all the blades locked up. "I told you that 100 times. Is this for Lord Leech?" "For me. Break the lock with your hammer." "They'll break my hand," he grumbles. "Or worse. Not if you run with me. Run and they'll catch you and kill you." "They'll do you worse. Lord Bolton is giving Harrenhal to the bloody murmurs. He told me so." Gendry brushes away the strands of his dark hair from his eyes. "So when Vargo hurts the Lord, he's going to cut off the feet of all the servants to keep them from running away, the smiths too." "That's only a story," he says scornfully. "No, it's true. I heard Lord Vargo say so," she lies. "Go to the kitchens and wake Hot Pie. He'll do what you say. We'll need bread or oatcakes or something. You get the swords and I'll do the horses. We'll meet near the postern in the east wall, behind the Tower of Ghosts. No one ever comes there. You won't forget the swords?" "I never said I'd come." "No, but if you do, you won't forget the swords." He frowns. "No, I guess I won't." Arya returns to her cell and carefully dresses herself in multiple layers of undergarments, warm stockings, and her cleanest tunic. Moving as silently as a shadow, she descends the stairs once more. On the table, next to the remnants of Lord Bolton's meal, lies his dagger, so she decides to take it as well, just in case Gendry lost his nerve. A horse lets out a soft neigh as she enters the dimly lit stables. The stable hands are all fast asleep. She nudges one with her foot until he stirs and mumbles. Was? Lord Bolton requires 3 horses, saddled and bridled." "3, you say?" "1, 2, 3, hunting horses, fast and sure-foot. The most challenging part is leading the horses through the castle. Whenever possible, she stays in the shadows of the curtain wall, making it nearly impossible for the sentries on the ramparts above to spot her unless they look straight down. She catches sight of Gendry and Hot Pie. "Here I am," she says. "Be quiet, or they'll hear you." "There's a guard on that postern," says Gendry quietly. "You stay here with the horses," Arya replies. "I'll get rid of him. Come quick when I call." Gendry nods. She does not attempt to conceal herself, but instead approaches the guard openly, almost as if she has been sent by Lord Bolton himself. When she finally stands before him, she pulls back her cloak to reveal the flayed man's sigil on her breast. "Lord Bolton sent me." "At this hour? Why for?" "He told me to give all his guards a silver piece for their good service." The word appears as if from thin air. "Silver, you say?" "Give it over then." Her hand reaches beneath her garment, retrieving the coin Jaqen had bestowed upon her. Extending her arm, she releases the coin, watching it fall from her grasp. The guard goes down on one knee to retrieve the coin. Then Arya takes her dagger and draws it across his throat. "Vala Maguris," she murmurs softly as he passed away. After he became still, she retrieves the coin. Pai and Gendry arrive with the horses. "You killed him," Hot Pie gasps. "What did you think I would do?" So, in this chapter, Roose says he wants to go hunt wolves, which relates to the theory that the Boltons used to hunt and flay Starks in wolf bodies, since Starks are wargs or werewolves and Boltons are vampires, and the two sides are mortal enemies. Now, Arya's murder of this guard is pretty brutal and definitely shows that Arya is not a morally good character like the show tried to portray her as. Also, you can see the first hints of the Frey and Boltons planning to betray Robb start in this chapter. It's a great foreshadow of the Red Wedding. Chapter 65. In the throne room, King Joffrey is seated on the Iron Throne with rubies and a heavy golden crown on his head. Sansa is making her way through the crowd of knights, squires, and wealthy townspeople to the front of the gallery just as Lord Tywin Lannister enters. Joffrey requests his grandfather to take charge of governing the realm, and Lord Tywin graciously accepts the weight responsibly, until your grace comes of age. Joffrey securely fastens the hand's chain of office around his neck. Lord Tywin then takes his place at the council table next to the Queen. Cersei signals for the ceremonies to proceed. Mace Tyrell, the Lord of Highgarden, is given the esteemed position of honour. His son, Sir Garland, then approaches the king. "I have a maiden sister, Margaery, the delight of our house. She was wed to Renly Baratheon, but Lord Renly went to war before the marriage could be consummated, so she remains innocent. Margaery has heard tales of your wisdom, courage, and chivalry, and has come to love you from afar. I beseech you to send for her, to take her hand in marriage, and to wed your house to mine for all time." King Joffrey glances around. "Sir Garland, your sister's beauty is famed throughout the Seven Kingdoms, but I am promised to another. A king must keep his word." Queen Cersei rises from her seat with a swish of her gown. "Your Grace, in the judgment of your small council, it would be neither proper nor wise for you to wed the daughter of a man beheaded for treason. A girl whose brother is in open rebellion against the throne even now. Sire, your councillors beg you, for the good of the realm, set Sansa Stark aside. The Lady Margaery will make a far more suitable queen." Joffrey raises a hand. "Mother, but I took a holy vow." The High Septon steps forward. "Your Grace, the gods hold betrothal solemn, but your father, King Robert of blessed memory, made this pact before the Starks of Winterfell had revealed their falseness. Their crimes against the realm have freed you from any promise you might have made. So far as the faith is concerned, there is no valid marriage contract twixt you and Sansa Stark." The crowd chants, "Margaery, Margaery," in unison. "The gods are good. I am free to heed my heart. I will wed your sweet sister, and gladly, sir." Sansa feels dizzy. She realizes that she is liberated. She wouldn't have to endure his kisses, give up her virginity to him, or bear his children. She felt sorry for Margaery Tyrell, who would have to bear all those burdens instead. She senses the gaze of others fixed upon her. "I will not have my son humiliated," Cersei says to her. "Do you hear me?" "Yes, but if I'm not to be queen, what will become of me?" "That will need to be determined. For the moment, you shall remain here at court as our ward. I want to go home." The queen is irritated by that. "You should have learnt by now, none of us get the things we want." A significant lordship has been bestowed upon Sir Lancel Lannister. Joffrey has granted him the lands, castle, and rights of House Dari, whose last young lord died during the conflicts in the Riverlands. Sir Lancel seems reluctant to accept the title. Rumours circulate that his injury could result in the loss of his arm or even his life. There are whispers that the imp is also on the brink of death, having suffered a severe head wound. The herald then announces, "Lord Peter Baelish."
Littlefinger smiles and kneels in front of the Iron Throne. Sansa has not heard of any particular heroic deeds performed by Littlefinger during the battle. It appears that he is to be rewarded nonetheless. Sir Kevan Lannister rises to his feet. It is the wish of the King's Grace that his loyal counsellor, Peter Baelish, be rewarded for faithful service to crown and realm. Be it known that Lord Baelish is granted the castle of Harrenhal, with all its attendant lands and incomes, there to make his seat and rule henceforth as Lord Paramount of the Trident. Peter Baelish and his sons and grandsons shall hold and enjoy these honours until the end of time, and all the lords of the Trident shall do him homage as their rightful liege. The King's hand and the small council consent. I thank you humbly, your grace. I suppose this means I'll need to see about getting some sons and grandsons. Joffrey chuckles and the court joins in. Harrenhal is known to be cursed, and the Lannisters don't even hold it currently. Moreover, the Lords of the Trident are loyal to Riverrun and House Tully, as well as the King of the North. They would never accept Littlefinger as their lord unless they are forced to. On that day, more than 600 new knights are created. They have spent the entire night in the Great Sept of Baelor. It is a lengthy process, as only 3 members of the White Sword Brotherhood are present to perform the dubbing. Mandon Moore has died in battle. The Hound has disappeared. Aerys Oakheart is in Dorne with Princess Marcilla, and Jaime Lannister is held captive by Robb. This leaves the King's Guard with Balon Swan, Mirren Trand, and Osmond Kettleback. Now the tables have turned, and the prisoners are brought in. Among them are esteemed lords and noble knights, the grumpier Lord Celtigar, known as the Red Crab, Sir Bonifer the Good, Lord Estamont, even older than Celtigar, Lord Varna, Sir Mark Mullendore, and others. The individuals who have altered their loyalty during the conflict are only required to pledge their allegiance to Joffrey, whereas those who have fought for Stannis until the very end are obligated to express themselves. The outcome of their fate is determined by their spoken words. If they humbly seek forgiveness for their acts of treason and vow to serve faithfully from that point forward, Joffrey gracefully accepts them back into the realm of the King's Peace, reinstating their lands and rights. Nevertheless, a few individuals remain resolute and unyielding. Do not imagine this is done, boy. The light of Lord protects King Stannis, now and always. All your swords and all your scheming shall not save you when his hour comes. Your hour is come right now. Sir Ilyn Payne is summoned by Joffrey to remove the man and execute him by beheading. However, as soon as the man is taken away, a knight calls out, "Stannis is the true king! A monster sits the Iron Throne, an abomination born of incest." "Be silent," Sir Kevan Lannister bellows. The knight raises his voice instead. "Joffrey is the black worm eating the heart of the realm. Darkness was his father, and death his mother. Destroy him before he corrupts you all. Destroy them all, Queen Or and King Worm, vile dwarf and whispering spider, the false flowers, save yourselves." One of the gold cloaks knocks the man off his feet, but he continues to shout, "The scouring fire will come. King Stannis will return." Joffrey lurches to his feet. "I'm king! Kill him now! I command it!" Sir Meryn Trant advances with his sword drawn. The execution is swift and merciless. The gold cloaks apprehend the knight by his arm. "No, king," he exclaims once more as Meryn thrusts his longsword into his chest. As night falls, Sansa wraps herself in a cloak and heads towards the Godswood. Dantos patiently stands under the shimmering moonlight amidst the lush foliage. "Why so sad-faced?" Sansa asks him. "You were there. You heard. Joff put me aside. He's done with me. He's—" "The Queen will never let you go. Never. You are too valuable a hostage. And Joffrey, sweetling, he is still king. If he wants you in his bed, he will have you. Only now it will be bastards he plants in your womb instead of true-born sons." "No," Sansa says, shocked. "He let me go. He—" Sir Dantos plants a slobbery kiss on her ear. "Be brave. I swore to see you home, and now I can. The day has been chosen." "When?" Sansa asks. "When will we go?" "The night of Joffrey's wedding. After the feast, all the necessary arrangements have been made. The Red Keep will be full of strangers, half the court will be drunk, and the other half will be helping Joffrey bed his bride. For a little while, you will be forgotten, and the confusion will be our friend. The wedding won't be for a moon's turn yet. Marjorie Tyrell is at Highgarden. They've only now sent for her. You've waited so long. Be patient a while longer. Here, I have something for you. Sir Dantis fumbles in his pouch and draws out a silvery spider web, dangling it between his thick fingers. It is a hairnet of fine spun silver, the strands so thin and delicate the net seems to weigh no more than a breath of air when Sansa takes it in her fingers. What stones are these? Black amethyst from Ashai, the rarest kind, a deep true purple by daylight. It's very lovely, Sansa says. Lovelier than you know, sweet child. It's magic, you see. It's justice you hold. It's vengeance for your father. Dantis leans close and kisses her again. It's home. The show had Littlefinger tell Sansa all this, but having it be Dantis is so much smarter. Moreover, this exchange and the necklace shows that George R.R. Martin already had the purple wedding planned out by a clash of kings. Further evidence for this comes from the fact that Joffrey cuts himself on the Iron Throne, which means he will not sit long. This is a superstition that has existed since the time of Maegor the Cruel and seems to continue until this day. When Joffrey orders the death of the Stannis loyalist, he chopped down with his hand, a furious, angry gesture, and screeched in pain when his arm brushed against one of the sharp metal fangs that surrounded him. The bright crimson salmon of his sleeve turned a darker shade of red as his blood soaked through it. "Mother!" he wailed, with every eye on the king. Somehow the man on the floor wrestled a spear away from one of the gold cloaks and used it to push himself back to his feet. "The throne denies him!" he cried. "He is no king!" Cersei was running toward the throne, but Lord Tywin remained still as stone. He had only to raise a finger, and Sir Meryn Trant moved forward with drawn sword. The end was quick and brutal. The gold cloak seized the knight by the arms. "No, king!" he cried again, as Sir Meryn drove the point of his longsword through his chest. Again, Joffrey would die not too long after this. Chapter 66. Maester Luwin approaches Theon upon the sighting of the scouts outside the fortress. "My lord prince," he says, "you must yield." "There has been no reply from my uncle?" "None," the maester says, "nor from your father on pike." "Send more birds." "It will not serve." "By the time the birds reach, send them! Or do you want me dead? Is that it, Luwin? The truth now?" "My order serves." "Yes, but who?" "The realm," Maester Luwin says. "And Winterfell. Theon, once I taught you sums and letters, history and warcraft. I will not claim to bear you any great love, no, but I cannot hate you either. Even if I did, so long as you hold Winterfell, I am bound by oath to give you counsel. So now I counsel you to yield. You have no hope of holding here," the maester goes on. "If your lord father meant to send you aid, he would have done so by now. It is the neck that concerns him. The battle for the north will be fought amidst the ruins of Moat Catelyn. Soon enough, they will come over your walls in 100 places at once. You may be able to hold the keep for a time, but the castle will fall within the hour. You would do better to open your gates and ask for mercy. I know what kind of mercy they have for me. There is a way. I am Ironborn," Theon reminds him. "I have my own way. What choice have they left me? No, don't answer. I've heard enough of your counsel. Go and send those birds as I commanded." "As you command." They made a pitiful small assembly. The Iron Men were few, the yard large. "The Northmen will be on us before nightfall," he tells them. Wex assists him in getting ready for the upcoming battle. After equipping himself with weapons and armor, Theon ascends the watchtower to observe his impending fate. The soldiers from the north are strategically positioning themselves to surround the castle. Assessing their numbers proves challenging. There are at least 1,000, maybe even twice that amount. In contrast, Theon's forces consist of only 17 individuals. The enemy has also brought catapults and scorpions. Theon notices the banners of Serwyn, Talhart, Flint, Karstark, and Hornwoods through Maester Luwin's Myrish lens tube. However, there are no Glovers, Boltons from the Dreadfort, or Umbers descending from the shadow of the hill. Shortly after, young Clay Serwyn arrives at the gates with a peace banner, signalling Sir Roderick Castle's desire to negotiate with Theon Turncloak. "I shall be out shortly," he shouts. He makes his way to the gatehouse, wearing his crown atop his head. "Sir Roderick," Theon reins to a halt. "It grieves me that we must meet as foes. My own grief is that I must wait a while to hang you." The old knight spits onto the ground. "Theon Turncloak." "I am a Greyjoy of Pike," Theon reminds him. "The cloak my father swaddled me in bore a kraken, not a direwolf. For 10 years you have been a ward of Stark. Hostage and prisoner, I call it. Then perhaps Lord Eddard should have kept you chained to a dungeon wall. Instead, he raised you among his own sons, the sweet boys you have butchered. And to my undying shame, I trained you in the arts of war. I came out to parley, not to suffer your insults. Say what you have to say, old man. What would you have of me?" "2 things," the old man states. "Winterfell and your life. Command your men to open the gates and lay down their arms. Those who murdered no children shall be free to walk away, but you shall be held for King Robb's justice." "Robb will never look on Winterfell again," Theon promises. "He will break himself on Moat Catelyn, as every southern army has done for 10,000 years. We hold the north now, sir. Here are my terms. You have until evenfall to disperse. Those who swear fealty to Balon Greyjoy as their king, and to myself as Prince of Winterfell, will be confirmed in their rights and properties and suffer no harm. Those who defy us will be destroyed." Sir Roderick shakes his head. "I have near 2,000 men with me, and if the tales be true, you have no more than 50. I have something better than men." He lifts his hand above his head, the sign Black Lauren has been instructed to keep an eye out for. "This is craven," Sir Roderick says. "To use a child so... This is despicable. Theon is threatening to hang Beth Castle, Roderick's daughter. No harm will be done your Beth, so long as you..." Sir Roderick doesn't give him a chance to finish. "I gave you the chance to save your men and die with some small shred of honor, Turncloak. I should have known that was too much to ask of a child killer. I ought to cut you down here and now and put an end to your lies and deceits. By the gods, I should. Forswear your oath and murder me, and you will watch your little Beth strangle at the end of a rope. Beth is the last of your blood." The old knight stands tall. "I offer myself in my daughter's place. Release her, and take me as your hostage. Surely the Castellan of Winterfell is worth more than a child. Not to me. No, I'll keep the girl, and keep her safe. So long as you do as I've commanded you, her life is in your hands." "Gods be good, Theon. How can you do this? You know I must attack. Have sworn. If this host is still in arms before my gate when the sun sets, Beth will hang," Theon argues. Without waiting for a response, he swiftly makes his way back towards the castle. A fire has been prepared for Theon in Ned Stark's bedchamber. Theon pours himself a cup of robust red wine. "Prince Theon!" There is a sudden shout across the ward. "The Northmen!" A wave of intense unease washes. Is it the attack? Maester Lewin clutches his arm. There's still time. Raise a peace banner. "They're fighting!" Crom says urgently. "More men came up, hundreds of them, and at first they made to join the others, but now they've fallen on them." Is it Asha? Had she come to save him after all? "No, these are Northmen, I tell you, with a bloody man on their banner." "I'll see this for myself," Theon says. As they arrive at the battlements, lifeless bodies and wounded horses are scattered across the market square outside the gates. The sounds of shouts and cries echo through the chilly autumn atmosphere. Black Lauren emerges next to him and remains quiet for a while. Horsemen emerge from the billowing smoke. Leading them is a knight clad in ominous dark armor. "Are you friend or foe?" Black Lauren asks. "Would a foe bring such fine gifts?" Redhelm gestures to 3 lifeless bodies in front of the gates. "The old Castellan," says Black Lauren, "with Leobold Tallheart and Clay Serwyn. Open the gates for our friends." The men from the Dreadfort traverse the moat and pass through the inner gates. "How many men did you lose?" Theon asks Redhelm as he dismounts. 20 or 30? "Sir Roderick had you 5 to 1. Aye, but he thought us friends. A common mistake." When the old fool gave me his hand, I took half his arm instead. Then I let him see my face. The man put both hands to his helm and lifted it off his head, holding it in the crook of his arm. Reek, Theon said, disquieted. How did a serving man get such fine armor? The man laughs. The wretch is dead. He steps closer. Ramsay explains how he and Reek swapped clothes, and it was Reek they killed, not the bastard of Bolton. And now, my sweet prince, there was a woman promised me if I brought you 200 men. Well, I brought 3 times as many, and no green boys nor field hands neither, but my father's own garrison. Theon has given his word. Harrig, he says, go to the kennels and bring Pala out for Ramsay. His plump lips display a smile, yet his pale eyes remain devoid of any joy. Snow, my wife called me before she ate her fingers, but I say Bolton. His smile curdles. So you'd offer me a kennel girl for my good service. Is that the way of it? Theon finds the tone of his voice displeasing, just as he finds the disrespectful stares from the men of the Dreadfort distasteful. She was what was promised. She smells of dog shit. I've had enough of bad smells as it happens. I think I'll have your bed warmer instead. What do you call her? Kyra? Are you mad? Theon says angrily. I'll have you. The bastard's forceful backhand strikes him directly, causing his cheekbone to fracture with a horrifying sound under the hardened steel. The entire world disappears into a deafening crimson agony. Shortly after, Theon is lying on the ground. He turns over onto his stomach and tasted a mouthful of blood. He attempts to call out, "Close the gates!" but it proves futile. The soldiers from the Dreadfort have already taken down Red Rolf and Kennard, with more of them flooding in. A deafening noise fills his ears, and terror surrounds him. Black Lauren draws his sword, but he is quickly outnumbered by 4 assailants. Ulf falls with a crossbow bolt piercing his abdomen, and Maester Luwin is impaled by a spear from a knight on horseback, who then rides over him. "Save me the phrase," the bastard shouts, "and burn the rest. Burn it all." The last thing Theon sees is his horse burning. Honestly, compared to what happened in the show, this makes way more sense as to why Winterfell was sacked. Also, if only Theon had not let Ramsay and his men in, he and his Ironborn might have been able to hold out against Ramsay's smaller force. Moreover, Ramsay ordering the Freys be spared was very smart on his part, since they would help ensure the Frey-Bolton alliance later on. Chapter 67. Tyrion dreams of blood, excrement, and charred flesh in his dreams. The sounds of men groaning and whimpering surround him. Upon attempting to shit, he realizes that he has soiled his own bed. Too feeble to utter a sound, he remains lying in his own waste and closes his eyes. His longing for Shay remains unfulfilled as she is absent. It is dark when he wakes again. At first he can't see anything, but after a time, the vague outlines of a bed appears around him. He is in his own bed. The pain stabs through him when he struggles to lift his hand. Upon awakening, Tyrion finds the draperies pulled back and Podrick Payne standing before him, holding a candle. As Tyrion tries to call out to him, all that escapes his lips is a muffled moan. His movements are strained and clumsy as he reaches up to touch his face, only to feel stiff linen where there should have been flesh, lips, and teeth. The lower part of his face is tightly wrapped in bandages, covered by a hardened plaster mask with openings for breathing and eating. Shortly after, Pod returns once more. This time, he is accompanied by a stranger, a maester in chains and robes. "My lord, you must be still," the man murmurs. "You are grievously hurt. You will do yourself great injury. Are you thirsty?" He gives an uncomfortable nod. The maester places a curved copper funnel into the feeding hole above his mouth and slowly pours a liquid down his throat. Tyrion swallows, barely registering the taste. It is only after the fact that he recognizes the substance as milk of the poppy. As the maester takes out the funnel, he is already drifting off into slumber. In his dream, he finds himself amidst a grand celebration, a triumphant feast held within a magnificent hall. The men around him raise their goblets high, honoring him as a true hero. Even his father wears a proud smile, acknowledging his achievement. And there, eagerly awaiting his embrace, stands Shae. However, upon awakening, he finds himself in a dimly lit, desolate room. A sense of unease washes over him, as if something is amiss. Once again, he is left to his own devices, devoid of any company. Struggling to rise, he pushes aside the covers, only to be met with excruciating pain that forces him to relent, his breaths coming in ragged gasps. The agony is not limited to his face alone. His entire right side throbs relentlessly, and a sharp pain shoots through his chest whenever he attempts to lift his arm. It becomes apparent to him that this is not his own chamber, nor is this the Tower of the Hand. Someone has taken the liberty of relocating him. In that moment, the Maester approaches Tyrion, prompting him to demand the removal of his bandages. "But I'm not to... That would be most unwise, my lord. You are not yet healed. The Queen would do it." The man carries a lengthy knife with a thin saw-toothed blade. Beside him are a basin of water, a stack of soft clothes, and multiple flasks. The Maester instructs him to remain perfectly motionless. He senses the blade cutting through the hardened linen, mere inches away from his neck. Shortly thereafter, he senses a refreshing breeze against his face. The Maester throws away the bandages, which are still stiff with medicine. "Be still now. I must wash out the wound. This is like to sting some," the Maester warns. It inflicts more than just a sting. It leaves a trail of fire running across Tyrion's face and forces a searing rod up his nostrils. Despite the intense pain, he somehow refrains from letting out a scream. "It would have been wiser to leave the mask in place until the flesh had nipped, my lord. Still, it looks clean. Good, good. When we found you down in that cellar among the dead and dying, your wounds were filthy. One of your ribs was broken, doubtless you can feel it. The blow of some mace, perhaps, or a fall, it's hard to say. And you took an arrow in the arm, there where it joins the shoulder. It showed signs of mortification, and for a time I feared you might lose the limb, but we treated it with boiling wine and maggots. And now it seems to be healing clean. Your name." His throat is raw. "I am Maester Balabar." The Maester presents Tyrion with a flask of wine and a delicate silvered mirror. Perched on the bed's edge, he carefully fills half a goblet with wine and brings it to Tyrion's swollen lips. "More," he requests once the cup is drained. Maester Balabar obliges and pours once more. After consuming the contents of the second cup, Tyrion Lannister senses a renewed vigor within himself, ready to confront his reflection. He turned over the glass and did not know whether he ought to laugh or cry. The gash was long and crooked, starting a hair under his left eye and ending on the right side of his jaw. 3/4 of his nose was gone, and a chunk of his lip. Someone had sewn the torn flesh together with catgut, and their clumsy stitches were still in place across the seam of raw, red, half-healed flesh. "Pretty," he croaked, flinging the glass aside. He now recalls the events vividly. The bridge made of boats, Sir Mandon Moore, a hand, and a sword swiftly approaching his face. Had he not instinctively pulled back, that strike would have severed the top of his head. Jaime consistently warned that Sir Mandon the most perilous member of the Kingsguard, as his lifeless, vacant eyes reveal no indication of his intentions. He should have never trusted his place in any of them. He had already discerned that Sir Meryn and Sir Boris were loyal to his sister, and later Sir Osmond as well. However, he had allowed himself to believe that the others had not completely forsaken their sense of honour. Undoubtedly, Cersei must have bribed Sir Brandon to ensure he never returned from the battle. Tyrion gently grazes his face, tugging at the resilient skin with his sturdy, robust fingers, yet another present bestowed upon him by his beloved sibling. "My lord, there will most like be a scar," the Maester says. "Most like?" His snort of laughter turns into a wince of pain. Teach me not to play with axes. His grin feels tight. Where are we? What place? Ah, you are in Magar's holdfast, my lord, a chamber over the Queen's ballroom. Her grace wanted you kept close, so she might watch over you herself. Return me, Tyrion commands. Own bed, own chambers. Your own... My lord, that would not be possible. The king's hand has taken up residence in your former chambers. I am king's hand. Maester Balabor looks distressed. No, my lord, You are wounded, near death. Your lord father has taken up those duties now. Lord Tywin, Here? Since the night of the battle, Lord Tywin saved us all. The small folk say it was King Renly's ghost, but wiser men know better. It was your father and Lord Tyrell, with the Knight of Flowers and Lord Littlefinger. They rode through the ashes and took the usurper Stannis in the rear. It was a great victory, and now Lord Tywin has settled into the Tower of the Hand to help his grace set the realms to right. Gods be praised, Tyrion repeats hollowly. I want my squire, Podpayne. The boy, the odd boy, Podred Payne. You go. Send him. As you will, my lord. Maester Balabor bobs his head and hurries out. Later, Podred Payne enters the bedchamber quietly. My lord? I meant to stay by you, but the maester sent me away. Where's Bronn? They made him a knight. Even frowning hurts. Find him. Bring him. As you say, my lord. Bronn. Tyrion seizes Pod's wrist. Sir Mandon? The boy flinches. I never meant to... Dead? You're certain? Dead? Drowned. Good. Say nothing. Of him, of me, any of it. Nothing. Once his squire departs, Tyrion's remaining strength dissipates entirely. He reclines and gently shuts his eyes, wondering if he'll dream of Tysha again. I wonder how she'd like my face now, he thought bitterly. So, not much happens in this chapter. We get some dreams and time spent on Tyrion's significant injuries, which the TV show completely played down, except for a cool scar on Tyrion's face. Again, we definitely don't think it was Cersei who ordered Mandon Moore to kill Tyrion, mostly because killing Tyrion in such a crucial battle would be self-sabotage for Cersei, and even though she wants Tyrion dead, the death of the Hand of the King in the heat of battle might sway the City Watch to surrender to Stannis. So, no, Cersei did not order Mandon Moore to kill Tyrion. Chapter 68. Qhorin Halfhand and Jon Snow are the sole survivors among the 5 rangers who have escaped from the Skirling Pass and have been venturing back into the vast blue-grey expanse of the Frostfangs. The days and nights blend together seamlessly. They rest in their saddles and pause briefly to nourish and hydrate the horses before resuming their journey. Stone Snake proposes the idea of patiently waiting for the pursuers and catching them off guard upon their arrival. Qhorin refuses. If any man in the Night's Watch can make it through the Frostfangs alone and afoot, it is you, brother. Make for the fist. Tell Mormont what Jon saw and how. Tell him that the old powers are waking, that he faces giants and wargs and worse. Tell him that the trees have eyes again. Is your sword sharp, Jon Snow? Qhorin Halfhand asks across the flickering fire. My sword is Valyrian steel. The old bear gave it to me. Do you remember the words of your vow? Yes. Say them again with me, Jon Snow. Jon recites the Night's Watch vow before stating, I'm not afraid to die. It may not be so easy as that, Jon. What do you mean? If we are taken, you must yield. Yield? He blinks in disbelief. They only spare oathbreakers, those who join them, like Mads Rhaegar. And you? No, he shakes his head. Never. I won't. You will. I command it of you. Command it? But our honor means no more than our lives, so long as the realm is safe. Are you a man of the Night's Watch? Yes, but... There is no but, Jon Snow. You are, or you are not. Jon sits straight. I am. Then hear me. If we are taken, you will go over to them, as the wildling girl you captured once urged you. They may demand that you cut your cloak to ribbons, that you swear them an oath on your father's grave,
that you curse your brothers and your Lord Commander. You must not bore. Whatever is asked of you, do as they bid you, but in your heart, remember who and what you are. Ride with them, eat with them, fight with them, for as long as it takes, and watch. Your wolf saw the diggings in the valley of the Milkwater. What they seek in such a bleak and distant place, did they find it? That is what you must learn before you return to Lord Mormont and your brothers. That is the duty I lay on you, Jon Snow.
I'll do as you say, Jon says reluctantly. Now we ride.
Ride? It is dark and the night is cold. Ride where? Back. The fire will draw them past, I hope. Come, brother.
Keep close to the cliffs. There's a crook a half-mile, on that will hide us, Qhorin suggests.
Fallen rocks obstructs their path partway up the mountain, where a portion of the cliff has collapsed. There seems to be no escape. While he and Qhorin could potentially scale the cliffs, it would be impossible to do so with the horses. They wouldn't last long on foot.
Here is as good a place as any to make a stand, Qhorin declares.
The mouth of the cave shelters us from above, and they cannot get behind us without passing through the mountain. A hunting horn resounds across the mountains, followed shortly by the sound of hounds baying. They will be with us soon, Qhorin announces. Keep your wolf in hand. Ghost to me, Jon calls. The wildlings surge over a ridge less than a mile in the distance. Their hounds lead the way, growling. Ghost bares his teeth, his fur standing on end. Easy, Jon murmurs. Stay. The hunters cautiously advance. Jon tallies a total of 14 individuals, accompanied by 8 canines. Qhorin unsheaths his longsword. The story of how he had mastered the art of left-handed combat after losing half of his right hand had become a legendary tale. It is rumored that he wields a blade with even greater skill now than he did in the past. Jon stands beside the formidable ranger, drawing Longclaw from its scabbard. The hunters come to a stop 10 yards below the cave entrance, with their leader advancing forward by himself. Rattleshirt, Qhorin calls out. To crows, I be the Lord of Bones. Qhorin snorts. I see no lord, only a dog dressed in chicken bones who rattles when he rides. The wildling hisses in anger. It's your bones I'll be rattling soon, Halfhand. I'll boil the flesh off you and make a breenie from your ribs. I'll carve your teeth to cast me runes and eat me oaten porridge from your skull. If you want my bones, come get them. Rattleshirt appears hesitant to do so. However, a different member of his group maneuvered a horse next to him, a spearwife among the group of warrior women. We are 4 and 10 to 2 crows, and 8 dogs to your wolf, she called. Fight or run, you are ours. Show them, commands Rattleshirt. The lady extends her hand into a sack stained with blood and retrieves a prize. She suspends Evan's head by his ear. He died brave, she says. Qhorin gives Jon a long look. Remember your orders. Rattleshirt bellows over the clamour. Feather them! No! Jon slipped out of the word before the archers could release their arrows. We yield! They warned me bastard blood was craven, he hears Qhorin Halfhand say coldly. I see it is so. Run to your new masters, coward. Jon's face turned red as he makes his way down the slope towards Rattleshirt, who is mounted on his horse. The free folk have no need of craven. He is no craven, one of the archers says, revealing her shaggy red hair. This is the bastard of Winterfell, who spared me. Let him live. Jon meets Ygritte's eyes and has no words. Let him die, the Lord of Bones insists. The Black Crow is a tricksy bird. I trust him not. You told me Meds would take me, and he will, Ygritte says. Mance is not here, Rattleshirt says. Ragwile, gut him. I'll do whatever you ask, Jon begs. Rattleshirt laughs. Then kill the half-head bastard. As if he could, Qhorin says. Turn, Snow, and die. And then Qhorin's sword was coming at him, and somehow Longclaw leapt upward to block. The force of impact almost knocked the blade from Jon's hand. He shifted to a 2-hand grip, quick enough to deliver a stroke of his own, but the big ranger brushed it aside with contemptuous ease.
Back and forth they went, black cloak swirling, the youth's quickness against the savage strength of Corran's left hand cuts. The half-hand's longsword seemed to be everywhere at once, raining down from one side and then the other, driving him where he would, keeping him off balance. Already he could feel his arms growing numb. Even when Ghost's teeth closed savagely around the ranger's calf, somehow Corran kept his feet. But in that instance, as he twisted, the opening was there. Jon planted and pivoted. The ranger was leaning away, and for an instant it seemed that Jon's slash had not touched him. Then a string of red tears appeared across the big man's throat, bright as a ruby necklace, and the blood gushed out of him, and Corran half-hand fell. The light is fading in Corran's eyes. "Sharp," he says. Then he was gone. "Get him up." Rough hands drag Jon to his feet. "Do you have a name?" Ygritte answers for him. "His name is Jon Snow. He is Eddard Stark's blood, of Winterfell." Ragwile laughed. Who would have thought it? Corran half-hand slayed by some lording's byblow. "Gut him," Rattleshirt insists. "He yielded," Ygritte reminds him. "Aye, and slew his brother," another wildling says. Rattleshirt rides closer. "The wolf did his work for him. It were foully done. The half-hand's death was mine." "We all saw how eager you were to take it," Ragwile mocks. "He is a warg," says the Lord of Bones, "and a crow. I like him not." "A warg he may be," Ygritte says, "but that has never frightened us." Others shouted agreement. Behind the eye-holes of his yellowed skull, Rattleshirt's stare was malignant, but he yielded grudgingly. These are a free folk indeed, thought Jon. Corran Halfhand's lifeless body was cremated at the very spot where he had met his demise. "Will we return by the Skirling Pass?" Jon asked Ygritte. "No," she says. "There's nothing behind us. By now Mance is well down the Milkwater, marching on your wall." So, how the hell is Corran Halfhand such an amazing swordsman that he could lose his sword hand and then train his other hand to be just as proficient? This is something not even Jaime Lannister could do, by the way. Well, this is because we believe Corran Halfhand is Oswell Went of Aerys Kingsguard. We also believe Mance is Arthur Dayne and Tormund is Gerald Hightower. However, our only real evidence for this only comes later in A Dance with Dragons, but we thought we would mention this idea again here. Chapter 69. "Bran," a voice is whispering softly. "Bran, come back now. Bran, Bran." It is Mira's voice. "You were thrashing, making terrible noises. What did you see?" "Winterfell. It was Winterfell. It was all on fire. There were horse smells and steel and blood. They killed everyone, Mira." Osha approaches him. "A dream." "A wolf dream," said Bran. "I smelled it too. Nothing smells like fire or blood." "Whose blood?" "Men, horses, dogs, everyone. We have to go see." Mira squeezes Bran's hand. "I'll go if you're afraid." Osha speaks. "I'll risk a look then. I want the lot of you close behind. Mira, get Bran's basket." "Are we going home?" Rickon asks excitedly. "Yes," Bran promises, "but you have to be quiet." Osha carries her long oaken spear in one hand and the torch in the other. A naked sword hangs down her back. Their footsteps echo through the cavernous crypts. His father disappears into the engulfing shadows behind them, while the receding shadows ahead reveal a collection of statues. These are not ordinary lords, but the ancient kings in the north. Among them are Torrhen Stark, known as the King Who Knelt, Edwin the Spring King, Theon Stark, famously called the Hungry Wolf, Brandon the Burner, and Brandon the Shipwright. There are also Jorah and Jonas, Brandon the Bold, Walton the Moon King, Edarion the Bridegroom, Euron, Benjen the Sweet, and Benjen the Bitter, and lastly, King Edric Snowbeard. Bran is well acquainted with all their stories. The crypts have never instilled fear in him. They are an integral part of his identity. It has always been clear to him that one day he would rest here as well. "Hodor," says Hodor nervously. "I want to go home," Rickon says loudly. Osha emerges into the light. "Something is blocking the door. I can't move it." Hodor can move anything, Bran says. Might be he can. Come on then. The staircase is quite narrow, forcing them to ascend in a single line. Osha takes the lead, followed closely by Hodor, who carries Bran on his back. Mira follows behind, holding the torch, while Jojen brings up the rear, guiding Rickon by hand. Bran begins to detect a faint scent of smoke. The large stable hand presses both palms against the door and lets out a grunt. Hodor? Use your back, Bran urges, and your legs. A dull rumble emanates from above, followed by a sudden upward jerk of the door. A beam of daylight pierces through, momentarily blinding Bran. With another push, the path is now clear. Osha extends her spear through the opening and gracefully slides out, while Rickon wriggles his way through Mira's legs to join her. Hodor forcefully swings the door wide open and emerged onto the surface. The Reeds have to assist Bran in ascending the final few steps. They are standing near the remnants of the first keep. A significant portion of the structure has been torn apart and collapsed, leaving behind a chaotic scene of scattered stones and shattered gargoyles in the courtyard. The floors have burnt inside it, and all the beams. Take me home, Rickon demands. I want to be home. We made enough noise to wake a dragon, Osha says, but there's no one come. The castle's dead and burnt, just as Bran dreamed. But we had best... She stops talking as a sound is heard coming from behind them. She swiftly turns around with her spear poised for action. Two slender, shadowy figures emerge from behind the dilapidated tower. Rickon joyfully calls out for Shaggy as the black direwolf runs towards him. Meanwhile, Summer approaches Bran more leisurely, nuzzles his head against Bran's arm, and affectionately licks his face. We should go, Jojen says. So much death will bring other wolves besides Summer and Shaggy Dog, and not all on 4 feet. The remainder of the morning is spent slowly circling the castle. Bran identifies Poxy Tim despite the fact that his face has been brutally attacked with an axe. If the gods are good, Osha says angrily, the others will take them that did this work. It was Theon, Bran says blackly. No, look, she points across the yard. That's one of his Iron Men, and that's Greyjoy's warhorse, see? The black one with the arrows in him? And here's Black Lauren. His beard had been so severely hacked and cut, it now appears to be a shade of reddish-brown. Osha uses her foot to flip one of the other bodies over. There's a badge, a little man, all red. The flayed man of the Dreadfort, Bran replies. Summer howls and darts away. The Godswood. Mira Reeds pursues the direwolf, holding her shield and frog spear. The others follow closely behind. Maester Luwin lies on the ground, covered in blood. Summer looms above him, causing Bran to initially believe he has perished. However, upon Mira's gentle touch to his throat, the Maester faintly moans. Hodor? Hodor says mournfully. Hodor? Luwin is carefully laid on his back. Bran, he says softly. And Rickon too, he smiles. The gods are good. I knew. Knew? Says Bran uncertainly. The legs, I could tell. The clothes fit, but the muscles in his leg. Poor lad. He coughed and blood came up from inside him. You vanished. In the woods. How though? We never went, Bran says. Well, only to the edge, and then doubled back. I sent the wolves on to make a trail, but we hid in Father's tomb. The crypts, Luwin chuckles. Tears fill Bran's eyes. We'll need to make a litter to carry him, Osha suggests. No use, Luwin says. I'm dying, woman. You can't, Rickon says angrily. The Maester smiles. Hush now, child. I'm much older than you. I can die as I please. Listen, Luwin says to Osha. The princes, Robb's heirs, not together. Do you hear? Aye, safer apart. But where to take them? I'd thought might be these Serwyn boys dead. Sir Roderick, Leopold Tolhart, Lady Hornwood, all slain. Deepwood fallen, Moat Catelyn soon, Torrens Square. Ironmen on the stony shore, and east, the bastard of Bolton. Then where, Osha asks. White Harbour, the Umbers, I do not know. War everywhere, each man against his neighbour, and winter coming. Maester Luwin reaches up and grasps Bran's forearm. You must be strong now. Strong. I will be. Bran says. Good, the maester says. A good boy. Your father's son. Bran, now go. Osha turns to Mira. Take the boys. Jojen and Mira guide Rickon while walking alongside him. Hodor trails behind. As they make their way through the dense forest, Bran's face is stung by low-hanging branches, and the leaves gently wipe away his tears. Osha eventually catches up with them in the courtyard, but she remains silent about Maester Luwin. Hodor must stay with Bran, to be his legs, the wildling woman says. I will take Rickon with me. We'll go with Bran, Jojen Reed agrees. Believe I'll try the East Gate and follow the King's Road away, Osha says. We'll take the Hunter's Gate, Mira suggests. Will we go to your Lord Father? Bran inquires while they traverse the drawbridge connecting the walls. To Greywater Watch? Mira seeks her brother's guidance for the solution. Our road is north, Jojen announces. As Bran reaches the edge of the Wolf's Wood, he glances back at the castle that has been his home. Despite the devastation caused by the attack, the ancient keeps and towers still stand tall, almost unchanged for centuries. Bran reassures himself that the castle's foundations are solid, the tree's roots are firmly planted, and the legacy of the Kings of Winter endure beneath the earth. As long as these elements persist, Winterfell would endure. It is not completely destroyed, just damaged. Bran draws a parallel between the broken castle and himself, realizing that he too is not beyond repair. Bran thinks he'll rest in the crypts of Winterfell one day, which is where the lords and kings of Winterfell reside, and this makes sense if one day he becomes king of Westeros. Now, this is super suspicious, but Maester Luwin chooses to die near the weirwood tree in this chapter. On the edge of the black pool, beneath the shelter of the heart tree, Maester Luwin lay on his belly in the dirt. A trail of blood twisted back through damp leaves where he had crawled. Not only that, but he crawled on his deathbed to reach the weirwood. But why? So, despite claiming the children of the forest are gone, maybe Maester Luwin knows that they do exist and wanted to escape death by joining the weirwood net, which is where all those who die and join the trees in like a hive mind collective. This weirwood net is what Bloodraven and eventually Bran are connected to. This might explain why Luwin schemed to send Jon to the wall, but who knows. And this is the last chapter of A Clash of Kings. Anyway, thank you for watching this far into the video, and we hope to have more chapter analysis done of A Storm of Swords for you soon. And when you get the chance, check out our Game of Thrones inspired Choose Your Own Adventure game here on YouTube by clicking the video link on the screen right now.